6 Main Heroines Who Absolutely Want to Monopolize Me. Volume 1, by Ishida Tomoe. Translated by Hiroeth and Shiayu at Hiroeth Translation. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. Eve, childhood friend, curry rice. Having fewer possessions is better. This applies to both material things and human relationships. That's all there is to it. It may be difficult in modern society to live aloof with only green clothes, a pointy hat, a reusable sack and a harmonica like the wandering character in the fairy tale. On the contrary, in today's society where we have easy access to all kinds of data, a 4.5 tatami mat apartment with the minimum necessary furniture, Wi-Fi, and a smartphone is all we need for most things. Naturally, the lighter you are, the nimbler you become. You won't have trouble moving or relocating, and cleaning becomes a breeze. Above all, your mind feels at ease. Human relationships are somewhat similar. The more connections you have with people, the more burdens and restraints you acquire. The fear of being disliked by important people leads to timidity and hesitation, and favoring certain individuals breeds jealousy and a sense of unfairness. In short, human relationships can dull one's ability to make the right judgments. Moreover, there is no guarantee that such relationships will be beneficial for oneself. In fact, it's more likely that they won't be. People won't always behave according to one's desires, and if everyone is living for their own happiness, their goals may conflict. Yet, despite this, people unintentionally develop expectations, thinking, this person might make me happy. Then they end up feeling betrayed, hurt, and wasting their time and emotions. In the end, people have no choice but to live for themselves, and they alone can make themselves happy. There is a saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Well, I want to reach that place as soon as possible. Whether it's far or not, I won't know until I try, but at the very least, I need to get there quickly. Therefore, I want to have minimal involvement with other people. That's all there is to it. Staying true to my beliefs, I live in a small, cheap 4.5 tatami mat apartment. For the umpteenth time, I was sharing such thoughts with my childhood friend, who was eating curry on the other side of the foldable low table. Sigh, no matter how many times I hear it, I can't help but be fascinated by your minimalist comments on social connections. She sighed, neither impressed or exasperated. Well, I know you, but that's why people at school call Shinichi a mysterious struggling loner student of unknown cause. Huh? Do I have a nickname like that? I had no idea. Yeah, it was a nickname behind your back. You come from a wealthy family, so you should be living a comfortable life. But instead, you choose to live in poverty, and even though you excel in academics, you're always alone. Really? Well, wait. Why does Sakiho know about my nickname behind my back at my school? Knowing that is common sense. I think it's natural for you to not know that. Sakiho is just unreasonable. The reason is that my school is a private all-boys school from junior high to high school, while my childhood friend sitting in front of me is undeniably a girl with a delicate figure. Naturally, since she doesn't attend the same school, she shouldn't know any rumors about me. Well, I know, you study so hard to continue as a scholarship student and choose to live in poverty because you want to achieve that dream, right? And as for being a loner, it's because everyone is scared of Shinichi for no reason. Sigh. Sakiho seems to know everything. I don't know everything. Just about Shinichi. Right. What's with that line? It sounds like something from a famous script. Well then, let's test Shinichi Hirakawa, our socially minimalist friend. Who exactly this beautiful, soft and fluffy girl? Sakiho Shinagawa, who cooks for you every day. With a mischievous smile, she leans in closer. Soft and cute? I don't know about that. I mean, that's precisely why I'm saying you don't have to do it. Even without me asking you, Sakiho just makes the food on her own. Besides, we no longer live near each other, and I can cook my own meals. You say that, yet you eat it every day, don't you? There's no point in rejecting something you made for me, and it would be a waste. So I just reluctantly accept it. Reluctantly? Geez, you really don't get it. Do you know how jealous the boys in my class would be if they found out that a cute girl like me comes over and cooks for a guy living alone? They'd be swooning all over. I mean, I guess it might look like that at first glance, but admittedly, Sakiho's cooking is delicious, and I suppose, in general terms, she could be considered cute. It's only her who doesn't give up on me despite my stubborn attitude. I do appreciate that, no doubt. But what's wrong? You look dissatisfied. With her expression of "why don't you tell this older sister if you have any trouble?" And with a smile that seems to say, "I've said this countless times," I'm confronted with a cruel fact. Mainly, a cruel fact for me. I mean, Sakiho, you're stalking me, aren't you? Yes, I am. So what? Is so what an appropriate response? Right, she's my stalker. Despite putting on the facade of being a close childhood friend with a good sense of distance, her actions are incredibly obsessive and scary. I still shiver when I recall that winter in 6th grade when she brought me to the room, and there were pictures of me plastered all over the walls. It's a traumatic memory. Moreover, without my knowledge, she seems to have a spare key to my apartment where I live alone. So far, nothing valuable has been taken, but periodically she says things like, "I replaced your toothbrush with a new one because you've used it for a month." It's terrifying to think that she might be taking it away since I never saw any toothbrush in any of my garbage cans. All things like that piled up. Even today, I was asking her, "Please don't come here anymore." See, this is why it's better to keep human relationships to a minimum. But, Shinichi, you say minimum necessary, but that doesn't mean you don't need anyone at all, right? Like, friends or partners, or any human relationship. Well, yeah, I suppose so. Realistically speaking, I don't believe that I can live entirely on my own. There are countless things I can't do. In fact, it's more accurate to say there are only a few things I can do. So, to live and achieve my goals, cooperation with others is indispensable, but it's more like cooperating with someone when our interests align for the same purpose. It's more like a contractual relationship rather than a human relationship. Here it comes, the alignment of interests. I have had this conversation with Sakiho many times before. She shrugged her shoulders, looking somewhat exasperated. If our interests align, I guess we can move in a way that benefits each other. I believe that such relationships are necessary. Though it's an idea borrowed from someone else, I find it convincing and have made it my principle. It's not that I am a misanthrope. Well, then, what about marriage? Marriage? Why bring that up all of a sudden? Well, isn't marriage a kind of contractual relationship? Does it fit into your minimum necessary criteria? I guess so. I pondered for a moment and then recalled the words I often hear in my dreams. Well, actually, it seems like it could become the biggest burden. This whole husband and wife relationship. That's harsh. How can you say something like that to your future wife? Sakiho pouted, raising her lower lip. I never made such a promise. Besides, I don't think you're at an age to even consider such things. You're not old enough to get married. That's not true. Shinichi will be turning 17 tomorrow, right? So what? I still have one more year until I'm old enough to get married. And by the way, I'm impressed you remembered my birthday is tomorrow. Like I said, something like that. Of course it's common sense. No. Well, I guess it's not that strange to know something like that. Even for something like a birthday, which normally should be a delightful thing to be known, it feels scary when Sakiho knows about it. Wait, that reminds me. I need to make things clear about this. Just so you know, I don't want anything for my birthday. No gifts. No material things. Nothing at all. Huh? Really? Absolutely. Last year on my birthday, when I came home from school, the entire house was covered with red rose petals, and at the center of it all, there was Sakiho, lying there in nothing but white underwear, with her eyes closed. It was all so overwhelming that I almost had a panic attack. Her clothes were nowhere to be found, and after I put my t-shirt and sweatpants on her and kicked her out of the house, I was left with the daunting task of cleaning up the mess and being terrified of getting pricked by the rose thorns. There was no sense of celebration. If anything, it felt like a curse. Maybe it's because celebrate and curse looks similar in writing. The next day, When I confronted her about it while we were having dinner as if nothing had happened, she just laughed and said, "Hee hee, Shinichi, you were thinking about me the whole time you were cleaning up, weren't you? She's an invincible woman," I muttered and raised the white flag. Not to mention, I never got my t-shirt and sweatpants back. I think I'm the only one who's losing money. Anyway, this year, I really don't want anything. Sure. Thanks for setting the flag. I didn't set any damn flag. And with that, my shoulders dropped in disappointment. Just kidding. I really can't come here this year. I can promise you that. Oh, really? You look disappointed. I'm not. Not at all. Also, stop poking my cheek. Anyway, there's an even bigger surprise. Not from me, though. It's a huge surprise present for you from someone else. A huge surprise? But I just said I don't want any big things. I tried to oppose it, to be honest. But, you know, when the sender is the sender. What are you talking about? Oh, well, I mean, it's not exactly a present. But, ignoring my questioning, Sakiho continued with a somewhat dry smile. It's more like a potential present, I guess. Chapter 1, Invitation to Love Study Abroad. Shinichi, true love refers to a relationship where interests align, she said, looking at him while lying on the hospital bed. Words like liking someone's face or having a compatible personality are just uncertain bonds and unpredictable emotions that can change anytime. Looks and personalities can change over time, and our preferences may not remain the same forever. That might be infatuation, but it's not true love. The magic of infatuation can suddenly break one day, and it often happens. Considering she was speaking to an elementary school student, this might be a bit difficult to understand. But you see, when your interests align with someone, you form a strong bond. After all, when your interests align, what benefits the other person benefits you, and what harms the other person harms you. Everyone naturally does things that benefit themselves and tries to avoid things that harm themselves. I see. Shinichi replied a nod, showing that he somehow understood her words. That's why, Shinichi, I want you to marry someone who shares that kind of bond with you, someone with whom you can have true love. I believe that way, you'll find happiness. That's what Mama wants. But then Mum, you don't love me and Dad? In response to that question, she furrowed her brows, seemingly troubled. Why would you think that? Because we can't do anything for you, and we can't cure your illness either. While saying that, the frail child burst into tears. In the hazy view, the sensation of being hugged reached him. Then, she laughed with a voice that seemed like she was about to cry. What are you talking about? Our interests align perfectly. Because, opening my eyelids, the familiar ceiling stain greeted me once again today. That dream again. In the corner of the 4.5 tatami room, I sat up on the futon and wiped away the sweat with the hem of my t-shirt. I frequently dreamed of that scene. It happened 10 years ago, just before I turned 7, a little before my mother, Kutarakawa, passed away. Although I must have heard what she said next, I cried too much to remember anything. I wonder if it's my subconscious desire to know that answer. That's why it keeps showing me this dream and urging me to recall it somehow. I washed my face with cold water and nibbled a bite of bread crust for breakfast. At my part-time job in the bakery, they give me the cut-off crusts from making sandwiches. I am reminded of how rich this country is to be able to get such delicious food for free, even though I am an employee. Usually, I would cook sautéed leftovers, vegetables near the expiration date or with imperfect appearance, sold cheaply in supermarkets, and put them in my lunchbox, but there's no need for it today since there's no lunch break. Then I changed into my uniform and left the house, because today is the closing ceremony of the first semester, and it's incredibly hot outside since morning. Michi High School, a private boys' school in Musashi, Tokyo. As I entered the classroom and passed through the door, I saw a classmate sitting in my seat, patting the shoulder of a boy who was prostrating in front of him as if to comfort him. Hey, stop crying already. You're a guy, aren't you? No need to be so emotional. You don't get it. It's not about being a guy or a girl when it comes to feeling sad about your favorite idol's graduation. Ria-chan, why did you have to suddenly graduate like that? Is Ria Meguro retiring? It's probably not because of a scandal or anything. I get it. It's strange since it's the peak of her popularity, but well, it does give her a legendary vibe in a way. It seems that the boy is crying because his favorite idol has announced her retirement. I suppose I would dampen the mood if I went over to my seat now, but I have no other place to be. I contemplate my options and slowly approach my seat. Yesterday, it also said that actress Leona Kandor would take a break for studying abroad. There seems to be a lot of shocking news lately. You know, I've been a fan of Leona Kandor since she was a child actress. The boy sitting in my seat mutters this while playing with his smartphone, then opens his eyes wide. Hey, check this out. What is it? YouTuber Yu Shibuya is also going on a hiatus. Seriously, what's happening with Japanese entertainment industry? Various celebrities retiring or taking breaks seem to be announced one after another. However, the immediate issue for me now is that I have arrived in front of my seat. I let out a small clearing of my throat, trying my best not to frighten anyone and maintaining a gentle tone of voice. Good morning, over there. I am really sorry, Hirakawa-san. Two classmates turned pale in unison. It's fine. I don't really need more than a handful of friends, but I don't want to be disliked either. I thought to myself. Memories about my father resurfaced again, and at the same time, I reaffirmed my dream. After the closing ceremony, I received my report card, all straight tens, and headed home. With this, my tuition fee would be fully waived for the next semester. I couldn't let my guard down, but I felt a slight sense of relief. Once I'm back home, I'll have to make the sautéed leftovers to recover my energy. So, a mysterious struggling loner student of unknown cause, huh? Suddenly, I remembered the words Sakiho said to me yesterday, and I let out a small sigh. There is a reason why I live a life immersed in studying. In short, I want to take over the Hirakawa Group, my father's company, without relying on his power. The estrangement between my father, Shinosuke Hirakawa, and me, though he probably doesn't see it that way, hasn't been there from the beginning. On the contrary, I used to genuinely admire my father. He rarely had time to see me since he was always busy. But in exchange, the employees of the group took care of me instead. They all used to say, "Shinichi, your father is truly an admirable person." If it weren't for him as the second generation, the Hirakawa Group wouldn't have become this big. Being praised and loved because of my father made me proud of him as a child. However, my father changed drastically around the time my mother passed away. Since then, he began to dominate both inside and outside the company through a politics of fear. He got angry with an employee who submitted a paid leave request during the busy season and transferred him to a remote location. During a business trip, he threatened to fire a manager who dared to talk back to him. He created a department exclusively for those who signed a pledge never to go against him, providing them with special treatment and so on. These are just a few examples that illustrate his reign of terror. There are even rumors connecting him to the underworld these days. Weekly magazines regularly feature his activities, and his bad reputation has spread throughout the entire Japanese population. And the one who was caught in the crossfire was me, his son. If anyone dared to defy his son, they didn't know what they would face from his father. Fearful and trembling of my father, people avoided crossing paths with me. In the winter of my second year of junior high, I had the opportunity to speak to my father for just 1 minute on an international call. At that moment, I spoke directly. "Father, I'm leaving the house." Simultaneously, I had made up my mind. I would become the president of the Hirakawa Group without relying on the money earned through my father's reign of terror. I would quickly reclaim the former glory of the Hirakawa Group. The first major hurdle of my ambition was to break free from my father's support. And to do that, I needed to earn a monthly salary of at least 10,000 yen on my own. If I wanted to stand firm in refusing parental support, I also had to cover my tuition fees. Hence, I decided to maintain the appearance of a fully exempted scholarship student. During the day, I aimed to excel in my studies at school, while at night, I devoted myself to part-time work. Naturally, I lost both time and money to hang out with friends, and inevitably, I became a struggling loner student. I don't feel ashamed of my way of living, nor do I feel discontent about not having friends. However, that doesn't mean I'm dismissing the value of other people's youth spent enjoying summer vacation with friends or a partner. Happiness is different for everyone. Now, first things first, I need to quickly finish my summer vacation homework. As I think these thoughts, I insert the key into the keyhole of the door of my house and turn the key. As I inserted the key into the hole and turned it, my spine froze. There was no feeling of the key turning. I really can't come here this year. I can promise you that. That liar. Hey, Sakiho. I forcefully opened the door, and there, sitting in Seiza, was not Sakiho but an incredibly beautiful woman. Welcome back, Shinichi-sama. What? My voice, thrown off balance, echoed in the small room. I apologize for suddenly intruding into your room, Shinichi-sama. Starting today, I will be supporting your love study abroad for 1 year. I am Jookumi, who used to be the secretary of the late Kurokawa-sama. The woman in a pantsuit. She appeared to be in her early 20s, bowed her head with 3 fingers touching the floor in the center of my lifeless room. Jookumi, love study abroad? First, please take a look at this. Unable to comprehend, I responded in simple hiragana, and the woman called Jo-san handed me an envelope. What is this? This is a letter entrusted to me by Kurokawa-sama. She instructed me to give it to you on your 17th birthday. I felt my own eye color changing. From my mother? Yes, a letter from my mother who passed away 10 years ago. With trembling hands, I gently opened the envelope. As I unfolded the letter, the first line that caught my eye was, Yahoo, Shinichi, it's Mama. Thud. I closed the letter, pressed my fingertips to my eyes, and furrowed my brow. Jo-san, is this really from my mother? While rubbing my brow, I turned the letter towards Jo-san. Yes, there's no mistake. It's Kusama's handwriting. I see. If that's the case, then who is the clever, strong, gentle, and cool mother who always spoke to me in my dreams? Is she just an imaginary mother? Shinichi-sama, you don't have to endure it, alright? Jo-san's words reached me. I'm not crying, I retorted as if squeezing out my words. My gesture of pressing my eyes must have given her the wrong impression. Although, in a different sense, I did feel like crying. Oh, I see. Well then, if you would continue reading. Jo-san prompted with an emotionless expression. She's so composed, this person. I took a deep breath and reread the letter. Yahoo, Shinichi, it's Mama. How are you? Doing well? Actually, I wrote this letter to Shinichi, who turned 17 years old, to ask him for a favor. Please, Shinichi, I want you to take over the company Mama created. Huh? I let out a bewildered voice and raised my head. Jo-san was still looking at me with the same emotionless expression. I could sense her determination not to explain anything until I finished reading. Shinichi, next year you'll graduate from high school, right? And turning 18. It's the age to get married, right? Is it still the same under the current law? Anyway, by that time, you need to be engaged. Do you know that Mama and Papa got married through an office romance? Mama and the heir of the Hirakawa group, your father, were both presidents of their respective companies and were rivals competing against each other. Mama founded a company called Verite Incorporated, which is in a marriage business. We publish marriage information magazines, introduce wedding venues, manage the wedding ceremonies, and provide support for married life. Overall support for the couple. I really want you to become the president of that company. When you turn 18, if you have a fiancé, Mama arranges it so that you can become the president. It's a marriage business, you see, so it's a bit strict if you're unmarried. I'm sorry, but don't worry. Mama invested her entire fortune for Shinichi's marriage. That's the love study abroad. Love study abroad? I have no idea what all of this is about, but in essence, it seems that if I find a lifelong partner before I turn 18, I can become the president of Verite. As I read further into the explanation, it seems that there's a program called Love Study Abroad designed for that purpose. The program is about living together with several women who wish to marry me. Where on earth are such people? And from among them, choosing a lifelong partner. That's what it seems to be. Mother left, or bequeathed, a considerable fortune for this program to find my marriage partner. The love study abroad. By the way, if there's a divorce, you will be immediately dismissed as the president of Hirakawa Group, and furthermore, you will never be allowed to have any connection with the Hirakawa Group, so be careful. What? I couldn't help but let out a surprised voice. Please, find true love from mother. With love heavier than life, the first impression I had was, isn't she a very bad mother? Even from your point of view as her son? Do you think so? Joe-san asked. Even from your point of view as her son, it seems that Joe-san also thinks so. To some extent at least. Yeah, from the bottom of my heart. But the next thing I thought was, but this could become a stepping stone for me to take over the Hirakawa Group. Take over sounds a bit ominous, Joe-san said, with a slight lift at the corner of her mouth. I guess it's up to you, Shinichi-sama. I become a worm within a lion's body. This is proverb that expresses the idea of feeling small, insignificant, or overwhelmed by the circumstances and the people around them. This isn't a route handed down from my father. It's a way for me to enter the Hirakawa Group on my own and take it back, or you could say, reclaim it. If marriage is necessary for that. If marriage can be a shortcut to that end, then there's only one answer. I understand. I will participate in the love study abroad. Chapter 2. 6 main heroines who absolutely want to monopolize me. In front of me is a red-carpeted virgin road. When I turn around, I can overlook the late afternoon Tokyo cityscape beyond the glass. Minato-ku, Tokyo. Standing right in the middle is the Roppongi Sky Tower, a 66-story ultra-high-rise building that was completed on June 6, just last month, named after the Roppongi area. The newspaper mentioned that prominent major companies were competing for its tenancy rights, but the rooftop and the top 6 floors from 61st to 66th were shrouded in mystery, and no one knew who bought them. However, when I opened the lid, it seemed that. So, does that mean my mother's company bought this? Joe-san nods. Yes. Kusama decided to make the purchase, and the plan for constructing the building began 10 years ago. Currently, it is the property of this love study abroad program. Seriously? Yes, it's true. Now, let me explain the future flow right away. Ignoring my surprise, Joe-san began to explain. Shinichi-sama, from now on, you will be meeting 6 bride candidates. Bride candidates, you say? Hearing it again. It's quite an amazing word. For Shinichi-sama, you will eliminate one person periodically from these 6 bride candidates in order to ultimately choose only one person. Eliminate? Yes. In this program, you will eliminate them one by one. Meaning you'll go on dates and gradually narrow it down until only one person remains, and then you will become engaged to her. That's the rule. I see. Well, the rules leading up to that point may not matter much since the final choice of one person is still the same. But somehow, I can't help but feel unsure about it. Is it not acceptable to not choose only one person in the end? Making them go through eliminations one by one feels a bit cruel. Shinichi-sama is a compassionate person, it seems. Not really. I gently bite my lower lip. Being compassionate means that I tend to accumulate baggage and obligations. It's not ideal. For some reason, Joe-san smiles slightly. Let's get back on track. Shinichi-sama, when I say, just choose one person in the end, do you think there's a reason to let those who didn't score enough in the first round of a company interview or a school entrance exam proceed to the second round? All right, I understand somehow. That's right. I need to discern the person I'll spend my life with. In that case, it would make sense to eliminate candidates who have no chance of marrying early on, reduce the number, and then carefully observe the remaining candidates to minimize the possibility of making the wrong judgment. I'm glad you understand. Now, I will bring each candidate one by one, and you can briefly introduce yourselves and get to know each other. I would like to remind you that the candidates have auditioned based on your profile, Shinichi-sama. So, it would be best to focus on getting to know them rather than talking too much about yourself. Audition? That's right. Around 10,000 women of the same age as you, after seeing your profile, applied. From that pool, the 6 women who passed have gathered here. 10,000? It's impossible for a girl I've never met to have romantic feelings for me. so I understand it's based on my family background or my position as the heir to the future company president, but still, that's a lot. By the way, when did all of this start? About the past 2 months, secretly, until last week. The 4 heavenly kings of the marriage matching specialists representing varied comprehensively judged family background, abilities, and more importantly, Shinichi-sama's compatibility, and only those who exceeded high standards in all aspects were invited here. The 4 heavenly kings. This seemingly joking system must have been created by my mother. From these carefully selected 6 bride candidates, your task in this love study abroad is to choose that one person, and then, to marry or be engaged to that one. Yes. After the self-introductions, I will explain the process further when all of you are present. Got it? It's hard to take in everything at once, but it seems that I am supposed to choose one person from the 6 who will be coming here. Now then, first, I will call in the first person. Joe-san deeply bows and leaves, leaving me alone on the red carpet. I gently close my eyes and focus. I need to choose one person through this study abroad program, but it's not just about selecting someone I like. I must choose someone I can be with until death do us part, quite literally. Suddenly, I recall my mother's words from a dream. Shinichi, true love refers to a relationship where interests align. I see, in this situation, it strangely makes sense. If our interests align indefinitely, there would be no reason for divorce even if our romantic feelings were to fade away. All right. I quietly gather my resolve, and thus, the evaluation to determine the unknown her begins. Section. The first candidate, Ria Meguro. Seriously? She appears at the chapel entrance, adorned in a peach-colored dress and beaming with a dazzling smile. I can hardly believe my eyes. With a sweet smile on her face, she introduces herself. Hi, hello. I'm Ria Meguro, 15 years old, a first-year high school student from Saitama Prefecture. My favorite animal is a capybara. Call me Ria. Nice to meet you. Hello, I'm Shinichi Hirakawa, 17 years old, a second-year high school student. My favorite animal. Well, it doesn't really matter. Hee, that's funny. Do you know, you seem like you'd make a great idol. Well, I don't think so. I can see it myself. What awkward communication this is. I had been telling myself to remain calm and composed, but my heart's protective barrier wavered immediately. However, I think it's only natural for me to be a bit like this. After all, standing before me is the center of the top idol group Harem completes Ria Meguro, whose fame in Japan is so immense that even someone as oblivious to the entertainment industry as I am would have a hard time not knowing her. Her name often appears on the front page of newspapers that I see while working part-time as a newspaper delivery person, and if I walk down the street, I can see her in various advertisements around the city. It is no exaggeration to say that even her unique self-address, Ria, is known by the whole nation. Even during the graduation ceremony, when my classmates were talking about idols, it was Ria Meguro. No, wait. Weren't you supposed to have suddenly graduated? Why are you here? Ria graduated to come here, you know? Graduated to come here? While I was dumbfounded, she gently held my hand and said with a million-point smile, to be in a romantic relationship with you, Shinichi-kun. Romantic relationship? With me? In response, all I could manage was a 0-point nod, a mere repetition. Yeah, idols are not allowed to fall in love, right? But Ria fell in love with you, Shinichi-kun. That's why Ria quit being an idol and came here. In love with me? From which aspect? That's a lot of questions, huh? Well, where should I start? Maybe everything, perhaps. Your sleepy eyes are cool, and you're really smart since you seem to be studying hard. You don't have many friends, but you seem single-minded. Is that supposed to be a compliment? No way. I can't believe this Ria Meguro could like me in any way. No, wait, but even if it were true, is it really possible for someone to quit being an idol for such reason? To turn that question around, Shinichi-kun. Suddenly, a cold intensity glimmers in her smiling eyes. Do you really think this Ria Meguro graduated from Harupuri as a joke? Her eyes were fixed on me. There is no way, right? Right now, I want you to understand that Ria came here with that much determination. I see. I try to return a gaze, wanting to gather as much information as possible, but her idol-like radiance that appeared in her eyes makes me want to look away. It's too dazzling for a loner at an all-boys school like me. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. This is my routine for concentration, which I always do before studying. I call it the 2-second meditation. Phew, all right. What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. Your face was red before, but it's back to normal now. Yeah, I guess so. I'm glad I mastered the 2-second meditation. Anyway, let's. As Ria says that, she leans closer to me and gives me a hug. Huh? Arya, what's wrong? Looking up at me with that charming smile, I feel my heart swaying, even though I know it's her idol persona manipulating me, as expected of an idol captivating 100 million people. No, wait. A warning alarm goes off in my mind. This is bad. She's getting too physically close. She's exceeding my tolerance level. This is no good. She's probably going to stay like this no matter what I say. I'm going to do the 2-second meditation again. All right. With a calm expression, I look back at Ria. You're a tough one, huh? When Ria gazes at any boy for 6 seconds, their face turns red, you know. Saying that, Ria puffs out her cheeks in a flirtatious manner. Anyway, wait and see. Ria will definitely make you fall in love with me. I'll take up that challenge. It's time. Joe-san rings the bell, signaling the end of Ria's turn. Let's talk again later, Shinichi-kun. Section. Second candidate, Sakiho Shinagawa, and thus, Sakiho Shinagawa, 16 years old, second-year high school student, came here to marry Shinichi for real. My childhood friend, who always appears with her usual smile, is dressed up more than usual and introduces herself in her usual tone. As expected, Sakiho already knew about this study abroad. Huh? Isn't it common sense that I should know about this? It's not a common sense. Sakiho is just unreasonable. I had already expected Sakiho to come when I received the invitation to the love study abroad. Anyway, there's an even bigger surprise. Not from me, though. It's a huge surprise present for you from someone else. I tried to oppose it, to be honest. But, you know, when the sender is the sender. With Sakiho knowing about this study abroad, all the mysterious remarks from yesterday make sense. Sigh. Sakiho really knows everything. Huh? I don't know everything. Just about you, Shinichi. Sakiho says that with a smug expression again. By the way, why do you have such a satisfied look on your face? Were you that happy that I came? No, it's just that when I see Sakiho, I feel at ease. Is that so? Sakiho had a bashful smile in response to my words. No, that's not it. But suddenly, she gives me a suspicious look. Shinichi, you looked like you were being charmed by the first girl, didn't you? You had the same face after somehow avoiding the beautiful newspaper sales lady when she came to the house before. She figured it out. Wait a second. But back then, Sakiho, you weren't at my home. How did you see my face? Seeing that is an obvious, natural thing to happen. What was I even saying about feeling at ease when I saw Sakiho? It's the complete opposite. Anyway, for Shinichi to agree to this talk, isn't marriage a huge burden for you? Well, I guess. Were you surprised? No. If it was Shinichi, I thought you'd take it if it was for your dream. That's why I didn't like it. I'm always here for you if you simply need a marriage partner. Sakiho continues to ramble on as usual, and I decide to ask her something I've been thinking about. If it were to happen, would you really be okay with that, Sakiho? What's wrong? You suddenly have such a serious expression. Because it's a serious topic. It's about Sakiho's future, okay? Until now, Sakiho has always conveyed her feelings in a playful manner. Perhaps she knew that as a minimalist in interpersonal relationships, I would never seriously respond to her approach. Even if she doesn't know everything, she should know everything about me. Given that she is Sakiho, however, this love study abroad is not just child's play. If chosen, she has to genuinely marry me. That's why I need to confirm her intentions. Does Sakiho really have the intention to marry me? Of course I do. You should already know that. Sakiho immediately responds, huh? Haven't I said it so many times before? That I have a first love supremacist principle? That has always been her assertion. I know that. But I don't understand. Is that what you're saying? Well, let me explain it again since it's the last time. Saying that, she clears her throat. The highlight fades away from her eyes. Have I unintentionally pressed that switch? I don't just have an unfounded first love supremacist belief. There are clear reasons and evidence behind the belief that being with your first love is the happiest. It's very simple, because the first love is the standard for everything. At this point, there's no room for doubt. I pressed that switch. If, hypothetically, I were to date someone other than Shinichi in the future. Just thinking about it makes me feel sick and nauseous, but since Shinichi doesn't seem to understand, I'll reluctantly make this assumption. It's purely hypothetical, imaginary, and impossible. No, I shouldn't even entertain such thoughts. But can you listen to me with that understanding? Sakiho, in a dress, approaches me slowly. It feels like a scene from a psycho horror movie. If I were to date someone other than you, Shinichi, I'd end up thinking about you whenever I'm with that person. I'd compare how you'd react in this situation, comparing how you'd hold me, comparing the feeling of your lips. I'd keep doing that, over and over, forever. So, if I have the choice, I'd rather marry my first love and experience all the firsts with that person. Sometimes people say things like, their first person you date might not be your soulmate, so date different people to find out. But I don't understand the desire to date various people and be selective. Because, probably running out of breath, she takes a quick breath and declares, I want to give everything from my first to my last to you. Sakiho, okay. I understand. So overwhelmed by the amount of information, the content, and the atmosphere, I try to stop her by pressing on Sakiho's shoulder. Really? You really understand? Yeah, I do. I'm not lying. At this moment, that's how I feel, or at least that's what I think. My concern lies not in Sakiho's current feelings but in the question of whether the magic of love will eventually wear off. Trying to find a meaningful answer here would be futile. Perhaps I can only clarify such matters in the future during the rest of the love study abroad. Actually, I'm already making quite a concession, and I'm enduring a lot. I feel frustrated that my feelings, which I've conveyed with my life on the line, aren't getting through. I'm upset that you're looking for a bride even though I'm right here. I want you to understand that too. Sakiho, who is usually light-hearted, now speaks with emotions laid bare. Well, for now, I'll let you participate in this study abroad, but after we get married, make sure not to have eyes for anyone else. It's to engrave in your memory that you chose me out of your own will. Sakiho, I'm not going to lose, okay? Saying that, she blossoms into the radiant smile section. Third candidate, Mian Hirakawa. The third one was a petite girl with a small face and beautiful silver hair, dressed in a pure white dress. Mian, seeing her, I can't help but let out a loud voice. She's someone I know again, but it's not just a simple acquaintance. It's been a while, big brother. Her name is Mian Hirakawa, and she used to be my stepsister, though calling her a stepsister is not entirely accurate, as she is not my father's remarriage partner's child. My father took in Mian through adoption from a foster home. The reason my father adopted her seemed to be because of her exceptional intelligence. Back when she was still in the foster home as an elementary school student, Mian attempted to hack into the internal network of the Hirakawa group. Though the exact reason why the quiet Mian at the time would try something like that remained unclear. Instead of taking legal action against Mian or the foster home, my father, Shinosuke Hirakawa, offered to adopt her, using that incident as a reason. Looking back, my father might have already given up on making me the company's successor at that time and was searching for alternative candidates. And so, during my 4th year of elementary school, I suddenly gained a younger sister, Mian Hirakawa. Mian, why are you here? It doesn't matter, I always knew I would have to marry you someday, big brother. The time simply has come. Did Mian like me? That's inexplicable. How is that possible? Why wouldn't it be possible? Although not very similar siblings, we still frown and tilt our heads in the same way. However, Despite living in the same house for 6 years until I left for high school, I still can't quite grasp what Mayan is saying sometimes. Well, it did take her a whole year to start speaking in front of me, so I guess it's not surprising. Following that logic, all participants in this study abroad would have to like you, big brother. Do you really think that's possible? That's true. After all, most of the audition applicants must have been interested in my family background and position, so it's more likely that the 6 successful candidates have no romantic interest in me. Unconsciously, I must have made quite a conceited remark. I clear my throat as if to cover up my embarrassment and return to the initial question. So, what about you, Mayan? What was your purpose for participating? Mayan cannot change her current environment. To do so, she need to be supported by the Hirakawa family. Mayan refers to herself by her name most of the time. She does so because her name is the only thing she received from her birth parents, or so she says. By the way, it took her 3 years to tell me this. Mayan became a foster child of the Hirakawa family under the condition that she can pursue what she likes for herself. You could call it a contract with the Hirakawa family. However, it's not too far off for Father Shinosuke to retire from being the president or chairman. That's true. I don't know if the concept of retirement applies to that man, but my father is almost 60, and even if he doesn't retire, life has its limits. So, Mayan believed she must marry her big brother before that time comes. I see. But what exactly is it that Mayan wants to do so badly? In truth, it has been 7.5 years since we met, and I haven't been able to get her to talk about her goal. Mayan wants. Though it may sound conceited, Mayan has opened up to me in her own way, but this is something we've never talked about before. At this crucial moment when we might consider getting married, it's an important matter. She seemed hesitant whether to say it or not, but still, she leaned in and whispered into my ear like confiding a secret with her older brother about her first love, saying, "It's a secret, okay? Mayan wants to make dolls." Oh, really? Upon hearing those words, a delightful feeling spread through my chest. I don't understand. Why do you have such a happy expression on your face? Well, it's just that it's the first time I've heard about this side of Mayan. I see, so you like that kind of thing. It's not that I like it. And don't suddenly look at me like that, big brother. It's incomprehensible. Mayan's fair face turns slightly pink. It looks beautiful against her silver hair and pure white dress, and her acting tsundere about her own dream is somehow adorable. I see. Cutting your hair was also for this study abroad? Yes, it was. Do you think it doesn't suit me? Mayan looks at the ends of her hair cut around her shoulders and frowns. It used to be quite long, almost touching the floor. She seems to have cut it quite a lot. Mayan attends a private school where remote commuting is allowed for both middle and high school, and she was mostly a shut-in, letting her hair grow without much care for her appearance. Nevertheless, her hair, which is probably inherited from her parents, was always beautifully maintained. Occasionally, when she opened the window of her third-floor room and looked down at the city, people passing by would see her and give her the nickname Silver-Haired Rapunzel. Well, the short hair suits you too. I almost thought you were making your high school debut. It may be biased as her brother, but I think she looks on par with the top idol, Ria Meguro, whom I saw earlier. High school debut? Why would Mayan do that? Well, I don't know. Maybe to become popular with guys at school? It's puzzling. I don't understand why Mayan would want someone at high school to like her. After all, and then, my sister casually drops a bombshell. In Mayan's high school, there is no big brother. Section 4th candidate, Yu Shibuya. Hello, I'm Yu Shibuya. Hello, I'm Shinichi Hirakawa, 17 years old, a high school student. Hey, who came up with this amazing love study abroad program? You? Your dad? Your mum? Or that Joe person? Even before properly introducing herself, or rather, not even coming close to introducing herself, she brings her large eyes sparkling with excitement close to me. Oh, that was, well, it doesn't matter who it was. Yu Shibuya abruptly interrupts my attempt to answer politely. Anyway, it's amazing. I want to award them with the title of runner-up for the amazing project developer. Of course, The grand prize winner goes to me. Oh, okay. She's incredible. She's so self-centered that it feels like the world revolves around her, and I'm starting to wonder if it's just my illusion. Ah, Shibuya-san, why did you join this study abroad? Shibuya-san? Hey, why aren't we on familiar terms? Using polite language with someone the same age is really meaningless. Call me Yu, and I'll call you Shin, I guess. Is that okay? Fine. I didn't know we were the same age. I see. Yu Shibuya seems to be a high school sophomore. So, what did you come to this program? You're asking question like some TV program or something. What did I come for? Is there anything more fun to do than this? I think there's even a possibility it'll go viral. Go viral? What? You don't even know about go viral either. No, I know what it means, but it's supposed to refer to something getting widely spread on social media. My question is why she brought that up now. And then it hits me. Wait, Yu Shibuya. Are you that YouTuber? Exactly. My channel is Yu Shibuya's World. Of course you've seen it, right? No, I haven't seen it. Is that the name of your channel? You haven't seen it? Why? You're missing out on 100% of life. 100% of life? 100% of life. I'm utterly overwhelmed by her assertiveness as she claims that as if it's the most natural thing in the world. Anyway, I'm going to film and edit the footage of this study abroad and upload it to my channel. Will that make you go viral? You won't know until you try, but there's a good chance it will. With a mischievous smile, she continues, high school students searching for a marriage partner and going on a love journey, not just in Japan but also overseas, even to places that are not easily accessible. And all participants are beautiful high school girls with some special qualities. It's a love survival where anyone could be left behind. I bet everyone wants to see such a battle. Is that so? Unfortunately, I know nothing about going viral. The person who came up with this program is a runner-up. The unfortunate thing is that they wanted to keep it closed without streaming it anywhere. That's why it's called runner-up. Well, back when my mother came up with this idea, the term going viral was probably just emerging. But is it okay to upload it? The management says they don't mind as long as I don't charge for the ads after the whole thing is over, and I have to get permission from each participant myself. Then if you don't charge advertising fees, doesn't it lose its meaning? Why? Yu frowns. I don't really care about advertising revenue. I just want to create the longest total playback time video in the world. She looks up at me with her two shining eyes, which I find distinctive. They seem to glow with curiosity and confidence. Why do you want to do that? I want to become the best version of myself, the only me that only I can be. In other words, I want to be a one-of-a-kind. By doing this, don't you think I can achieve a special kind of greatness that is easier and more straightforward than just aiming to be number one? I somehow get your point. Setting aside the repetitive lines in the first half, the latter half has a greater sense of satisfaction compared to the words "it's fine to be who you are" or "it's fine to not be unique." I'm literally dedicating my life to living in a way that no one in the world has ever experienced. I see. The purpose of your participation in this project is to film it? Exactly. I'll see this study abroad program through to the end and become number one. I frown upon hearing that. Wait, until the end? Do you know that the number one person has to marry me? If it's just about filming the video, there's no need to go that far. You're missing the point. I'm the main character in this video, and it'll be more interesting if the protagonist wins. Am I the one who's missing the point? I mean, is it really okay to decide on marriage so easily? You're still in high school, and you're already making decisions about your entire life. Well, I guess it's not my place to say anything since I'm also participating in this program. Early at high school age? Then, at what age is it okay? By the way, how long do you plan to live? Yu squints her eyes. How long? I don't know. Exactly? You don't know. It could be until tomorrow. So, there's no such thing as experiencing things too early. Marriage? I'll face it head on. She seems to be a bit of a daredevil, but she seems to have a deep philosophy. I can't take my eyes off her sparkling gaze as I silently admire her. Section 5th Candidate, Leona Kanda. Hello. I'm Leona Kanda, 17 years old, a high school senior. With a resolute attitude, she bowed her head, and behind her beautiful smile, there is a mysterious sense of dignity that made it difficult to read her mind. That name and face. She's a celebrity I know too. Leona Kanda is a renowned child actress who has been the #1 celebrity I'd like to have as my daughter for almost a decade now. Aren't you going on a hiatus to study abroad? It's not wrong, is it? This is also a study abroad program. Her smile exudes a mysterious charm. By the way, are you curious about my hiatus? I overheard my friend talking about it in the classroom. Classmates, huh? She casually corrected me. Well, I did exaggerate by calling them friends. But how did she figure it out? Was it written in my profile used for the audition that I was a loner? Anyway, if you know about me, you could be a bit more surprised. Your reaction seems a bit dull. That might be true. Ahaha, well, this is also fine. Having encountered a former idol and a stepsister, I seem to have grown somewhat numb to these things. Nevertheless, Kanda-san smiles generously. Now, why did Kanda-san decide to participate in this study abroad? Before that, you can simply call me Kanda. We are actually the same age now, so it's okay to use casual language. I hesitate to use casual language with a senior, but if she prefers it, I don't need to stick to formal language. Sure. Then Kanda, why did you choose this study abroad? To be honest, I'm just planning to use and take advantage of Hirakawa. Use? How? She raises 2 fingers. For male repellent and name recognition. Because I want to be an actress for life, until death separates me from acting. For life. So, you need male repellent and name recognition for that? Yes. Exactly. I'll explain it properly. Kanda nodded with a small smile. It started around when I became a high school student. Being an active actress as a high school girl seems to have become a strange brand. I've had actors, male idols, young producers, and occasionally even directors try to hit on me. It was getting tiresome. So, I thought if I got married early to someone whom nobody would dare approach, it would solve the problem. And that someone is me? Yeah. That's the idea. I'm just a struggling student, though. She maintained her smile. Despite my rebuttal, I understood what she meant. It wasn't about me being an overwhelmingly charismatic person that no one can rival. It was about nobody daring to woo the fiancé of Shinosuke Hirakawa's son. It's a bold move that no one would dare attempt. Especially if you are an adult. You're working hard as a struggling student to uphold your principles, right? That's not something just anyone can do. I think you're plenty attractive, is it? Thank you. I felt a little happy being praised out of the blue. Let's do a 2-second meditation. Ahaha. Are you trying to play it cool? She looks at me with a mischievous smile as if she can see right through me. Cough. So, I understand the male repellent part. What about the name recognition? Well, it means eventually becoming the lifetime partner of Japan's top businessman. Eventually. I see. Although no one knows what will happen in reality. Let's set that aside for now. What does this have to do with your acting career? Completely unrelated, in essence. Unrelated in essence but related in some other way? Yeah, something like that. She tilted her head, and then she pointed her finger. It's about branding. There are many people in the world who try to measure a person's worth based on whether they're popular rather than if they're genuinely exceptional. People who rely on public opinion to judge aesthetic value. That's true. I have experienced firsthand that many people judge others not by who they are as individuals but by the labels and titles they carry. If I want to be an actress for a lifetime, I have to keep getting work. So, I have to be conscious of this branding aspect as well. It's a tough world. Well, I guess there's no such thing as an easy world in the professional sphere. Because of that, I want to marry you for my own sake. But I don't think it's a bad deal for Hirakawa either. Why is that? For the same reason, you can become the man who won Japan's top actress. In a different sense, people around you will start to admire you. Besides, there was a mysterious charm in her smile. I have the confidence to live, act, my life as the person you want me to be. Section 6th Candidate, Sumire Ozaki. Finally, the last person. As she appeared at the entrance of the chapel in a lavender dress, The poem, as beautiful as glass, fleetingly crossed my unsophisticated mind. However, it only lasted a moment, not because her beauty disappeared in an instant, but because her face, raised right after, was like shards of glass that pierced directly into my brain. As I stiffened and trembled, I stood before her as she gracefully bowed. She offered me a manufactured smile, just like back then. "Hello, it's been a while, Hirakawa-kun." Sumire Ozaki, 18 years old, a high school senior, and the daughter of the president of the major telecommunications company Ozaki Holdings, and she was my ex-girlfriend. In the end, there probably weren't any romantic feelings between us, so I don't know if calling her that is appropriate. However, it's an intricate relationship to call her an acquaintance and not quite peaceful enough to call her a friend. After searching for words to express it somehow, the fact remains that ex-girlfriend is the only way to put it. Well, the label of our relationship doesn't really matter anymore. Anyway, the girlfriend who suddenly disappeared from my life that day once again appeared in front of me out of the blue. "Why are you here?" "That should be obvious since you seem to have decided to succeed the Hirakawa group." "I'm not succeeding it. I'm going to reclaim it." "Your stubborn pride hasn't changed. The result is the same, isn't it?" After a slight pause, she replied. She's still using those claw-like words to provoke me. Back then, I honestly believed this was a kind of tsundere expression. I wanted to punch my past self. Wait, is that really the case? By the way, are you talking with the assumption that I'll become the president of Hirakawa? I'm just going to be the president of a subsidiary company. Becoming the president of a company affiliated with the Hirakawa group doesn't change. And if you choose me, Ozaki Holdings can back you up. As a result, you will surely become the president of Hirakawa. That's all. Okay, I see. Hey, did you just say What are you talking about? She narrowed her eyes and glared at me. This person is playing dumb. Well, never mind. Anyway, you're interested in my position, and that's why you joined? Yes, that's right. What else could it be? I see. In that case, that must have been the reason she approached me 3 years ago in the first place. Well, I guess that's only natural. Looking at her with a mix of exasperation and resignation, I noticed Ozaki's almond-shaped eyes fixed on me and she slightly tensed her body. What do you think? Then, a mysterious question came flying at me. What do I think? About what? Of course about my reason for participating. Sigh. You really have no ability to read context. How pitiful. You may have raised your language's test score by burying your face in books, but communication skills can only be obtained through real conversations with people. I don't blame you. You're saying such amazing things. It's true, I don't have any friends. I once tried to include this foul-mouthed girl in my bare minimum necessary connections, but even that attempt was a failure, so there's no helping it. It's not too late. In your future life, you'll have plenty of conversations with me. Then, you'll naturally become capable. Huh? What's wrong? Ozaki glared at me again. No, it's just that you said future life and plenty with me. I may be only interested in your position, but after all, I'm here with the purpose of marrying you. If your communication skills as my spouse are lacking, I'll be seen as having no discerning eye for people. That's all I'm saying. Okay, I see. Hey, did you just say again? Do you have a fever? Or did you mishear because you're extremely nervous? You're trying to cover it up again. It's almost like No, I shouldn't harbor such expectations anymore. Those expectations will only become my shackles. I slightly shook my head in a way that she wouldn't understand, brushing away my overly sweet anticipation. Hirakawa-kun, that. Ozaki seemed nervous or hesitant, pressing her chest and attempting to say something while looking up at me. But, it's nothing. Let's talk again later. She averted her gaze. Once the greetings with everyone were over, I went up to the rooftop of Sky Tower with Joe-san. It was past 6 p.m., and the sun was setting. The rooftop has turned into a pool. I guess you could also call it a resort pool. By the poolside, though it's more like the main area, there were bar counters, stand tables, deck chairs, and sofas made of woven rattan, with candles lighting up various spots. Furthermore, tropical plants like palm trees were planted around, creating an oriental atmosphere. Ladies of the bride candidates have just finished their self-introductions in another room and are now coming here after leaving their belongings and freshening up. After that, we will have the first drink party, where we'll explain the rules in more detail. Understood? As she was saying that. Wow, it's so romantic. Ah, it's Shinichi-kun. Hi, can you stop calling Shinichi like that, Raya-chan? I don't understand. Sakiho-san. What's the point of protecting Unichan like that? Woo, Mayan-chan, nice. It's a beautiful view with an ugly fight. What an amazing sight. Ha ha ha. An ugly fight? Shibuya is so straightforward. Huh? What do you think, Hirakawa? Hey, Kanda-san, can you stop suddenly sneaking and pretending as if you're not an outsider? When I turned towards the voice, the 6 women were coming, still dressed in their fancy dresses. Really? They looked quite impressive lined up together. Peach, black, white, red, emerald, purple. Each dress may be different in style, but even I can tell that each woman is exceptionally attractive in her own way according to societal standards. Ladies, please go to the drink counter over there and choose your favorite beverage. As I looked where Joe-san was pointing, there was a chic bar counter under a roof made of wood like a pavilion. Several bartenders were lined up. Even though there were only 8 people including Joe-san, the treatment was quite something. It seems my mother spared no expense in my bride search. Anyway, it's a party we have now. I can't let my guard down. But there's no point in just standing here. Just as I was about to head to get a drink, in that moment, Shinichi-kun, with a dazzling smile, a girl tightly hugged my right arm. What are you drinking? Shall we go together? It was Ria Meguro, the former top idol. Even though the sun was setting, her smile was as bright as sunlight that I leaned back a bit. Feeling the sensation I felt on my arm that was unexpectedly soft, my heart was racing. Even though she's a beauty, to have such a bust. Life is so unfair, even the gods must be playing tricks. As I was pretending to remain calm, my consciousness drifted towards the heaven. No, wait, am I ascending? Just a moment, Ria-chan, could you stop hugging my childhood friend and future husband so casually? My childhood friend, Saki Hoshinagawa, pouted and took hold of my other arm. What are you talking about? Wrong. It's future fiancé, okay? Shut up. We've been engaged for years already. Oh, you're still cherishing a promise from when you were little. Sakiho-chan, you're so fairy tale like your head is like a flower garden. I won't fall for such a cheap provocation. Sakiho glared at her, or rather, she's completely taken the bait. When I looked away, Shibuya was licking her lips and capturing this moment with her camera. Ozaki Suma stared at us with a displeased look, arms crossed. Hirakawa Mayan had already ordered a Dr. Pepper from the bar counter and was drinking it ahead of everyone else. And then, Hirakawa, what would you like to drink? You seem busy, should I bring it to you? Candeliano approached me with a confident smile. TSK, looking at her, I felt like I heard a faint tongue clicking from my right side for a moment. Ria? Yes, what is it, Shinichi-kun? Ah, no, it's nothing. She definitely clicked her tongue. What happened? You're scaring me. Section. With each of us having our drinks from the bar counter, Joe-san came over. Now, I'll briefly explain the flow of events from now on. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Okay. Yu raised the hand opposite to the one holding her smartphone and answered on behalf of everyone. From now on, you will be living together here at Roppongi Sky Tower. Please take a look. As Joe-san said that and snapped her fingers, a 3D hologram of Roppongi Sky Tower was projected above the pool. Wow, what is this? Amazing. Yu excitedly pointed her smartphone camera in that direction. Here at Roppongi Sky Tower, we have not only your rooms but also a resort pool, sauna and spa, live bar, cafe, playroom, library, and other facilities similar to those found in luxury hotels, said Joe-san as lines emerged from various places in the hologram of Sky Tower, indicating the locations of each facility. I think it's too luxurious to run this program alone. Is there some hidden agenda? Ozaki raised her hand to ask, and Joe-san nodded. Thank you for your question. Ozaki Sumaya-sama. Your concern is quite valid. These facilities will be exclusively reserved for you during the Love Study program. However, starting from next year, we plan to open it as a VIP private hotel where weddings can also be held. So, we are essentially on a trial run? You are absolutely right. Your quick understanding is appreciated. I see, wedding venues and hotels are indeed closely related. This time, we have removed the SIM cards from everyone's smartphones. Additionally, the Wi-Fi from the 61st floor to the rooftop of Sky Tower is not accessible. Inside the hotel, there is an internal line communication system to contact me, but we ask that you communicate with each other only face-to-face. If you need any information, you can use the newspapers and database in the library. What's a database? This time, Kando asked a question. It is an electronic encyclopedia created by the Hirakawa Group, containing a vast collection of books and publicly available information from all over the world, equivalent to the National Diet Library. Since it's electronic, the information is regularly updated. Oh, it sounds like it won't be boring. It would take a lifetime to read everything. By the way, Mian-sama is the one who created the foundation of the system for the study abroad program, including this database. This little kid did. Wow, that's impressive. It's puzzling. There is no correlation between physique and brain performance. As Yuu's hand reached to pat her head, Mian looked displeased and moved away. Now, let's proceed with the actual rule explanation. I swallowed nervously. This is an important part. How I assess these women will shape the course of events. To confirm once again, the purpose of this love study is to find Shinichi-sama's life partner. Gulp. I heard the sound of someone swallowing somewhere other than myself. For that purpose, we have planned a flower ceremony once per season. Flower ceremony? The flower ceremony is a ritual where Shinichi-sama presents a bouquet to the person he wishes to spend time with. For each flower ceremony, one person will not receive a bouquet, and they will have to leave from this study abroad. As explained by Joe-san before the introductions, this is a program where one person will be eliminated each time. The women seem to have heard about it when they joined, as there were no complaints like, "Why do such a cruel thing now?" We call the first set of flower ceremonies Season 1. Then it continues as Season 2, Season 3, and so on. Today, I will only explain Season 1. Joe-san pointed her index finger to the sky. During this season, you will head to a total of 5 dates. First, we have 2 planned group dates. Group date means going on a date with Shinichi and a few others, right? That's correct. For the 2 initial group dates, each will consist of Shinichi-sama and 3 other members, making a total of 4 participants. These are the dates to decide the first impression. This is where we introduce the members, right? You seem to be thinking about the video structure. The first group consists of Leona Kanda, Ria Meguro, and Yu Shibuya. The second group consists of Saki Hoshinagawa, Hirakawa Mian, Ozaki Sumaya. Shinichi-sama is included in both groups. I see. The first one is the first meeting group, meeting with Shinichi for the first time, and the second one is the already acquainted group, right? To put it bluntly, yes. Joe-san smiled in response to Sakiho's response. Each group will compete, and the winners will earn the right to go on an additional date with Shinichi-sama. Immediately after the group date, you will have the right to spend time alone together. Just the 2 of us. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. Regardless of the value of spending time with me, having an opportunity for a conversation alone in this program is advantageous. It will allow me to better understand each of them. After the 2 group dates are over, you will go on to one-on-one dating next. One-on-one dating? So, this time it's a one-on-one date with Shinichi? Sakiho asked again. That's right. Unlike the additional dates, Shinichi-sama will decide the destination and activities for these dates. Ah, is that so? Yes, that's right. Of course, we will provide support as well. Caught off guard, I let out an embarrassed and bewildered voice. However, this isn't a bad thing. I see. It means that if there's someone you really want to talk to, You can have a relaxed conversation during these one-on-one dates. After the 2 one-on-one dating are over, we will have the final everyone date. It will be a date with all participants together. This will be the last chance for everyone to appeal to Shinichi-sama. There are no specific competitions planned for this date. Everyone. It sounds like there will be lots of great moments. Everyone. It sounds lively and tiring. Yu and Meian voiced their honest impressions. Lastly, we will have the flower ceremony at Roppongi Sky Tower. Here, Shinichi-sama will select the 5 remaining participants. In other words, in the end, one person will be chosen to lead this study abroad program here. Finally, the first person to be eliminated will be determined there. This is the flow of Season 1. Do you have any questions? After about 2 to 3 seconds of no one speaking up, Yu said again, looks like it's all good. Despite the discussion of eliminations, the atmosphere among the women remained nonchalant. Now, let's return to the drink party. Shinichi-sama, please propose a toast. Okay, I'm not good at speaking. However, I have seen many executives and leaders deliver short speeches at events and parties multiple times. If I want to become a leader myself, I can't avoid it. It's okay. I can do it. Or rather, I have to do it. This is an important first step that will determine the future of this study abroad program. Let's start with a simple and confident opening one. CC cheers. I screwed up. Let's do our best next time. Chapter 3, Idols, Actresses, and Influencers at the Amusement Park. Reserved? It's the best. As if declaring this place to be the center of the world, the influencer Yu Shibuya is shouting while recording a video. Looking cheerful. Shibuya, you're wasting calories. Are you hungry? Actress Leona Kanda, dressed in a school uniform for a study abroad, has a relaxed smile on her face, while former idol Ria Meguro, wearing the same uniform in a more disheveled manner, has a sly smile on her face. If you think that kind of aloof attitude is cool, you better change it right away. This study abroad is full of extraordinary experiences. You'll regret not having fun. Right, Shin? Sure. As the camera is pointed at me, I avert my gaze elsewhere. Hey, you look all sweaty. What's wrong? Oh, don't worry. It's just hot. Of course. It's not just the heat. This sweat is the result of extreme tension. First of all, as a student at an all-boys school, going on a date with 3 girls is already quite a burden. Moreover, this is Disneyland. This place boasts the size of approximately 11 Tokyo domes, making it Japan's largest amusement park. It can be the gate to success for dates or the gate to hell. It's a cursed theme park. There is a rumor that couples who have their first date here will break up. It is the place where communication skills and compatibility with women are put to the ultimate test. Maybe that's why Joe-san chose this place. Of course, my task here is not simply to enjoy a carefree date. I'm here to find a partner whom I can spend my entire life with, without getting divorced as the president of Verite and, ultimately, the top of the Hirakawa group. In other words, while on a date, I must identify the partner with whom our interests align. Shinichi-kun, do you need a towel? A pure white handkerchief was offered to me as I was sweating profusely. When I looked at the person offering it, Ria was looking up at me with a million-point smile. As expected of the idol who captivated 100 million people. Thank you. Oh, your face is red. Are you feeling feverish? Wow. With a completely natural gesture, she pressed her forehead against mine, leaving me dumbfounded. However, Ria herself seemed not to mind such a thing and chuckled. Ria doesn't know if you have a fever or not. Ria's just as hot as you. Hee. My head was already about to boil over, making a kettle-like sound. My brain sounded alert, thinking that if I were attacked any further, I might get heat stroke. At that moment, oh, Joe-san, the goddess of salvation, Joe-kumi, appeared seemingly out of nowhere. After exchanging greetings, she cleared her throat and coughed. Now, without further ado, let me announce the content of today's challenge here at Disneyland. I've been waiting. It must be an exciting challenge, right? I hope it lives up to your expectations. Joe-san smiled a little. I wonder what it could be? It would be nice if it was something like the cutest person wins. Ahaha, that's a good confidence. But with that, there wouldn't be much meaning in coming to Disney, would there? Jo-san cleared her throat with a light cough and announced the challenge's content. Today, the challenge is to see who can generate the most of Shinichi-sama's happy hormones. Happy hormones? Kanda frowned and tilted her head. It's about the hormones that give a sense of happiness to the human body. It's said to be three: serotonin, which is secreted when you feel at ease and stable; dopamine, secreted when you achieve something; and oxytocin, which is brought on by connections with others. Serotonin, dopamine, oxytocin. No matter how many times I hear it, I don't think I can remember it. Ria furrowed her brow and folded her fingers. Anyway, just remember that you need to put Shinichi-sama in a state of happiness. The smartwatches we're providing all of you are our prototypes, capable of measuring the secretion of happy hormones. Oh, a prototype. No wonder it looks different from what I've seen before, Yu exclaimed as she pointed the camera at her own right arm with the smartwatch. When the smartwatch given to Shinichi-sama detects the secretion of happy hormones, the person closest to him will receive points corresponding to the amount of secretion. The person who accumulates the most points by 6 p.m. will be the winner and will earn the right to an additional date. The person closest to him means the distance between these smartwatches, right? Kanda asked, and Jo-san nodded, saying, exactly. So, does that mean the person standing on his left is at an advantage because Shinichi-kun has the smartwatch on his left arm? It feels a bit weird that the score would change based on whether you're on the right or left, Ria said as she clung to my left arm. My heart didn't seem to get used to this soft feeling at all. To prevent such unintended discrepancies, we will consider anything within 1 meter from Shinichi-sama's smartwatch as the same distance. If 2 or 3 people are within the same distance when the happy hormones are secreted, the points will be distributed equally among those 2 or 3 people. But then, being close to Shinichi-kun all the time is the most advantageous, right? Generally, that's the trend, but there's one point to note. Jo-san raised her index finger. When stress hormones are secreted, negative points will be given to the person who is closest. Pseudo-human. What's that? If you do something unpleasant to Shin, you'll lose points. It's reasonable. For example, if Ria were to say, it's a service, and lick Shin's eyeball, you would lose points due to stress. Yu-chan, you have quite an imagination. Ria wouldn't do something like that, okay? I wonder? Yu grinned, and Ria puffed her cheeks in annoyance. What do you even mean by eyeballs? Now, let's move on to the task. Around 3 p.m., we'll have a midpoint presentation on the park monitors. As long as you follow the rules we explained earlier, you can do whatever you like. While listening to the rule explanation, I was contemplating what I should do on this date. There are 2 significant things I need to assess with the first-time encounter group on this date, which are the authenticity of each person's intentions and whether those intentions will last indefinitely. This so-called happy hormone is likely something that is secreted due to temporary excitement or joy. It might be possible to gauge whether someone is enjoyable to be with or not based on this. I understand that it is an important aspect for lovers and is somewhat essential for married life too. However, marriage is not just entertainment. It shouldn't be solely about temporary enjoyment. So, while leaving the judgment of whether it's fun or not to the happy hormones and such that come from my body, I want to focus on getting to know them better as individuals. Then, there is one major problem or loophole with this rule. I have a suggestion. While I was thinking, Yu raised her hand loudly. If we all stick to Shin and follow him around, in the end, we'll only get the same points, and it will end up in a tie. Isn't that pointless? Yeah, that might be true, Kanda responded. So, let's take turns and choose attractions to ride with Shin, just the 2 of us. That's fine, but then when it's not your turn, do you have to wait outside? The other 2 can ride at the same time, but they should sit at least 1 meter away from each other or on different rides so that they don't get points. I want to take videos from behind too. How does that sound? Got it? I agree. Is that okay, Shinichi-kun? She tugged at my left arm, making a pulling sound. They are probably asking me, in a sense, from a fair standpoint, whether there is any possibility of being deceived. Well, I guess there's no problem. Yeah, no problem. I'm fine too. Somehow, this unconditional trust tickles me. Putting that aside, Yu nods with satisfaction. Okay then. Let's draw lots to decide the turn. Come on, each of you picks one. Saying that, Yu takes out 3 homemade chopsticks with numbers written on them. And each of us grabs one. Let's go. There's only one king. Isn't that wrong? As a result of the draw, Ri got number 2. I got number 3. In other words, I'm number 1. Ryu and then Kanda can choose their rides in that order. First, following Yu's wish, we head to It's a Minimum World. It's a leisurely attraction where you ride a boat and go around the mini world. Yu-chan, you chose something quite simple, didn't you? That's unexpected. Well then, have a good time. Then, Kanda waves her hand at the entrance. Leona, aren't you going to ride? No. I have a secret plan for my turn. A secret plan? What is it? Ahaha, if I tell you, it won't be a secret anymore. Well, Shibuya, have fun. What about you, Meguro? Ri's going. I've got to get my money's worth. Idle Ria Meguro, who unexpectedly participates in the attraction for a surprisingly innocent reason, rides alone in a separate boat in front of us. After seeing her off, we get on the next boat. It's somehow different from what Ri imagined. Ria fades away in front of us while tilting her head. Yeah, I can see why she'd think that. Whoops. Once on the small boat, Yu sets up a small action camera on the front railing. She's really focused on filming. By the way, what kind of videos do you stream, Yu? Stuff like trying extremely spicy cup noodle or something? So that's Shin's image of a YouTuber, huh? I see. You've never watched my videos. Yu explains briefly. I take action cameras and selfies of various things I experience and edit them for public consumption. It's more like documentary-style content. And I do a lot of outdoor shooting. Like everyday scenery? No. It's extraordinary scenery. My life is full of extraordinary moments. Like skydiving or crawling forward and moving through ducts. Well, I did try the extremely spicy cup noodles. Basically, it's like being a non-routine experience-based YouTuber. I see. Crawling through ducts sounds kind of interesting. But why did you choose this attraction, Yu? It seems pretty laid back. Something like Jet Coaster would be more extraordinary. While watching the dolls representing residents of various countries singing outside the boat, I ask the question. That's obvious. It's because this attraction is the longest. I see. Oh? When I look over, right before my eyes, there are large, captivating eyes. Somehow, there's a pleasant scent, and I feel lightheaded for a moment, but I hold myself together. Such a minor temptation shouldn't apply to me. I must not lose sight of the essence. Deceived by a lure? Is it because the longer the time you can monopolize me, the higher the chance of getting points when happy hormones are released? Or is it because you want to film longer material for your videos? Both of them are just a little bit right. Trying to remain composed, I continue the conversation with you. I want to know more about what kind of person you are, as you are the protagonist we're competing for. I see, that makes sense. She probably wants to dispel the viewer's curiosity about, what kind of guy is he that these beautiful girls are competing for. It seems like an important aspect for the program. So, tell me more. Why did you decide to participate in this study abroad, to become the president of the entire Hirakawa group, using this wedding business as a stepping stone? To achieve that, I needed to get married. Then why do you want to become the president of the Hirakawa group? Because. I hesitate for a moment, searching for words that might satisfy her expectant gaze. I want to become Japan's top business leader. Japan's top? You have a great ambition. Yu nods in satisfaction. It seems like I gave a good answer. In reality, it's not just about becoming Japan's top, but rather surpassing my father, who is currently Japan's top business leader, and achieving a new Japan's top. However, explaining that would be complicated, and I doubt she would fully understand the intricacies of my relationship with my father. So, through this study abroad, what kind of person do you want to marry? Someone with whom I have a lifetime level of shared interests. Lifetime level? Shared interests? What does that mean? I don't know yet. While I understand that having shared interests on a lifetime level is important, I honestly don't fully grasp the meaning myself. This study abroad is also an opportunity for me to explore and understand that. I mean, this might not be something to talk about too much. It wouldn't be fair to give you hints alone. Shouldn't we discuss it when everyone is together? Well then, there's no point in deliberately choosing long attractions. Are you doing it on purpose? She's using the excuse of video filming to extract important information. Isn't she? Why not? This is also important for today's competition. We need to plan our way around the park so that you can enjoy it the most. To do that, we need to know what you like and what you don't, right? Is that how it works? Aren't the main attractions of the park usually predetermined? What are you talking about? Yu squints her eyes in exasperation at my words. Just because it's the highlight of this park, should I recommend roller coasters to someone who dislikes thrill rides or recommend a Ferris wheel to someone with a fear of heights? And then, she points her index finger toward my chest. Shinichi is Shinichi, not just an average person. So we can't decide based on a majority vote what you'll like. I want to make sure you have the most fun. Oh? Unexpectedly, she spouts such a logical and hospitable statement that it catches me off guard. What's with that surprised look? Did you think of me as just any ordinary cute girl? You admit you're cute? Of course. I live my life proudly, knowing that I'm cute and cool. Oh, but it's obvious I'm not just talking about appearances, okay? You mean about your inner self? It's about how I live my life. She proudly and confidently smiles. And it's true that she is cute and cool. So, in order to make you have the best time, can you tell me what you like? Your favorite attractions, favorite foods, and such? I admire her determination, but still, telling you alone is unfair. Not that I expect you to be pure and innocent, but if that's your strategy, at least give me something in return. In other words, the benefit I'll gain from it. That's true. It might be a bit bothersome. Mulling over it, I make a thoughtful expression. When the usually expressive Yu puts on a serious face, it reminds me that she's indeed a beautiful girl. But that thought doesn't last long. She shows a smug and confident expression, with a smirk and a determined look. If you tell me, after a long pause, she said, I'll make you happy for the rest of your life. No, not something abstract like that. When I immediately deny her proposition, Yu is genuinely surprised. Huh? What's wrong with that? I'm saying I'll make you happy. You're being too vague. Tell me something specific, something that would make me feel it as a benefit. Ugh, what would make Shin happy? Tell me what you find rewarding. Isn't that the same as your first question? Ugh, stop making it complicated. Yu holds her head in frustration and shouts, I just want something simpler. I want Shin to feel like he made the right choice coming with me. Isn't that the whole point of this competition? Well, you might be right. For at least the three of them, that seems to be the whole point of this competition. Okay, that's enough. If another girl asks, you can also tell them. She pulls me closer by the collar. Anyway, for now, tell me what you like. Shin section. I managed to capture some good footage, and I've figured out Shin's preferences and how to handle them. Ra was not entertained at all, as they grumble. A figure welcomes us at the exit of the attraction. Good job, all three of you. Yandere, that outfit. The active high school actress was wearing a high school jersey. How is it? Do I look good in this? Though it's just a jersey with an orange color and white stripes, it might make an ordinary person look plain, but for Leona Yandere, it suits her perfectly. It looks divine on her. I thought Irakawa might like it, so I changed in the locker room. What do you think? Why would you think I like it? Dangerous. I can't look directly at her. If my gaze accidentally falls on that bulge she's lifting up with the thick clothes, the gods will surely notice it in an instant. As I avert my gaze, Yandere, with her hands clasped behind her back, leans in with a mischievous expression. Hirakawa is in an all-boys school, right? I did some studying on human observation and profiling for my acting. So I thought that the boys at an all-boys school would like girls' gym uniforms the most. Am I wrong? That, you might be right. When walking around town, you might see girls in their school uniforms. However, for boys attending an all-boys school, girls in gym uniforms are an almost mythical and revered existence that they rarely come across. There might be some boys at co-ed schools who say things like jerseys are plain, but they just don't understand. And you like this type of sleeve, don't you? She showed me her palm, slightly hidden by the sleeve of her jersey. Emosode, term for sleeves over her hands. Ahaha. It's somehow satisfying when the results are so visible. If I participate wearing this outfit, I might be one step ahead. Thank you. Ahaha. Is it to the point of being grateful? With a triumphant smile, Kanda laughs beside us. Shin, you? That's creepy. There were two people who were confused. Gosh, you two really don't understand. Anyway, it's Riz's turn next. Leona-chan, don't do anything unnecessary. Ha ha ha, sorry. I didn't expect it to be this effective. Come on. Let's go. You pervert who likes girls' gym uniforms. Ria takes my arm and pouts as she walks away. And so, with an excited Ria, I rode the roller coaster style attraction, Big Lightning Mountain section. Shinichi-kun, are you okay? Yeah, sorry. Feeling a bit dizzy from the coaster, I sat on a bench where the air conditioning was working and took a short break. Hey, are stress hormones being released? Probably. Right, Ria also thought so. Ria frowned. Of course, choosing the park's highlight, the roller coaster, had backfired. Adding negative points at a time that only comes around once for every 3 rides would surely make one anxious. I didn't know I was bad with roller coasters. Sorry, Shinichi-kun. It's not your fault, but what should we do? Well, maybe. Never mind. While saying that, Ria places her right hand on my left thigh. Reacting to the unfamiliar sensation, my body involuntarily flinches. Oh? And it seems she didn't miss the expression on my face. For some reason, she adds her other hand as well and starts massaging my thigh as if giving me a massage. Hey, Ria. Shinichi-kun, does it feel good? Are the happy hormones gushing out? No. Just when I was feeling flustered, Yu and Kanda's voices could be heard. Hey, I can see the coaster stopped. Oh, were Hirakawa and Meguro having fun right now? It seemed that they had come back from the exit. It's a pity that other people came so quickly, huh? Ria quickly removes her hands from me, licking her lips. Anyway, it's Leona's turn next. What do you want to ride? Near the exit, Yu asks Kanda. It's my first time here, so I have no idea which ones are for 2 people. I'd like to see some kind of performance. And I'd like something cool. Any suggestions, Shibuya? For someone who doesn't know much, I'm surprised she could find the exit off. It's a minimal world. You ask difficult things. Yu mumbles but then laughs as if she came up with something and recommends it. How about Haunted Palace? The cast's performance is quite skilled. Skilled cast? Oh, that sounds good. Let's go with that. You two go ahead. This is a different ride where I can't film videos, and I need to rehearse where I'll take him next. Ria will do the same. Although Yu's mischievous smile and Ria's good mood seemed suspicious, Kanda didn't seem to mind, and the two of us ended up going into the Haunted Palace attraction alone. Since there was no one else in line, we smoothly reached the entrance. Then a gloomy staff member greeted us with a dark expression. Welcome to our palace. By the way, don't these staff members here look unusually pale? All the staff I met before were full of energy. Oh, I see. As I said it myself, it struck me. Haunted, means something like being possessed by ghosts. In other words, this place is. I see, so it's a haunted house. Indeed. We fell for it. In response to those words, Kanda presses her forehead. Kanda? What's wrong? Well, Shibuya tricked me. I mean, haunted houses are about enjoying fear as a form of stress, so it's unlikely that happy hormones will be released. It might even lead to negative points. True. Hey, Hirakawa. Should we turn back? Actually, I'm not good with haunted houses. Kanda started to sweat on her forehead, and her cheeks twitched, and she tried to turn back toward the road we came from. However, just at that moment, a large wooden door closed with a creaking sound, preventing us from leaving. We can't get out. Welcome, everyone. This is the Haunted Palace. You must be really insane to come all the way to this cursed palace located in such a remote place. We didn't know it was haunted. Kanda's speech suddenly becomes childlike. The gloomy staff member continues with the narration. Then please proceed ahead. I don't think we'll meet again. A different door opened, and as we proceeded through it, Candace squinted her eyes. I can't believe how convincingly they can deliver scary lines with that scary acting. Maybe she should be an actress. Getting Leona Kanda's seal of approval is quite impressive. Hey, Hirokawa. I know this might be seen as cunning or not really fit my character, but Kanda clutches my left arm with tears in her eyes. Can I do this? Even though I know she might be acting, the person in front of me is a nationally beloved beauty. Her teary-eyed gaze and those lines she delivers somehow manage to move me. All right, I understand. Although it's quite difficult, I managed to squeeze out those words. The haunted palace, despite being called a haunted house, turned out to be an attraction that wasn't really that scary when we opened the lid. It's simply a ride through darkness, and there are various not so scary but cheerful ghosts appear here and there, saying things like woo or you. Even so, Kanda clings tightly to my left arm. Earlier, I was about to say, but isn't Kanda good at this kind of thing? That's not true. I'm not very good at this. Do you know my debut film? It's called Grudge Girl. Right. It's a horror movie. Come to think of it, she came into the limelight for playing the role of a girl ghost. Yeah, actually, in that film, there's a girl who wasn't in the cast appearing on screen, and you can hear dialogue that wasn't in the script. She keeps saying, "Help me," and mumbles can also be heard sometimes. It became a bit of a topic because it was real ghostly stuff mixed in on that horror movie. Ever since then, I've been scared of ghosts. I see. Yeah, that's how it is. By the way, Hirokawa, with a soft sound, my wrist feels a bit lighter. It seems like she took off the smartwatch. Hirokawa, I think this is better. Even if you feel stressed, I don't think it's fair for me to get a minus score just because Shibuya set me up. And if Hirokawa sticks close to me and releases happy hormones, it's like I'm using a kind of seduction tactic. Isn't it also unfair? It should be fine according to the rules, but it's just not desirable for Hirokawa, right? I partly agree and think for a moment. No, wait, let's not. When I shake my head, she says, okay, and puts the smartwatch back on my left wrist. I think to myself, she's really obedient to my suggestion. And then I realize Kanda's true intentions. Darkness and fear are very specific conditions, as expected of a renowned actress. I grab her left wrist in dismay. And in the darkness, I look at her. Kanda, let's make a deal. Section. After that, the three of us take turns riding the attractions. Among them, Yuu's coordination was remarkable. Not just riding the attractions. She guided us and told us the behind-the-scenes stories of each attraction. She also told us where to stand for the best photos, which seat to avoid getting wet or, conversely, where water would splash on us during the ride. Why are you so good at guiding? I asked her while the four of us were having a late lunch. Because Disney is Japan's top Instagram-worthy spot, so I've been here many times and tried various things each time. Influencers are truly different. Yeah, I can't compete with that level of experience. Both Meguro and I haven't been here much due to our professions, so we might be at a disadvantage. That's true. Ria has been here only once for work. Really? What kind of work? I had a job where I danced with Flippy-kun and Finny-chan. What? Ria, you've had such an amazing experience. Yu enthusiastically chimed in and seemed a bit envious. Before the 3 p.m. midterm presentation, we returned to the main monitor in the park. Personally, I thought Yu might be in the first place. With the 3 participants watching anxiously, the current points of the 3 were displayed. Ria Meguro, 400 points. Leona Kanda, 1,200 points. Yu Shibuya, 1,000 points. Leona-chan is in first place. How did that happen? I'm surprised too. I thought Shibuya would be first, but if that's the case, what's the reason? I feel pathetic as I hang my head. Shinichi-kun, how much do you love jerseys? You said that I was good, but your body is honest. I want to retort you, but I can't argue with it because it's true. Maybe it's about time. Ria mumbles in a low voice. Meguro? It's nothing. It's Ria's turn next. I have to make a comeback. Ria puts on a smile as if she's trying to hide her feelings. At that moment, I discreetly raise my hand and make a suggestion. Can we go shopping and use the restroom for a moment? I stop by the store to do some shopping and, when I come out of the restroom, I find Kanda waiting there. What about you and Ria? Shibuya said, I'm off to choose where the next attraction will be. And Meguro said, I'm going to check out where we're going. And then left. Kanda mimics the voices and speech of the two, informing me, as expected of an actress, you imitate them perfectly. Well, I've accumulated experience for a reason. You won't get anything even if you show off your skills. After a few pleasantries, Kanda points towards the entrance and says, the princess has come to pick you up. Apparently Ria had returned. Then she took my hand and started walking. Hey, where are we going? A place no one can't take you unless it's Ria. Is there such an attraction? It's not about the attractions. You see, Ria actually knows a way to enter the backstage area. Ria knows a hidden route used by the cast, like Flippy-kun and Finny-chan, which allows them to walk around without being noticed by others. Someone like Roliona-chan walking on the main streets would cause quite a commotion. I see. That's interesting. Actually, I'm genuinely curious now. By the way, Flippy-kun and Finny-chan refer to the rabbit characters who oversee Disneyland. Right here. We enter, Ria says, pushing aside the unused popcorn wagon made of bricks next to the restroom. Here's where it gets exciting. Ria presses a slightly darker brick in the middle of a seemingly plain wall. Oh, wow! For a moment, a narrow gap just enough for one person to slip through opens and then quickly closes. It seems we have to slide through in that split second. So it's a hidden door? Yes. Isn't it amazing? Well then, Shinichi-kun, go in first. I swallow my saliva and push the brick to enter, then Ria follows right after. We made it. It turns out we're not in a backstage corridor but rather a dressing room-like space. Apparently, just on the other side, it serves as the stage. The door leading to the stage is tightly closed. In the dressing room, there are a few mirrors surrounded by light bulbs and several chairs. Then, there was a key placed on the desk. Looking at the door again, I noticed there was a keyhole. It seems that the door is designed to be locked from the inside using the key. I see. There was no key on the outside, so after someone entered, they needed to lock it from the inside. Otherwise, if someone accidentally pressed that brick, they would become aware of this place's existence. As expected, it's well thought out. Yeah, Ria also thinks so. No, seriously, this is amazing. As I expressed my amazement with a foolish look on my face, suddenly, there was a click sound. Ria, I've trapped you. Ria flashed the key, then put it into her shirt, right between her ample cleavage. Huh? Hey, Shinichi-kun, do you know how much it costs to talk to Ria for 5 seconds? With a suspicious and alluring smile, Ria approached me closely. Huh? 5 seconds? Why the sudden question? You see, my CD costs 1,500 yen and to get one 5-second handshake ticket, you have to buy one CD. And then, pressing her ample bosom against me, she leaned in, bringing her body close to mine and traced her index finger on my chest. Hey, Shinichi-kun. Ria kept her hand on my chest and stared intently at me from up close. Even with skinship, happy hormones are released, right? Well, yeah, probably. But, so you see, my heart races. I can't control myself. Ria will give you, number one idol, Ria Meguro's first kiss. K-kiss? Imagine it, Shinichi-kun. Ria places her index finger on her own lips, emphasizing her words. The first kiss of Ria Meguro, something that millions of people couldn't get no matter how much they tried. I'll give it to you, Shinichi-kun. And if you choose Ria in the end, then who knows what else. Why would you do something like that? Isn't it better for you to know how much value there is in what we're going to do, Shinichi-kun? Then, more happy hormones will be released. With her lips so close, I can feel her breath on my body. My brain feels like it's melting. My sanity is losing its shape, liquefying and becoming gooey in this heat. Undoubtedly, if I accept this now, my honest body will likely produce a large amount of those so-called happy hormones. No, perhaps, In the current situation, they are already being produced in large quantities, but I'm going to stop her. That's not okay. I didn't come here for something like this. Huh? I came here to find a marriage partner. Someone I can be together with without getting divorced. And now that I have the chance to talk with Ria, whom I couldn't read the most, the thing I should do is not skinship. Hey, Ria, now that we're finally alone, let's talk. Talk? Ria furrows her brows. I really wanted to know, why do you want to win so badly? I told you it's because I love you. Why are you asking me such a thing? I came all this way to quit being an idol for you. Right. I don't understand the real you, Ria. You say you love me, but I don't understand why you would fall in love with me. We haven't even met. Even if we haven't met, there are plenty of boys who are genuinely in love with me without meeting in person. Her words hit me, and it felt like my efforts were being brushed aside. This can't continue like this. No choice but to change tactics. With slightly sweaty hands, I gently grasp both her shoulders. 2 seconds of meditation. So, Ria, how much do you really love me? How much? A lot. Of course. I see. Then, how far would you be willing to give me? How far? That's embarrassing, you know. I notice the anxiety in Ria's expression and don't let it go unnoticed. If you truly love me, you would forgive me for something more than a kiss, right? Why yes. Of course. Wait, more than a kiss. What could that be? After hesitating for a moment, I muster up the courage and confess, touch your chest, or something like that. Huh? Ria momentarily looks taken aback but quickly puts on a smile. Right now? Yeah, now. My shoulders are sweaty, and my hands are also quite sweaty. Hey, are you okay with this? Come on, here I go. Wait, don't rush, okay? Take it easy. I want to kiss you. I prefer the chest. What? You're being perverted. You really are a perverted guy. She seems repelled. I can't blame her. I can't blame her at all. Why? You just told me that you loved me earlier, didn't you? Why yes, but... Her trembling shoulders convey not sweet tension but genuine fear. It's only natural. In a way, I've cornered her into admitting it. Gently, I reach out my hand toward her chest. With a sweet exhale, her body tenses. Hey. Then, with glistening eyes, she looks at me with a determined expression. If I let you touch, will you choose me till the end? I'm sorry, Ria. I gather my resolve and thrust my hand into her chest. I take out the key. I barely touched her. I distance myself from her. No, my heart can't handle it. Tell me you're kidding. This can't be true. Did you lie to get the key? Would anyone do such a thing? That's my line. Ria Meguro was hugging herself and giving me teary eyes in protest. It would normally be a quite seductive scene, but that's not what matters now. If Ria doesn't speak the truth, I'm leaving from here. Wait. After gently inserting and removing the key into the keyhole, I push the door. But, the door remains completely shut, not budging at all. It won't open. What? Ria rushes to the door and tries to push it. It really won't open? Just a moment ago, it was I've trapped you. Despite saying that, Ria ended up trapped. Is this a joke? The worst. An hour passed, and we were still trapped. After trying to knock on the door and shout, it seemed that the door was quite thick, and our voices couldn't reach outside. There were only a few staff members besides me, Ria, Joe-san, Kanda, and you. It's unlikely that the staff would come to such a cramped place during a private rental session. It seems that the door is designed not to open from the inside. However, it could be opened from the outside when entering. So if someone outside noticed, they might come to our rescue. Well, that's the only thing we can hope for. It's too hot. Yeah, you're right. It's August now. The air conditioning must be managed centrally somewhere is turned off, and the unused dressing room turned into a steam bath. Even Ria, who was acting all tough until a while ago, couldn't withstand the heat and slumped onto the desk. Her sweat-drenched shirt and underwear were slightly see-through, so I averted my gaze. We might die here like this. No way. Even in this emergency situation, the overly cutesy way of speaking at the end doesn't change. Looking at this, it seems to be a genuine aspect of her true nature. Though, I must admit that I found her slightly rougher tone somewhat endearing. Reverse Gabmo, I guess. I took out my smartphone and tapped on the screen, pretending to do something. What are you doing? There's no SIM card, so you can't contact anyone. Have you gone crazy? Or are you acting stupid? I retract my previous statement. I said too much. Well, I appreciate her straightforwardness in taking this situation seriously. I'm writing a farewell letter. A farewell letter? I nod. If I were to pass away, this farewell letter would hopefully convey the feelings I wanted to express and reach the person I intended to share them with. What about you, Ria? Any words you want to leave behind for someone or any specific person? I mean, should I write one too? If we manage to escape, you can just delete it. Isn't it scarier not to leave anything behind? Maybe so. Ria will write one too. Once again, Ria obediently starts typing on her phone, which still has no signal. What are you going to write? Something like "Please forgive me for leaving you behind"? Huh? Why would Ria write something like that? I was truly taken aback by her genuine horror. No, I mean, maybe you want to write that you want your hard-earned money to go only to your real family. Real family? Never mind. I just said something strange because of the heat. I decided I had said too much and stopped. Then Ria lets out a sigh and falls silent. Ria, in that case, using a smartphone won't do. Huh? I explained the basics of inheritance and inheritance rights to her. What I said earlier was about a simple farewell letter, but when it comes to giving instructions for an inheritance, it's called a will. They might sound similar, but they're completely different. A farewell letter doesn't have any legal effect. A will needs to be handwritten, meaning it must be written by hand. Oh. So, if Ria were to pass away now, where would the money she earned go? Well, most likely, it would go to your family. Family? You mean people I live with? Ria's voice drops by one tone. No, it doesn't matter if you live with them or not. It refers to your biological parents. If you have siblings, it won't go to them. That's impossible. Ria spits out coldly. What should I do? You need paper, a pen, and a personal seal, Incan. So, we can't write a will here. It's the worst. Find a way, please. I don't even know why I worked so hard as an idol. Seeing Ria desperately grasping and shaking my chest, I finally felt like I had touched her true nature. If I press here, maybe. Well then, I'll think of a way to write a will. So please tell me more about your situation. You really are willing to help me? Of course. All right. I mentally celebrate with a fist pump. I hope you won't take it too heavily, but I don't have a father. Or rather, he's no longer around the house. The company he was running went bankrupt and he disappeared. Or rather, evaporated. You could say. I see. I respond as calmly as possible. I understand that talking about this kind of thing can be burdensome, as I lost my own mother at a young age. It's not so much that I don't want to talk about it. It's more that I'm afraid that people will feel too much sympathy for what I consider to be a normal situation. Making the decision takes a toll on one's spirit. So, I live with my mom and my little sister, Aim-chan. My mom started working as a part-time employee to support me and Aim-chan, and I, on the other hand, thought about how to earn money as soon as possible. I see, that's why you became an idol. That's how it is. Ria continues. Well, I mean, normally, becoming an idol would involve attending training schools and might even cost money, so it's often the children of wealthy families who become idols. The girls in Harem were all wealthy kids too. Of course, they were all good kids. Harem is the abbreviation for the idol group Harem completes that Ria was the center of. I see. Becoming an idol must have been tough. Huh? Ria had this foundation that I received from my mum. She says it with neither boastfulness nor seriousness, just calmly stating the fact. The foundation probably refers to Ria's innate characteristics, not just her looks but also her style, voice, and other inherent qualities. Then, all Ria has to do is to make the most of them. But doesn't that also require a lot of effort? That's true, but it's to support my family. Ria smiles maturely. A 15-year-old girl said, to support my family. So, that's the reason you joined this Love Study Abroad program? Yeah, that's right. Ria admits it more easily than I expected. Being an idol is unpredictable. You never know how long you can stay active. It's different from regular jobs with retirement ages still far away, and I might have 40 or 50 more years of not earning anything later. Living for such a long time with the savings I made during my idle days is impossible. However, it's not like you'll be completely secure if you're with me. I might have a big failure in my business. I hesitate a little and eventually say it out loud. Like Ria's father. I know, but that's not really relevant to me. Not relevant? Surprised by her unexpected response, I tilt my head. If we get engaged at this timing, I think I can get financial support to go to university. Then, I can learn to live independently, with an expression that shows both innocence and intelligence deep within. I want to be able to earn money on my own. You've thought it through that much? I have. That's why I want to get engaged while I'm still in high school. On the other hand, if I can't get engaged now, it feels meaningless. That's the reason I joined this study abroad program. I see. Ria smiles bitterly and says, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Why didn't you tell me that from the beginning? Would Shinichi-kun choose someone who approached you for money? I give her a dry smile, and express my honest thoughts. What's wrong with forming a contractual relationship for money, huh? My answer seems to have genuinely surprised Ria, as she widens her eyes. That's what business is all about, isn't it? I understand the importance of money because I'm earning my own money to live by myself now because I attend a private high school. I've gritted my teeth countless times seeing my classmates who spend money like turning on tap water. I continued, in my case, it's true that I had a privileged upbringing and education from birth to middle school. I'm aware that I have a sharp mind, as you put it. I had the foundation. I also realize that I'm fighting using that as my weapon, but precisely because of that, I genuinely admire Ria for using everything she can as her weapons and earning money. Really? Yeah, I nod. This is my true feeling. Ria, I thought you were incredibly cool. Shinichi-kun. After calling my name with wide open eyes, Ria shakes her head as if to brush something off. No. It's not like that. It's not a big deal. Really, Ria don't think much about it. Ria's Japan's top idol. She's not that fragile. The thing is, I get called cute a lot, but not cool very often, so I was just a little surprised. She mumbles something incoherent. No, I'm the one who's surprised by her unexpected reaction. Anyway, Ria wants to make sure Ria's money doesn't go towards that man's debts and instead goes solely to my mom and sister. Can you do that? No, I can't. Huh? Then what was all that talk just now? Ria's expression changes completely, and she widens her eyes in disbelief. I told you, right? Without paper, pen, and a seal, you can't make a will. I told you everything because I thought you could figure something out now. The worst. Ria glares at me with teary eyes. Well, from the beginning, you don't need to write a will. I stand up quietly, and with the coolest smile I've ever mustered, I tell her. Ria, can you get on top of me, huh? That's creepy. Too harsh. While hurt by her reaction, I offered Ria the lighter I took out from my pocket. Do you know how to use a lighter? I know. But why? Are you insane to light a fire in this scorching heat? Did the heat fry your brain? What are you planning? And why do you carry it with you? You're not a smoker, right? I hate smokers because my supposed father used to smoke. Scary. She's really angry. Come back, the gentle Ria from a moment ago. I'm not a smoker. I'm not even 20 yet. I bought it at the shop earlier, just in case. Just in case what? To be trapped like this. What I had anticipated was being trapped with Ria. Not that Ria would be trapped with me. I'm scared because I don't understand what you're saying. What do you mean? Here, start a fire. I point to the ceiling where a fire alarm and sprinkler are installed. If a fire happens, someone should be alerted, and rescue should come. I see. You could have told me earlier. I wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with Ria. As I say that with a cool smile again, Ria kicks my shin and tearfully exclaims. Ria really needs to go to the bathroom. Ria has been holding back so much. Sorry about that. She then slowly climbs onto my shoulders. Oh wow, Shinichi-kun, your head is slippery with sweat. I find your sweaty thighs equally uncomfortable. Huh? Ria's thighs wet? Isn't that reward? Why don't you drink it? Hey, idol. Well, technically, a former idol. If this doesn't work, I'll seriously kill you, you know? If this doesn't work, we'll die anyway. I wonder how many people in this world would be willing to die while being sandwiched between Ria's thighs, but I'm different. Probably. Here I go. Ria lights the lighter and brings it closer to the sprinkler area. A few seconds later, with a loud noise, a shower of water pours down from the ceiling. Wow, that's a lot of water. Shinichi-kun, get me down quickly. Yeah, sure. Ria, who has descended from my shoulders, spreads her arms and takes in the water. Ha ha ha, it feels so great. Yeah, it does. If that smiling face beyond the water spray is fake, it would hurt quite a bit. What are you smiling about? It's your fault, Shinichi-kun. It's not my fault. Definitely not. No, it's all because of Shinichi-kun that. Ria continues with that seemingly innocent smile. I feel a little refreshed now. Is that so? Well, I got to see something good too. Oh, Shinichi-kun, what should we do? If I get in the water, I'll be in trouble. Huh? What? When I look at her, she says, I can't hold it anymore. Toilet. What? I look up at her, and the next thing I know, the door opens. Hey, are you okay, Shin? What is this situation? Oh, Hirakawa and Meguro, were you having fun again this time? Excuse me. Saying that, Ria rushes out, shouting words like a middle-aged man. I hope she makes it in time. Section. As we successfully escape, it's just about 6 p.m. The four of us line up in front of a large monitor. Joe-san is with us this time too. Everyone, I'm glad you enjoyed yourselves to the fullest. Enjoyed? What's there to enjoy? Since the interim announcement, I haven't played with Shin once. Except for that bitch over there. There's no change in points, right? Yu says with a very displeased look. You called me a bitch? Riz also a victim, you know. Meguro, isn't that a bit too much? Kanda says with a smile, taking a stab at Meguro. Now then, let's make the announcement. First, here are the scores from the interim announcement. Ria Meguro, 400 points. Leona Kanda, 1,200 points. Yu Shibuya, 1,000 points. The large display shows the points from earlier. The question is how many points Ria earned. Now, first of all, let's announce Ria Meguro's points. Ria clasps her hands together. Ria Meguro, 400 points. Huh? It didn't change? Why? Even though Shinichi touched my breasts? Watch your words. I barely touched them. Ria grabs my wet clothes and shakes me back and forth. Why didn't you release happy hormones when you were with Ria? Did you really not like it? Is that even possible? Well, I think the happy hormones were released. Probably. Then why? Standing beside us, Kanda smirks and raises the corner of her mouth. That's right, Meguro. Huh? After the interim announcement, Hirakawa and I exchanged our smartwatches. Shinichi-kun, why did you do that? Well, you see, Ria clings onto me, and I cross my arms, making a clear declaration. It's because I'm a real virgin, ? Ahahaha. You and Ria are dumbfounded by my declaration, while Kanda wipes the corners of her eyes and bursts into laughter. I wanted to know two things during this test. First, who I enjoy being with the most. And second, the true intention behind everyone's study abroad. However, I was afraid that if someone tried to seduce me, I might lose sight of both goals. I don't know if it's cool or lame. And I knew that someone, or rather, Ria, would try to do something like that. It's the perfect strategy to release happy hormones, and Ria had already tested it at the exit of the Big Lightning Mountain. But I also saw it as a chance to probe Ria's intentions. So, I asked Kanda to exchange the smartwatches. Ignoring Yu's interjection, I continue my explanation. And why did you choose Leona-chan? Because I can hide it with my long sleeves. With a regular uniform, the wrists would be exposed, and it would be noticeable. Just for that? It's not just that. Kanda had planned to exchange the smartwatches with me initially, and she had set up a strategy where points would only be earned when spending time with her. That's cheating. Ria's eyes widen. Well, Ria is cheating too. I thought of pretending to be scared in the haunted palace and clinging to Hirakawa while trying to switch the watches, but he caught on immediately. That's why I wore a tracksuit. Well, it was embarrassing to have to stay in Disney in my jersey all day long. But you don't show it on your face because I'm an actress. Isn't that amazing? Yu expresses genuine admiration. Good grief. So, I asked her to stop that strategy and, instead of disqualifying her, I requested her to exchange the smartwatch just once. Wow. While Ria seems undecided about whether to be impressed or angry, Yu raises her hand. Does that mean Leona and I are having a fair competition? It should be. So, does that mean there won't be any changes in the next announcement? That is indeed likely. Kanda will probably advance, thanks to the gym clothes effect. Can we proceed with the rest of the announcement? Joe-san interjects. Leona Kanda 1,200 points. See? It's the same as before. I guess that means Leona's strategy worked out. Yu shrugs, and Joe-san speaks again. Yu Shibuya, 1,500 points. What? Yu, Ria, and I simultaneously tilt our heads in confusion. Leona, why? You were holding Hirakawa's smartwatch, right? The points shouldn't have changed. Well, you see. Can you listen to my explanation without laughing? Kanda smiles and explains. I took Hirakawa's smartwatch from him and kept it. I was supposed to leave it in my bag, but, you know, I was curious about what it would feel like to exchange watches with a boyfriend, so I put it on for a little while. But he's not your boyfriend, though? I wondered what it would feel like to exchange watches with a boyfriend, so I put it on for a little while. Kanda says, repeating the same thing for some reason. Then, somehow, I started feeling happy, and then, it seems that the amount of happy hormones I secreted was added to Shibuya, who was closest to me at the time. Kanda says while smiling shyly and blushing. Kanda, that's ha ha ha. It's embarrassing, isn't it? Oh. Here's your smartwatch. I'll return it. Kanda takes off the smartwatch that she apparently had underneath her tracksuit and hands it back to me. Come to think of it, it's like losing the match but winning the game, isn't it? Ria's dazzled voice, which seemed to have lost both the match and the game, echoed in the deserted amusement park. Awesome. All the characters are looking at me, Yu says, waving her hand and filming a video of the parade. The additional date was to enjoy the parade together just before the park closed. We had prime seats directly across from the towering Shangri-La Castle in the center of the park, where we could always have the castle as their backdrop during the parade. Floats decorated with characters and sparkling decorations pass by. Shin, by the way, is your hair dry yet? When the floats carrying the characters pass by, and only the illumination and music remain, Yu puts down her camera and asks me, thanks to you, my hair is dry now. Thanks for the sweatshirt, too. Of course, I chose it for you. I was wearing a sweatshirt set with small character embroideries on a cream-colored fabric. My uniform got soaking wet from sweat and the sprinklers, so Yu gave me the sweatshirt as a present, along with a specially designed set of trunks and a towel. She's so carefree and self-centered, yet thoughtful. I can't help but be impressed by her sincere consideration. Before I knew it, I genuinely wanted to know more about her. Why did you decide to become a YouTuber? Yu smiles, a little embarrassed, and says, why all of a sudden? I just want to leave proof that I existed. Huh. She says it as if it's nothing, but isn't that an incredibly significant, literally, heavy and substantial piece of information? Do you have plans to die or something? What? Of course I don't plan to die, huh? Not understanding the meaning of the question, she asked me again in a surprised tone. Are you asking if I'm immortal or something? No, I'm not, but, just kidding, I know that. Yu sighs with half-closed eyes. When I was in elementary school, I underwent surgery with a 70% success rate. I had a slightly serious illness from birth. Is that so? Shin, have you ever had general anesthesia? No, I haven't. I often visited the hospital to see my mother when she was hospitalized, but I myself have always been healthy and haven't experienced anything like that. With general anesthesia, after they insert the fourth, they put a mask on your face like an oxygen mask. They tell you to count numbers, like 1, 2, 3. As you're counting, the anesthesia takes effect, and when you go silent, they confirm that you've lost consciousness. I see. Instead of numbers, they might ask you to recite the hiragana characters. That could work too. Usually, they say you lose consciousness after counting to 2 or 3. But, for me, I counted to 10 or more. By the time the anesthesia started to work, the doctor seemed to be getting anxious because it wasn't taking effect, and I finally lost consciousness. Is it because you have a resistance to anesthesia? Probably not. Yu shakes her head. At that time, I was desperately trying not to fall asleep. The success rate was 70%, right? In other words, there was a 30% chance that I might never wake up again. When I thought about that, I got scared and wished I had done more things. So, I firmly held onto my consciousness, not letting go. Never wake up again, huh? I softly tried to imagine it, closing your eyes and never waking up again. A 70% chance of success, but that means a 30% chance of failure. It's one thing if it's a batting average in baseball or a hit rate in a game, but a 70% chance of living or dying is an unsettling probability. Well, you don't have to look so serious. As you can see, I ended up in the 70% group. I'm completely healthy now, both mentally and physically, and the chances of it recurring are almost non-existent. I see. Surprisingly, I feel a deep sense of relief, but still, not knowing when I'll die is something that will stay with me from that time on. So, I want to live in a way that I won't regret at that time. I want to be able to think, it was a good life. To do that, I think I should have as many experiences as possible as soon as possible. Shouldn't I do everything I want to do? How long do you plan to live? I don't know. It might be until tomorrow. If that's the case, there's no such thing as an experience that's too early, right? Finally, I understood the meaning of what you said when we first met. I see, she must be living every day as if it were her last. So, it's proof of your life, to leave it in someone's memory. You're good at reading between the lines. You didn't say leaving records, and that's what makes it interesting. Yu smiles happily. Well, I've lost my mother too. Yeah, memories. Records will end when they can't be seen anymore, but as long as people who watched my videos hold memories of me, I'll continue to live on. Besides, there might be someone who takes action because of my videos, and in the results of their actions, I'll continue to live on. She looked at me with sparkling eyes, contrary to her words. Isn't that amazing? That's why I want to influence as many people as possible. I want them to see the scenery I've seen. That's why I became a YouTuber. As the parade passed by and fireworks lit up the sky, she continued speaking. I love fireworks. Not just these fireworks, but I especially love the ones at town festivals. Her eyes reflected the brilliant and dazzling lights that spread and scattered. Fireworks disappear in an instant, but the high school student from that town might invite someone to the fireworks festival and end up marrying them. The young couple who set up a food stall at the festival might use the money they earn for a honeymoon they'll cherish for a lifetime. A child who came with their parents to watch the fireworks might become a pyrotechnician because they want to give others the same excitement. In that way, even the fireworks that have long vanished continue to live on by influencing various people. That's what it means to exist. With the instant shimmer reflected in her large eyes, she said firmly, that's the kind of existence I want to be. I see. Well, even though I say that, sometimes I get scared too. Even if it's the moment of death, I might think, I wish I had lived a little longer. Her expression changed, and she smiled with a hint of helplessness. But, I suppose it's not entirely a bad thing, is it? What do you mean? A life where you want to live more, in other words, a life that's so fulfilling and enjoyable that you regret it ending. Isn't that a happy thing? Exclamation mark. Yu opened her already large eyes even wider and stared at me intently. What's wrong? I felt anxious. After all, we were talking about life and death. I might have said something inappropriate, and I braced myself for that possibility. That's right, she exclaimed with newfound enthusiasm. Yu brought her face literally close to mine, eyes and nose just inches away. That's a really good way of thinking. It made me completely change my goal," she exclaimed loudly. "My goal used to be living a fulfilling daily life where I'd be okay with dying anytime, but I'm correcting it." With a smile on her face, she declared, "I'll live a life that's so amazing that no matter when the end comes, I'll think I want to live even longer." "Can you just change it so easily?" "It's not easy at all. It's because Shin said that, which is why I said it's easy." I started to say but stopped. The wording of her goal is 180 degrees different, but I suppose the essence of what she wants to do is the same. Yu, who seemed to be energized, stood up suddenly. "I think I do want to experience love and marriage. I'm sure that it will make me want to live even longer. There's no way it's too early for a high school sophomore." "And you're okay with me being that person?" Yu could choose anyone she wanted if she wanted to, but she laughed and said, "Yes, I want you." Her straightforward words left me speechless. "You know, I actually admire you. You're living for yourself and with your own strength. That's something not everyone can do." She turned to me and continued, "That's why I chose you as my first love candidate. How about it? Quite an honor, isn't it?" With fireworks in the background, Yu smiled, showing her white teeth. Her face was so radiant that it didn't seem affected by the backlight. Chapter 4, Ex-Girlfriend, Childhood Friend, and Stepsister. "I think it is important for married couples to have a relationship in which they think I feel most at home when I'm with you." In Nazu, a luxury resort area in Tokugai Prefecture, about 15 minutes by limousine from Nazu Interchange, at the entrance of a log house, Joe-san said so. "I can understand that. For me too. I feel the most at ease when I'm with Shinichi or looking at Shinichi." The kanji used for looking at gives me an uneasy feeling. To feel calm while engaging in criminal behavior like stalking. Shinagawa-san, there's something wrong with you. Criminal behavior? To the accurate quote from Ozaki Sumaya, Sakiho Shinagawa responded and tilted her head. "A long time has passed since you broke up, but why this clingy, hopeless ex-girlfriend came all the way here to pester him?" "I'm not being clingy. I'm just here for my own purpose. Can you stop treating me as your enemy just because I'm the only one in the world who has dated Hirakawa-kun?" "Okay, stalker-san." "So what if I'm a stalker? Thanks to that, there's not a single thing I don't know about Shinichi." "Oh really? Then tell me, do you know what Hirakawa-kun ate for lunch on his first ever date?" "Oh, of course, that date was with me." "Ugh, such a cheap provocation." "Naturally. Knowing something like that is common sense." While saying it was a cheap provocation, Sakiho Shinagawa wholeheartedly played along. "By the way, which one does Ozaki Sumaya count as his first ever date in life?" "If it's about the school festival visit, it's tapioca milk tea from class 1 to 3. If it's about the first arcade date after you started dating, it's a cheeseburger set with side menu of fries and drink is orange juice." "How?" As Ozaki was bombarded with information, she was taken aback. That's creepy. How do you know everything?" "I don't know everything, just about Shinichi." "Ugh. Hirakawa-kun, how can you interact normally with someone like her?" Ozaki looked at me with an incredulous expression. "But, Ozaki Sumaya, you acknowledged that both was the correct answer means you remember it, huh? Do you think both memories are important to you since you still remember it? Then, won't you just admit that you're a bit clingy?" It's because I have a very good memory. I can't forget things that happened once, no matter how trivial they may be. I guess being too smart is also troublesome." "Did you just say What are you talking about? It's puzzling. How can you keep talking about such irrelevant things for so long?" As the two of them bickered, or pretended to, my stepsister Mayan raised her retort in an exasperated manner. "We're still in the middle of Joe-san's story. I mean, she has only said a few words so far, yet, it's puzzling how you can go on and on about such pointless topics. It doesn't matter at all what Anichan's first date meal was." "Sorry." Both of them apologized for the undeniable truth. It's rare to see Mayan so displeased. "By the way, this is an utterly irrelevant matter, but the first meal Anichan ever made for me was ginger pork. Though I guess neither of you has ever eaten his homemade dishes." "Well, for Mayan, who has been living with Anichan almost like a couple and eating his homemade dishes almost every day, it doesn't matter much. Homemade. They were intrigued by the mention of homemade dishes. Sigh. Joe-san, please continue your story. I understand that being in a relationship where you feel most at ease when together is crucial for a married couple. Is that what you're trying to prove with this lodge stay? Yes, that's what I'm thinking. Since the conversation didn't seem to be going anywhere, I steered it back. But Joe-san nodded nonchalantly as if not bothered by having been sidelined for a while. In the Disneyland date, we declared the winner based on which of them could stimulate Shinichi-sama's happy hormones the most. This time, during your stay here at Nazu's log house, we'll declare the winner based on who can make Shinichi-sama relax the most. Relax this time, huh? It seemed like the opposite of the previous Disneyland dates criterion, but it certainly could be something essential for a marital relationship. From now until 10 p.m., we'll measure how relaxed Shinichi-sama is using his smartwatch. When a person is in a relaxed state, their parasympathetic nervous system becomes more active, heart rate decreases, blood pressure drops, and blood flow improves. We will measure the time and intensity with the smartwatch. And Joe-san paused as if to emphasize the importance of this point. During the time Shinichi-sama is relaxed, additional points will be awarded to the person who is in Shinichi-sama's field of vision at that moment and contributes to his relaxation. Not the person closest to me, but the one in my field of vision. It seems the criteria for awarding points are slightly different from the Disneyland time. Yes, since everyone is staying under one roof, the physical distance hardly changes. How do you determine if someone is in his field of vision? This time, Mayan raised her hand. According to the development team, it's almost synonymous with the person your brain is thinking of. So, does that mean even when looking at photos or videos, it counts as being in his field of vision? Yes, that's right. I see. Sakiho nodded and said so. In summary, the person who can make Shinichi feel the most relaxed, for the longest and deepest duration while he's in front of him, wins? Yes. On the other hand, if someone is present when he's feeling nervous, excited, or anxious, they will lose points, so be careful. Using seduction or confinement would be counterproductive then. Ozaki muttered something scary. Last time, Ria tried to do both. And for the one who wins the showdown, we have prepared an additional date. Oh right, that's what I was curious about. Sakiho clapped her hands as if she had been waiting for this, then tilted her head. Huh? Even if it's called an additional date, the winner is determined at 10 p.m., right? So, does that mean they will just go to bed after that? You're absolutely right. By the way, this lodge is a bit small. It's a 3 LDK. I'll be staying at a nearby hotel, but we're one room short. 3 LDK means there are 3 bedrooms? Shinichi, me, Mayan. 3 people fit perfectly, don't they? 3 people fit perfectly? You're intentionally excluding me, Ozaki subtly pointed out Sakiho's attempt to eliminate her. Meanwhile, Mayan sat beside them, counting on her fingers and organizing the current situation. Basically, there are 3 rooms. Anichan, Sakiho-san, Sumaya-san, and Mayan make 4 people staying, so we are 1 room short. Could it be? Yes, that's the idea. In response to Mayan's subtle question, Joe-san nodded. The winner will stay in the same room as Shinichi-sama tonight, sharing a bed with Hirakawa-kun. Once again, Ozaki used such an old-fashioned word as sharing a bed. I quickly raised my hand in a panic. Joe-san. Even if it's the same room, it's a twin room, right? 2 single beds. Even if it's a twin room, the idea of being in the same room with someone is too stimulating for me, and I wanted to at least confirm. No, there's only 1 bed in each room, and there are no extra sofas or futons. Seriously? Seriously. He, Shinichi's arm pillow. Now that I think about it, Mayan has never slept in the same bed as Anichan. Sakiho drooled with a lustful look, and Mayan slightly blushed while calculating something in her mind. I see, if only I can get him into the bath. No, but, Ozaki muttered some ominous things in a serious tone. Hey, Ozaki. Bath? It's just I always bring my duck doll into the bath every day. Is that strange? It's not strange, right? Well, Naturally, I had questions like, at your age with that character? In my mind. But I felt an overwhelming pressure that I shouldn't further expand on this topic, so I closed my mouth for now. All right, then we're going to start now. I'll visit you again in the evening. Section. Once again, I thought about what I should do during this villa date. In fact, there are many aspects of this date that I can agree with. In this study abroad, if I manage to find someone and become the president of Verite, I will still continue to strive for the top of the Hirakawa group. At that time, what I sought most in my family life is probably peace. Having a relationship where we can stay together without getting divorced is also an important aspect of feeling at ease when we're together, and it makes sense that I should not feel tension or stress with someone I'll spend the longest time of my life with. In this case, it seems to be a good idea not to think about outperforming them but to surrender to the relaxation value measured by my own body. On the other hand, it also means that I need to protect myself from actions that deviate from the rules. I once again looked at the three participants, Ozaki Sumaya, Sakiho Shinagawa, and Hirakawa Mei-Ian. All three of them seem like they're up to something. Thus, the four of us split up to explore the log house. It seems like the first floor has the kitchen, living room, and dining area, while the second floor has individual bedrooms, said Mei-Ian. I checked the second floor, and there's one double bed in each room, a small table, and just the bathroom and toilet. The bathroom is only in the bedrooms, but there's a toilet on the first floor as well, said Ozaki. We have some dishes and cooking utensils in the kitchen, but the fridge is empty, so we'll have to go buy something, I said. I went around the house, and there was only one motorcycle by the building's side. Looks like that's how we'll get around, Sakiho said, returning from the front door. It's like they're organizing the situation and arranging the hints for reasoning. I hope there won't be a lock-true murder or something here. Hirakawa-kun. Oh, what's up? Ozaki had somehow come to stand next to me and reached her hand toward my ear, causing me to reflexively avoid it. At that moment, I smelled a gentle lavender-like scent. Don't be so jumpy. There was a thread stuck in your hair. I just took it off. She showed me the thread that was stuck in my hair. Perfume. You haven't changed since back then. Oh yes, you remembered. Ozaki smiled lightly. I see, so you can't forget the scent of your former lover, Hirakawa-kun. Do you have any lingering feelings? No. That's. Although I wanted to say something in response, I was internally unsettled by the fragrance that tickled my nose once again. Back when we were dating, she used to wear this perfume. I pointed out that it was unusual for a high school student and that I wasn't familiar with the scent. This fragrance is almost the same as the one I use as a pillow mist. It helps me feel calm, so I wear it when I'm nervous or feel like I'm going to get carried away. Nervous? Why? That's a mean question, Hirakawa-kun. And then she continued. Hanging out with someone you like can make anyone nervous and excited, right? I remembered Ozaki's shy smile from that day and shook my head. Shinichi? Sakiho cut in between Ozaki and me. Shinichi, the minimalist. Do you only have this backpack? I'll take it to my room, okay? Isn't it okay since I'm going to win? Yeah, Shinagawa-san. It's not decided yet who will win. Yeah, I know. Sakiho grabbed my arm, which was floating in the lavender scent, and whispered with a sulky expression. Geez, Shinichi, pull yourself together. As Ozaki said, it's still not known who will win. So for now, each of the three girls secured their rooms, and after the announcement of the results, it was decided that I would go to the room of the winning person. After organizing my belongings, the living room clock indicated the time. It was 1 p.m. As Hirakawa-kun said earlier, we need to go shopping for dinner. But there's no convenience store or supermarket within walking distance. The only means of transportation is the motorcycle. Does anyone here have a motorcycle license? Ozaki tilted her head, and Sakiho wore a sly smile. Huh? You don't know? Oh, right. Ozaki Sumaya is only his middle school ex-girlfriend, so you wouldn't know. What is it? Well, I wonder. Sigh. It's fine. You don't need to say it. I can understand from the context. Hirakawa-kun got his license when he turned 16. Well, that's right, I responded from the side since it was about me. Having a driver's license can be surprisingly useful for part-time jobs such as newspaper delivery and food delivery because having a license can increase efficiency and hourly wages. When I was working at a fast food restaurant that also offered delivery services, they mentioned that they would provide financial assistance for getting a license. So I decided to get one at that time. Now then, let's decide who the other person will be. How about rock, paper, scissors? As Sakiho twisted her hand to form a fist and tried to peek into it, Ozaki grabbed her wrist. Wait a moment, Shinagawa-san. What's the matter? How about you withdraw? In fact, it's not a good idea to go with Hirakawa-kun. Do you think I'd fall for such a lie? Being in Shinichi's field of view for as long as possible is advantageous. The longer I'm with Shinichi, the better. Sakiho frowned, and Ozaki shook her head with a sigh. It's not a lie. Didn't they say it's better not to be together when you're nervous? Think about it calmly. The person going shopping with him will be together before and after Hirakawa-kun drives the bike. Do you think someone can relax while driving a bike? That makes sense? It's puzzling. As Sakiho was about to accept it but couldn't completely agree, Mei-an beside her furrowed her brow. Like Sumaya-san, Mei-an think it's disadvantageous to go shopping with Anichan. I don't think you'll feel relaxed during shopping, but why does Sumaya-san give such advice? If both Sakiho-san and Mei-an withdraw, then Sumaya-san will be the one to go. Do you want to go, Sumaya-san? That is. Ozaki looked taken aback as she was pressed for an answer. That's true, Ozaki-sumaya. Why? I can't help but think there's something more to it. There's nothing behind it. I just feel that I am at a disadvantage compared to both of you. After a short pause for thought, she continued. Because of both of you? Why yes, Mei-an-san, who lived together with Hirakawa-kun, and Shinagawa-san, who's his childhood friend. Normally, you two would be the ones who can make him relax. That's why, even if it involves some risks, I thought I should increase the time I spend with Hirakawa-kun. That's all. Ozaki spoke unusually talkatively. I see. I understand what Ozaki-sumaya is trying to say. Shinagawa-san. In response to Sakiho's words, Ozaki's eyes lit up with hope. Well then, how about rock, paper, scissors, huh? However, the next moment, her eyes darkened with question marks. Shinagawa-san, were you listening? So, all you have to do is decline. You know, Ozaki-sumaya. Again, Sakiho had a look on her face that said, are you an idiot? I just want to go on a shopping date with Shinichi while he recognizes me. It's as if you're saying there's a shopping date where Anichan doesn't recognize you. That's usually what happens. I finally arrived at the supermarket and she followed me, carrying a shopping basket. Anichan, you're walking a bit too fast. Sorry. In the end, Mei-an won the rock-paper-scissors. Sakiho and Ozaki tried to start a rock-paper-scissors game together, but Mei-an said, Mei-an absolutely wants to win here, and then, using psychological warfare tactics like, Mei-an will choose paper, she indeed chose paper and won on her own. Hey, wasn't Mei-an supposed to not participate in rock-paper-scissors? I never said anything like that. I just said that it's disadvantageous to go with Anichan. You just said it's disadvantageous to go with Anichan. What's the difference? Besides, do you think Mei-an wouldn't be able to handle a situation where she's alone under the same roof with either Sumaya-san or Sakiho-san? I guess the bride candidates are not getting along? Of course we're not on good terms, but that's not the point. Mei-an can only be alone with Anichan. Mei-an pouted. And also, Mei-an really wanted to have time alone with Anichan without anyone else interrupting. I see. Although she's saying something quite significant, Mei-an still maintains her usual indifferent expression. If I only take her words at face value, it seems like she likes me. It's strange. Why is your face turning red? I don't know what's going on. But whatever it is, it will result in negative points, so don't look at me like that. I can't tell if you likes me or hates me. It's not about liking or hating. Mayan just wanted to have time alone with Anichan without anyone else interrupting. Don't make me say it again, got it? Well, whether we can actually have uninterrupted time is uncertain. So, what are we buying? I took out 2 pieces of paper. To ensure fairness, I decided that I would take both of their shopping lists and buy everything responsibly so that no unfairness arises. If I leave it to Mayan, there's a possibility she won't buy everything or remove items from the basket. Ozaki's shopping list was written on a plain white piece of paper, but Sakiho's list was. This is inexplicable. I don't understand why she would give us something like this. Seeing it, Mayan frowned. The reason was that Sakiho's list was written on the margin of her own selfie photo. It seems like she's using the principle mentioned in the conversation with Joe-san, that even in photos and videos, she will be within my field of view. So instead of Mayan, who went shopping with me, she wants to make sure she gets the points by keeping herself in my sight. Why does Sakiho carry around her own photo? Is she really into herself or something? Well, it's a picture of me and Sakiho in a recent two-shot. Where is Anichan in this photo? Wow. Mayan, upon finding me in the photo, lets out a surprised voice, and it's no wonder because me in the picture is really small in the background. Even animals that won't come close when taking photos at the zoo are still a bit closer. This is practically like voyeurism. Well, yeah. I sigh and start walking again. While we were walking together like this at the supermarket, I thought of something. It's strange. While we were walking together like this at the supermarket, Mayan says exactly what's on my mind, and I chuckle a bit. Mayan thought the same thing? You thought the same thing too, Anichan? Yeah. And at the same time, Mayan and I blush. It's like we're brother and sister. It's like a married couple. Huh? As I express my surprise, Mayan blushes and goes, Mayan. I don't understand. Don't you have any sense of delicacy, Anichan? With a slightly moody expression that suits a teenage girl, Mayan turns away her head. How about some sausages? As we walk a little further together, a saleswoman calls out to us. Sure, I'll have some. You're really frugal, aren't you? It's not even on our shopping list. I hold out my hand eagerly, and she gives me a sausage skewered on a toothpick. Mayan, who has been raised in a well-to-do family since elementary school, looks at me with a look of dismay. What's wrong? If someone offers you free food, you should eat it. I take the sausage from the saleswoman and put it in my mouth. The firm texture and the hot juices that burst out from the inside are delicious. Wow. As I smile happily, the saleswoman lets out an exclamation of admiration. You seems to really enjoy it. It makes me happy to see you like it. The saleswoman is beaming. Somehow, you have a face that makes me want to cook for you. As I hear a slight noise like something falling in the distance, Mayan stretches a little and whispers in my ear. This person somehow smells like a thieving cat. Homewrecker. Would your girlfriend want some sausages too? Mayan remains silent, looking intently at the saleswoman, and hides behind me, just like a cat. It seems Mayan's habit of strongly disliking talking to strangers she doesn't know has not changed yet. She's a shy girlfriend, huh? Sticking close to her boyfriend. How adorable. Well, she's not exactly my girlfriend. Oh, my apologies. Is it your wife? As I attempt to correct her, the saleswoman only accelerates her misunderstanding. Though it's quite obvious from our age and attire that we're not married, there's no need to clear up the saleswoman's confusion, so I just smile awkwardly and move away from there. I wish you two a long and happy life. The saleswoman is so cheerful it's a bit worrisome. We didn't even buy any sausages. She was quite something, huh? As I say this while looking at Mayan, she nods and says, yes, well, I guess so, with a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. What's wrong, Mayan? I heard we don't really look like siblings. Well, yeah, I guess not. Of course. It's because we don't look alike. We're not even blood related. She was an interesting thieving cat. Mayan smiles, which is unusual for her. After finishing shopping and stepping outside, Mayan suddenly hugs me from behind. Mayan has been waiting for this moment. Ana-chan. I feel her trying to lean against me, and a whisper with a soft voice tickles my ear. "There's something I've been wanting to talk to you about, just the two of us." "Now?" "Yes, before we go home, just the two of us. We've been alone together before, but perhaps what Mayan is seeking is a truly private moment, not just being alone in a public place like the store." "If that's the case, I don't think we're alone right now." "Huh?" I convey my additional request to the puzzled Mayan. "Mayan, just stay like this, hug me." "Huh?" With a slightly displeased expression at my strange request, Mayan timidly reaches her right hand toward my left chest. "Your heart rate is rising." "Are you nervous?" "It's incomprehensible. Are you trying to give me negative points?" "It's futile since I'm hugging you from behind and you can't see my face." As she finishes checking my heartbeat, she tries to withdraw her hand, but I grab her wrist and keep it there. "No, that's not it. Just stay like this. I'm going to summon it now." "Summon? What on earth?" I took out the familiar note, Sakiho's photo, from my pocket and brought it into view. At the same time, "Shinichi, not now." Sakiho Shinagawa suddenly jumped out from a little distance away. "Geez, Shinichi, you're so mean. If you do something like that, you'll give me negative points. Not cool, okay?" Sitting on a bench outside the store, Sakiho looked up at me, not showing any remorse but rather scolding me. "By the way, when did you realize I was here?" "I had a hunch even before coming here. Wasn't it tough to ride a bicycle all the way here?" "It was an electric bicycle." "So, well, wait. You knew that much?" "Wait a moment, this is confusing." Mayan doesn't know what's going on. Mayan, looking unusually bewildered, frowned. So I explained. There was not only a motorcycle but also a bicycle at the log house. Sakiho hid the fact and followed us on that bicycle after Mayan, and I went to the supermarket. She was tailing us the whole time. Is that the case?" "What? Did you find the bicycle, Shinichi?" "It was in a blind spot from the entrance, so we didn't notice it when we first arrived." "That's not fair. You should have told me." "No, I didn't see it." "By the way, what do you even mean, that's not fair?" Ignoring my retort, Sakiho widened her eyes. "You didn't see it? Then why?" When Sakiho checked the log house with everyone, she said, "There's only one motorcycle." That phrasing felt odd to me. Is there something strange? Mayan tilted her head. "Normally, if you find a motorcycle in a place where you didn't expect anything, you'd say, 'There's a motorcycle.' The phrasing, 'There's only one motorcycle,' emphasizes that there was nothing else. So, I thought there might be other vehicles, and since Sakiho doesn't have a driver's license, if she wanted to keep it a secret, the only option would be a bicycle." "I see." Sakiho-san tried to follow Mayan and Unichan with her bicycle. "I understand up to that point, but, however, Mayan's furrowed brows have not yet disappeared. But I don't understand. Why would you do something like that?" "There shouldn't be any benefits to following us. And if you don't plan to reveal yourself, there won't be any changes in points." "Yeah, that's true." Mayan's point is valid. "In this competition, there is no merit in following closely as it wouldn't add any points." I can't understand the reason behind Sakiho's actions either. "Why is that, Sakiho-san? That's just common sense." However, Sakiho says it with a face that seems to say, "I don't understand the meaning of your question." "Because he, Shinichi, is there." Is Sakiho-san's stalker motivation the same as that of a mountain climber? It's really a part of her that I can't understand. We waited for Sakiho with her bicycle by repeatedly stopping, and the three of us finally returned to the log house together. "Welcome back, Hirakawa-kun." At the entrance, Ozaki was waiting with an oddly gentle expression. "You were quite late." "Huh?" "I've been waiting this whole time. I just brewed some herbal tea with relaxing effects." "Hirakawa-kun, want some?" "Wait a moment, Ozaki-suma." "That's unfair." "Shinagawa-san, I wonder which person should say something like that." "Sumaya-san, why are you answering while smiling?" As Mayan pointed out, Ozaki had a smile on her face. Her words and expression don't match. Perhaps she's being considerate, thinking I'd get nervous if she showed an angry face. But thinking about what's boiling over inside that smile is somehow scarier. "Now, take a seat at the table." "Hirakawa-kun, you sit here." "Understood." I was guided to the front seat of Ozaki. She probably did it so I could have her in my line of sight while drinking herbal tea. Considering Sakiho's trickery, it would not be too much of a burden for me to comply with the request. Ozaki poured herbal tea into 4 cups from the teapot and handed them to us. It seems she prepared not only for me but also for Sakiho and Mei-an. Then, Sakiho raised her hand. Wait a moment, Ozaki-suma. Isn't there some sleeping drug or poison in this? That's not possible. It's poured from the same teapot. Ozaki took a sip from her cup and showed it to us. See, there's nothing wrong, and if you don't want to drink it, that's fine. Are you sure? But there's a possibility that it's only smeared at the bottom of Shinichi's cup. Come on, drink Shinichi's. All right. How about this? As instructed. Ozaki took a sip and showed the cup to Sakiho with a dumbfounded look. Not good yet. It might be smeared only in one spot on the rim, while the rest is covered. Lick all around the rim. You're so suspicious. Then, Ozaki used her bewitching tongue and licked around the rim in one smooth motion. Did you fall for it? At that moment, Sakiho put on a mischievous grin. What's wrong? Come on, Shinichi? That's the cup Ozaki-suma had her lips on. Yes, as Ozaki knew, using seduction in this showdown was a no-go. While she didn't intend it as a seduction, it had a strong impact on me, a boy from an all-boys school. Hirakawa-kun, you don't really care about that stuff, right? Yeah, of course, I don't care at all. And here, Shinichi Hirakawa's bad habit as a virgin kicks in. He's the type who acts like he doesn't care even though he does. He knows it himself. Tea then, please have a drink. Come on. Yeah, thank you. It's hot. I am sorry. Surprisingly, Ozaki slipped and spilled the herbal tea on my thigh. Even Sakiho, who was provoking, didn't expect it to turn out like this and looked at me with a sorry look on her face. Mei-an had a similar expression on her face. With the hot temperature, I finally remembered. This girl, who looked perfect in appearance and intellect, was actually quite clumsy. Come to think of it, it's evident in her actions and words. Afterward, she continued to demonstrate her clumsiness as a high-class young lady. Having wet my pants, I borrowed Ozaki's room and changed into the pants I brought for pajamas. To avoid being locked up by Ozaki, Sakiho and Mei-an accompanied me. When I came out of the changing room, a burnt smell hit my nose. Hirakawa-kun, how about this? Incense is said to have a relaxing effect. It's a quite nice incense. Wait, Ozaki, fire. To my surprise, the bedside table where the incense was burning had scorched a bit. I was shocked and horrified, probably minus points for her. After dealing with the minor fire incident, Ozaki took out the yoga mat. Through yoga and stretching, the relaxing effect will increase. Hirakawa-kun, you're completely off. Lower your hips and spread your legs wider. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. In the throes of agony, she accumulated even more minus points. After repeating such things a few times, Sakiho and Mei-an seemed to have judged something. It might be better to let Ozaki-suma do this. She's the one at a disadvantage. True, they seem to have concluded, and they let her do as she pleased under their watchful eyes. Sigh. Hirakawa-kun, please, let me give you a massage. Ozaki, who had been failing repeatedly, seemed to be quite cornered and finally resorted to using words like please to me, which didn't suit her at all. It appeared that this was her final move. Could you lie face down on the bed? Feeling a little sorry for Ozaki, I obediently complied, although I turned my head sideways to avoid feeling suffocated with my face buried in the pillow. I really like your face, Shinichi. Sakiho gazed at me with a blissful expression as she rested her chin on the edge of the bed. When I turned my head to the other side, Mei-an, with her small animal-like serious expression, said, I see, while observing me. Hey, Ozaki. Don't say it. I know. In other words, while Ozaki was massaging my back, I couldn't see her face, so the relaxation points generated by this massage would be claimed by the two girls standing beside me. But this wasn't acceptable. As someone who wanted to know the relaxation value I could get from each of them fairly, this situation was not welcomed. Hirakawa-kun. So, I buried my face into the pillow. Like this, I would see no one. Hirakawa-kun. As I mumbled, the hands massaging me added a gentle strength. Although I couldn't see her even if she massaged me, she was oddly conscientious about the massage. I felt so comfortable that I started dozing off and eventually fell asleep. Section. Unichin, 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 Unichin. When I woke up, I found Mayan sitting astride on top of me. "Why are you here calling my name?" Since ancient times, it's a little sister's duty to wake up her Unichin like this. "But you've never done anything like this back home?" It was just a little joke. It's hard to tell when she says it with a straight face. "Okay, why were you calling me?" It's a subliminal effect. I thought. "I want to appear in my Unichin's dream." "I see." As she gave a vague answer, I heard the sound of someone approaching. "Hey, Mayan-chan." "You're sneaking ahead again." "Yes, Mayan-san. It's not fair that you keep doing things like that without helping much with the cooking. It's inexplicable." Mayan only fulfilled her traditional role as a little sister to wake up her Unichin. "You never did that when you were at home, did you?" Sakiho knows everything. I couldn't say that anymore. It's getting scary. Dinner was curry. The three of them apparently made it together, or so they claim. "Sorry for just sleeping. Let's eat," I said as I held the spoon, but then Sakiho, who was sitting next to me, tapped my shoulder. "Hey, Shinichi." When I turned to look, Sakiho was offering me a spoon with curry on it. Why? I can eat on my own." "Come on, Shinichi, you're such a slow-witted childhood friend. Just eat it like this." "While you're eating, you can look at me. You can relax a lot, okay?" "Wait a minute, Shinagawa-san." Ozaki stood up with a clatter. "If that's the case, it's not fair that each of us doesn't get the same chance." Sumaya-san's argument does have some merit as a spur-of-the-moment idea to make Shinichi choose her. I also want to give it a try. It wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment idea. But oh well. Anyway, Hirakawa-kun, please eat from my spoon too. Saying that, the other two also offered their spoons. Suddenly, Sakiho had a sly smile on her face. "All right then, let's be fair and have him eat from each of your spoons." While munching, keep your partner in your line of sight. Let's fairly measure which spoon brings the most relaxation. "Okay, Shinichi?" "Yeah, sure. Well, there's a possibility of feeling tense and losing points, but that's part of being fair." Hirakawa-kun. Unichin, here you go. Now, Shinichi. I received curry from each of their spoons, and when I tasted Sakiho's curry, the words "I see" unconsciously escaped my mouth. It's inexplicable. When you ate Sakiho-san's curry, your expression was different. "Sakiho-san, did you do something? Is it about this?" Sakiho took something out from under the table. On her lap, "I just added a little bit of secret miso seasoning. Only for my portion, you know." "Didn't miso not appear on the shopping list?" "I brought it myself." "Because if I don't hide it, it can't be a secret ingredient, can it?" "What's with all this preparation? It's true Unichin really liked miso." Interrupting my question, Maya nodded her head. "Adding miso as a secret ingredient to curry is my mother's original recipe." Sakiho smiled proudly as she said that. "Both of you underestimated the information of a single stalker, huh?" Section. At 10 p.m., Joe-san arrived at the log house. How was the date? Mayan couldn't leave much of an impression for Unichin. I also ended up making mistakes all the time, and I don't think there was a moment where Mayan-san scored any points. It's unfortunate, but it seems like it's Shinagawa-san's victory. "It's all for the sake of Shinichi's love." Sakiho casually wrapped her arm around mine. "I see. Well then, I'll announce the points now." One by one, Joe-san read out the points. Hirakawa Mayan-sama, -200 points. Minus? Really? Mayan seemed more surprised than disappointed as she looked at me. "It's puzzling." "Were you nervous or excited about something, Unichin?" "I don't understand what you're talking about." I couldn't confess that I got excited by being embraced by my sister, even though it was just for appearances. Next, Sakiho Shinagawa-sama. 500 points. Hee. From my love's perspective, that's nothing, you know? With a triumphant smile, Sakiho moved closer to me. "Well, I did everything I could." "Can't be helped." And next, Ozaki Sumaya-sama. Ozaki seemed to give up. Her expression dimmed slightly, and Joe-san announced the points. 1800 points. See? I told you Ozaki Sumaya is just an old-fashioned shy girl. Wait, 1800 points? Sumaya-san, no way. Both of them showed expressions of shock. Wow. Ozaki displayed the most surprising reaction. Then, Joe-san declared the results once again. The winner is Ozaki Sumaya-sama. Am I dreaming? Well, I was the only one who had predicted that outcome. Let me reveal the truth. I had a dream while taking a nap after Ozaki's massage. In the dream, I was with Ozaki. The reason for the dream was simple. The same fragrance as Ozaki's perfume was also on her pillow. It was probably because of her pillow mist. That fragrance also had a calming effect, and even after waking up, I continued to sense Ozaki's scent. If we define the person in view as the person floating in our mind, then it makes sense that the person who appears in our dreams while sleeping also qualifies. In other words, Ozaki Sumaya, who had been in my view during my most relaxed time, my sleep, emerged victorious. It's like a little dream come true. Section. And then, 1 hour later, I was sitting on the bed, stiff in various ways. This room was securely locked, ensuring no intrusion from the outside world, including Sakiho and Mei-Ian, until morning. In return, it created a completely sealed room that couldn't be opened from the inside either. Just being in this unnaturally intimate room with Ozaki was nerve-wracking, and I could hear the sound of water from the bathroom. The sound of water being released from the shower mixed with occasional sounds, probably responding to Ozaki's movements, creating a vivid atmosphere. With no sofa or other place to sit, I found myself sitting on the edge of the bed. I felt reluctant to look toward the entrance where the bathroom was, so I focused on an abstract painting hanging on the opposite wall. I couldn't quite understand what was depicted, but some parts of the painting looked like the shape of a naked person. No, this was getting dangerous for me. I thought of counting prime numbers to distract myself, but before I could do anything, suddenly, the bed sank, and at that next moment, MMMPHSHH, a wet hand covered my mouth from behind. As I slowly looked up, Ozaki was hugging my head, and her wet hair dripped onto my cheeks. It seemed she had wrapped herself in a bath towel and was kneeling on the bed. Wait. Did I feel a slight sensation on the back of my head? Chest? Aren't you thinking something impolite? I shook my head, stammering. Come with me to the bathroom just like this. If you make any noise, I'll suffocate you right here. She whispered in my ear, and I raised both hands in surrender. Being dragged along by her, we quietly made our way to the bathroom, and the shower was still running. I was pressed against the bathroom wall, and this time, Ozaki covered my mouth with her hand from the opposite side. She brought her lips close to my ear and whispered in a small voice that could barely be heard over the shower noise. Hirakawa-kun, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. The things I tell you from now on are the truth. I was puzzled and asked my mind, for what purpose? But it seemed like that question was expected, and Ozaki continued to explain. There are bugs planted in my clothes during this love study abroad that have 5G mobile data connectivity. The recorded audio from the bugs is sent to my family's company Ozaki Holdings whenever it catches a signal. That was a condition for me to participate in this study abroad. Do you understand so far? I nodded. While I still didn't fully comprehend the reason, I grasped what was happening. Meaning, I can only speak the truth when I'm naked or wearing a swimsuit. Even now, my clothes in this room have bugs planted in them. If you raise your voice louder than the sound of the shower, it might be heard. If you understand all that, I'll remove my hand and give you permission to speak. Got it? I nodded again. Thank you, Hirakawa-kun. With those words, she gently removed her hand from my mouth. I followed her lead and brought my lips close to her ear, and we ended up in a posture where our lips were close to each other's ears. How did things end up like that? It's nothing. She said it was nothing. But while standing there, Ozaki clung to me as if it were painful. Ozaki, could it be? NNGH, are your ears sensitive? I don't know. As her strength keeps diminishing, her clinging force becomes stronger. Is it hard for you to stand? Why yeah. I see Ozaki's blushing ear nod meekly, and somewhere in my body, an abnormal reaction starts. Wait, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. I hurriedly start counting prime numbers. But it's too slow. Also, I'm just saying odd numbers. Moreover, the close contact with her wet body inevitably triggers my physiological desires. What are you doing at a time like this? You're a bit too loud. NNNH. Could you please stop making those sighs? I can't control myself any longer. Enduring it will be tough, Hirakawa-kun. Seeing the helpless state of both of us, Ozaki turns the faucet knob forcefully, setting the water temperature to the coldest. After being splashed with cold water, we both manage to regain some composure and finally become able to talk a little. Anyway, I don't have time to explain in detail. I'm not someone who always takes long baths. If I do it only today, it will raise suspicions. Anyway, there's one thing I want you to hear. Here, she seems to have composed herself a bit, speaking in a serious tone. I came here because I, myself, want to be with you. Ozaki herself? Isn't it for the prosperity of the family? No. It's not like that. I don't care what happens to Ozaki Holdings. The political marriage, deceiving my family, and pretending to be interested in your position are all lies. The truth is, I just want to be with you, Hirakawa-kun. That means. Startled, I move my lips away from her ear, and she continues. I didn't actually plan to break up on that day. Ozaki gazes at me with her teary eyes. I love you, Hirakawa-kun. I'm in love with you and I adore you more than anyone else in the world, always. Ozaki. Her confession shocks me immensely. In that moment, questions like why didn't you say this before? Become insignificant. The desperate, enchanting, beautiful Ozaki in front of me captivates my senses. I finally said it. She sheds tears as big as pearls, burying her face in my chest. Hirakawa-kun, Hirakawa-kun. Hirakawa-kun. I love you, Hirakawa-kun. I finally said it. She presses her face against mine as if rubbing her eyes against mine. Though I know it's wrong, though I know it doesn't justify my judgment, my heart is deeply stirred. That's why I needed to ask one thing. Is there any possibility that even this might be a lie? Ozaki gently moves her face away from my chest and looks at me again with a serious expression. It's natural not to believe me considering what happened. But, as she speaks, she gently touches my lips. I hope this can be some proof. It's my first time being kissed. As I admit it, she responds, ah, what a coincidence. It's my first time too. As her black hair and eyelashes glisten with water, she gives me a mischievous smile. Because someone I dated for the first time never did it for me. You see? Chapter 5, Sauna, School Swimsuits, and Mysterious Letters. Now then, what should I do? The location is back at the headquarters of the Love Study Abroad, Roppongi Sky Tower. I was tying a string around my wrist in front of my desk in my room. Now that the 2 group dates are over, I have to choose 2 people and 2 destinations for the one-on-one dates. The deadline to decide the partner for the individual one-on-one date is tomorrow morning. By that time, I'm supposed to have arranged a phone call with Joe-san through the internal line. I'll reorganize the status of each person once again. Regarding the additional dates, I accompanied YouTuber Yu Shibuya on the Disney date. For the Nazilog House date, it was my ex-girlfriend, Ozaki Sumaya, and with the former idol Ria Meguro, we managed to have a conversation that could be considered somewhat of an additional date. With that said, actress Leona Kanda, my childhood friend Saki Hoshinagawa, and my stepsister Mai and Hirakawa would be the candidates. I've hit a dead end. Looking at the clock, it's exactly 10 p.m. I should take a sauna. On the 64th floor of Roppongi Sky Tower, there's a sauna. Remember, the steam bath is on the 64th floor, Joe-san said with a straight expression. It seems to be modeled after a sauna. Just like in other hotels, there is a sauna, cold bath, shower, and a balcony for outdoor air bathing, but no hot tub. Compared to other facilities, it gives the impression of being compact, but I found it more relaxing when using it alone. I guess it means that high quality is not always the same as luxury. Of course, a sauna is a luxury in itself. I've never been to one at my own expense. However, around this time last year, when I was doing a short-term job at a busy resort hotel during the peak season, my task was cleaning the baths. I was allowed to use the sauna a few times, and I discovered the enjoyment in it. So, when I learned there was a sauna in the Sky Tower, I was thrilled. Since then, I've been going to the sauna exactly 2 hours after dinner every day. It seems like a good place to think. I head to the common living area and take out a sports drink from the refrigerator. There's a refrigerator in each room, but this one is constantly stocked with a wide variety of drinks and snacks. As I go down to the 64th floor and walk down the hallway, it's Shinichi-kun. Ria Meguro, the former idol, waves her hand as she approaches from the opposite side. The steam-reddened cheeks and damp hair from her bath are oddly enchanting. Why does she seem more innocent than usual? While I was pondering this, she looked at me with a bashful smile. Don't stare so much. It's embarrassing since I'm not wearing any makeup. Seriously, is this what they mean by a natural beauty? Are you heading to the sauna? Yes. While placing her hand on my arm, Ria speaks to me. I, however, unintentionally show my virgin-level awkwardness and avert my gaze. If things continue like this, she might tease me with something like, "Oh my, is the post-bath Ria a bit too stimulating for you?" I thought. But then she said, "If you had come just a bit earlier, we could have done the sauna session together." Ria already went in. She lets out a disappointed sigh. Sauna session? Ria, do you like saunas? Yeah, I got hooked on them recently. Recently? When was that? Ria fidgets her lips a bit before confessing shyly. After we got trapped in Disney. Oh, certainly. During that time, we were in a high-temperature room for a long period, got sprayed with sprinkler water, and then went outside. It was similar to the flow of sauna water shower and exposure to outdoor air. I just couldn't forget how good it felt back then. When I looked it up in the library, it seemed like Ria really benefited from it. I see. Turning a mishap into an advantage, so to speak. Well, saunas are really something great, aren't they? With her palms pressing against her cheeks in a dreamy manner, Ria's expression felt much simpler and more like an ordinary girl than her usual mischievous impression. Thinking about it, if I had gone to a co-ed school, maybe there would have been conversations like this during club training camps or school trips. I shake my head in my mind. There probably aren't girls this cute just anywhere, and even if there were, it's unlikely I'd become close enough to chat with them after a bath. Even in an all-boys school, I'm a loner. Next time, will you join me in a sauna, Shinichi-kun? Yes? What are you talking about? That's impossible. No, it's not impossible. Shinichi is the only boy here, so if we use the boys' bathroom, we'll automatically get a private room for the two of us. That might be the case, but, if we did that, I'd get overheated quickly. That's why I'm saying it's not possible. Don't underestimate a virgin. Ha ha ha, I see. Then how about when you're not a virgin anymore? Can we go in together? What's that? Ha ha ha. Seeing that slightly sly smile, my words come out involuntarily. Ria, compared to usual, now you're actually more. Never mind. Well then. Wait, what was I about to say just now? Shaking off those stray thoughts, I quickly headed to the men's changing room. After undressing in the changing room, washing up in the shower area, and wrapping a bath towel around my waist, I finally entered the sauna room. Hey, Hirakawa, I've been waiting for you. Excuse me, I made a mistake. There, I saw a current female high school student actress wearing a school swimsuit, so I made a swift turn. What? Did I accidentally wander into the women's bath? Just a moment. Wait, I feel an arm grabbing me from behind, but I keep moving forward with tension. This is the men's sauna, right? Yes, this is the men's sauna. What are you doing? If the roles were reversed between men and women, it would be a problem. No, even without the gender reversal, it's still a problem. Oh, Hirakawa, you're talking too fast. But here, it's just you. Isn't it okay? Kanda remains calm and smiles at her own pace. Why are you here? Why are you wearing a school swimsuit? You shouldn't do this to a virgin. Ha ha ha. Why are you suddenly exposing your sexual experience and getting all self-deprecating? That's not the point. About the school swimsuit. I thought maybe the all-boys school Hirakawa would like it. I did ask that question, but that's not the point of the question. Also, I personally don't like school swimsuits as much as jerseys. The reason is that it's too graphic. Just kidding, just kidding. I just came to tell you, don't choose me for the date. Upon hearing those words, I stopped in my tracks. Huh? What did you say? What's wrong? You're acting like a dense protagonist from a light novel. Didn't you hear me? When I turn around, Kanda tilts her head. I heard you, but I'm asking about the meaning behind those words. Yeah, since we need to talk properly, let's just get in the sauna for now. But still, hasn't anything like this happened since the study abroad began? Kanda and I sit on the sauna's middle step with one space between us, forming a sort of staircase arrangement. Looking at the scene of a swimsuit-clad beauty in a sauna, it's such a niche sight that it's beyond enticing. It was downright astonishing. By this, you mean someone intruding into the men's sauna? Yeah. After all, everyone knows that it's reserved for Hirakawa. Like Shinagawa, for instance. Isn't she a stalker? I wish she wouldn't say things like isn't she a stalker? So casually. Sakiho doesn't try to see me naked. Huh, why not? I don't know. Previously, when I asked, you wouldn't have set up surveillance cameras in the baths, right? She blushed and shyly said, for that, I'm saving it for the time when we're in a relationship and I can openly look at you. I can't say such a thing from my side, though. Oh, really? That's surprising. Shinagawa, she's more innocent than I thought. I didn't say anything. It's written all over your face. I don't have such a complicated expression. Ha ha ha. You're interesting. Kanda's insight or observation skills are just too keen, but for me, it's really not amusing. So, what do you mean by don't choose me? Did you become fed up with the study abroad? No, it's not that. I want to marry Hirakawa. Then, why? Slightly taken aback by her straightforward words, I ask again. In the one-on-one dates, you can only choose 2 people, right? But within Hirakawa's choices, there are 3 including me. Isn't that the case? Well, yeah. This is something one could expect even without Kanda saying it. In the dressing room of Disney, there were opportunities to talk one-on-one with Ria. With you, it was during the additional date of Disney, and with Ozaki, it was during the additional date in Nazu. Comparing those experiences, there hasn't been a chance to have a thorough conversation with Sakiho, Mei-Ion, and Kanda, the 3 of them since I joined this program. And I'm the most likely candidate, I guess. Because this is our first meeting. That's correct. So why? Well, after showing a slight contemplative gesture, Kanda smiles with curved eyebrows. Maybe because I don't want you to regret choosing me. If I can eliminate myself as an option, it'll reduce one source of regret for you. So, it's not I'm not good enough for you, but don't choose me. In an attempt to unveil her lie, I fix my gaze on her. What's wrong? You're staring at me like that. Hirakawa, when it's just the 2 of us, you tend to become quite bold, don't you? No. Surprised by the proximity that was closer than I realized, I instinctively tried to move away a bit. At that moment, no one will find out, and I won't tell anyone. She grabs, no, pulls, my arm, detaining me. Kanda, this study abroad is strange, isn't it? You, Hirakawa, have to make a promise of marriage even to someone you're not yet in a romantic relationship with. As for me, I haven't even become friends with you, Hirakawa. Before I knew it, I found myself in a position where Kanda had me pressed against the sauna step, like some kind of caved on, walled on, or rather, a floored on. But on the other hand, it means that we have to do lover-like things for this study abroad. When you think about it that way, even if Hirakawa suddenly tried to do something bold in one leap, no one could blame you. That's why my heart beats rapidly. My throat is dry. Whether it's the effect of the sauna or because of the fine skin and fragrance before me, my head starts to spin. Just as that sensation kicks in, Kanda's alluring lips utter something dazzlingly soft. It's okay, Hirakawa. Yahoo! Makes a triumphant return. Wait, Phew, Shinichi-kun. Simultaneously, a brilliantly playful voice burst into the sauna, so bright it almost felt blinding. Ria, Meguro. Wait a second. What are you two doing here together? I thought I'd surprise Shinichi-kun, since he was all alone. No, Ria. Listen. It's not what you think. This is not what it seems. I recognize these words. This is the ultimate cliché line of a cheater. Well, I guess I'm just the convenient fling partner. Kanda calmly continues her analysis of the situation, as composed as ever, even in a school swimsuit in the sauna. What are you talking about? Shinichi-kun, Riz mad at you. You never actually made a move on Ria, yet you're acting like this. Ouch. Are you okay? Ria, caught up in her anger, had neglected her footing and stumbled and fell while approaching us. Ouch. It hurts. What are you doing? Be careful. Ria. With teary eyes and her towel slipping in all the commotion, Ria is frantically rubbing her ankles. Instinctively, I close my eyes. Nevertheless, I'm saved. It feels like both Kando and I said that simultaneously, as if we were both momentarily dazzled by the situation. For the time being, I lead Ria out to the changing area. I changed my clothes in one of the restroom cubicles. Kando and Ria were changing in the changing area. It's slightly hard to accept that, even though this is the men's section, I'm the one being isolated. When I return to the changing area, I see Ria in pajamas, and she's sitting in a chair, holding her head and ankle. Are you okay? Yeah. Shinichi-kun, can you give me a piggyback ride? I can't walk. Well, I'll lend you my shoulder. But a piggyback is a bit much. Riz the same age as Mei-Iron, yet Shinichi-kun only spoils Mei-Iron all the time. Even Ria wants an Unichan. It's not like I've ever spoiled Mei-Iron. Or rather, it might be more accurate to say, she has never been indulged. Hey, Kanda. I don't know. Can't you figure it out yourself? When I looked up at Kanda seeking help, for some reason, a curt attitude was returned. Why are you suddenly getting angry? That. Kanda pointed at my clothes. That sweatshirt. You got it from Shibuya, right? Oh. Yes. Why? So? When I looked puzzled, Kanda puffed out her cheeks a bit. Wearing a present you got from another girl in front of me. How does that sit with you? No, I didn't know Kanda was here. Besides, it's mine to begin with. As I answered, she clears her throat. Hirakawa, you're lacking delicacy. Huh? Her expression inadvertently seemed as if she was truly jealous, and I reminded myself once again that she was one of the top actresses. This is acting. This is only acting. Hey, don't leave Ria alone. Eventually, I gave Ria a piggyback ride to her room and returned to the living room. Hirakawa-kun. Unichan, getting involved with another woman again. Ozaki, Mei-Iron, and Sakiho reacted one after another. Sakiho is glaring at me intensely. Ever since we returned from Nazu, she seems to be in a bad mood. Even though there are sofas around the living room coffee table, everyone is standing for some reason. Ozaki and Mei-Iron had somewhat frightened and troubled expressions. Amidst this, Yu was filming the tabletop with one hand and beckoning me with the other. Shin, look at this for a moment. By the way, that sweatshirt, isn't that the one I gave you? Do you like it? I see. Shibuya is pleased. Ignoring Kanda's jealous acting that never seems to stop, I look at the tabletop. There, on a sheet of copy paper, are pasted newspaper cutout letters, forming a so-called cryptic message. The words pasted there say, "There is a cheater among you." What's this? Seems like an accusation letter. Kanda, wearing a detective-like expression, peers at it thoughtfully. Though the intention is to prevent handwriting analysis, actually seeing such a cryptic message that you'd only expect from crime drama confession notes sends shivers down my spine. Kanda, aren't you scared by this sort of thing? Huh? Not at all. I've seen things like this during drama shoots. Yes, well, that haunted palace was all just acting. That was scarier. So, who found it? Mei-Iron did. It was there when she came to the living room about 20 minutes ago. When I asked, Mei-Iron raised her hand right away. Normally, the first person to discover something like this is the first to be suspected, but whether she knows that or not, it wasn't there when I came for a drink before going to the sauna, so it must have been left after I went to the sauna. Could someone among us have placed it? It could be Joe-san too, right? If we include the staff who replenish drinks, the possibilities increase. But I can't understand the motive behind doing something like this. Kanda and Ozaki tilt their heads one after another. Can I borrow this for a moment? For now, I decided to take the cryptic message and return to my room. In addition to having to consider my one-on-one date partner, now there were two more things on my mind. One is the author of the cryptic message, who created it and left it in the living room. The other is, who exactly is the person who is cheating indicated by this cryptic message. In the normal course of thought, the most likely candidates for the person who is cheating would be Yu and Ozaki, considering they both already obtained additional dates. If that's the case, it could be deduced that the author of the cryptic message is one of the remaining four. It wouldn't make sense for the person who is cheating to falsely accuse themselves through such a note, especially since Kanda and Ria have alibis. Specifically, Ria doesn't have an alibi for the few minutes between meeting on the 64th floor corridor and entering the men's sauna. However, the time window seems too tight for her to go to the living room, leave the note, and return. So, the suspicious candidates for the author of the cryptic message are Sakiho, Mei-Ian, and someone from the management side, including Joe-san. But considering the timing of sliding this cryptic message in and reflecting on everyone's actions so far, section. The next morning, I knock on Joe-san's door. Shinichi-sama, is there something you need to discuss directly? The partner for my first one-on-one date has been decided. I see. Please, do tell me. Yes, the first date will be with Chapter 6, Lovers in New York. Why should Sakiho have to feel bad for being so cute? She told me one day that those words were the beginning. Sakiho and I lived in the same neighborhood and went to the same kindergarten, so we've known each other since then. But it was after that school trip that Sakiho started stalking me. Section. I went on a school trip in the spring of my 6th grade. The destination was Kyoto, a standard school trip. During the free activities for sightseeing in the city, I was still embarrassed to be alone at that time, so I was looking for a spot where no one else seemed to go. I found a Starbucks along the Kamo River. Starbucks was a very busy place, but for elementary school students, Starbucks was a very expensive place to go. So I figured that none of my classmates would come in there. As a result, it was a success, and I did not run into any of my classmates, whom I had hoped to avoid. The only miscalculation was the sight of a childhood friend sitting alone on the terrace, silently holding back tears. Sakiho, what are you doing all alone? Sakiho looked back at me in surprise, and then, perhaps feeling bad about being discovered, she said, Shinichi is alone, too. She shows a calm demeanor. Well, that's true, but Sakiho and I are different, aren't we? What's the difference? Sakiho has a friend, right? Wasn't Imaguchi originally planning to go with you? The girl with the vertical roll hairstyle. Because it didn't turn out that way. This is how it's ended up. You are. Hey, don't cry. Sakiho began crying as we talked. But after I comforted her and listened to her story, she explained how things had become this way. Her story was so simple and childish. Last night, the most popular boy in our class confessed his feelings to Sakiho. Sakiho, who did not particularly like him, turned him down. The confession by the most popular boy in the class became a well-known fact overnight. I didn't know about it, but... The leader of the group, the girl with vertical roll hair, who liked the boy, said to Sakiho, "You're getting carried away, aren't you?" She left Sakiko and the other girls who were supposed to go with her and left Sakiho for free activities time. The other girls were supposed to go around with her, but they left Sakiho behind and went off on a free tour. What the heck? I've come to realize that human relationships are just burdening. Maybe it would have been better if I hadn't refused the confession. That doesn't make any sense at all. If the opponent the girl with vertical roll hair, it's still impossible. Stop calling her vertical roll hair. That girl has a name, Cheyenne and Tatenameki. Despite being betrayed, Sakiho defended the vertical roll. Or rather, the name really reflects the personality, Tatenameki. Either way, with someone as jealous as vertical row Tateno, the relationship was destined to get complicated when that boy confessed. What should I have done then? Trying to calm down Sakiho, who seemed on the verge of tears again, I hastily stood up. You don't have to do anything about it. Those people should be the ones begging us. Sakiho, it's not your fault. Not my fault, isn't it because of me? I nodded in return and said the same thing in an extremely eloquent manner actually. Now that I think about it, I wonder where a 6th grader in elementary school would have the courage to say something like that so casually. It's not Sakiho's fault. Just because Sakiho is cute, why should she have to feel bad? Sakiho looked surprised. Me cute? You got confessed to because you're cute, right? Well, maybe it's because of your good personality. But, anyway, it's because you're charming, isn't it? As cute as someone you want to marry? No, I'm just saying that in general. When I gently denied Sakiho's leaping response, she once again filled her big eyes with tears. Forget it. I don't matter anyway. You're just trying to confuse me with fancy words like general opinion. The fact that confuse came out so naturally is impressive. Nobody likes me anyway. You are. Sakiho started crying again. No, I get it. You're cute. As cute as someone you want to marry. That was the decisive moment when my words of encouragement reached her. Really? Yeah, really. Hee, I see. As I watched Sakiho wipe away her tears and smile happily, I realized that I had already noticed something about her true nature. Sakiho is emotionally unstable and scary. Recalling such things, it seemed that her emotional instability hadn't gotten better even after she became a high school student, and it is being exposed in front of my eyes all the time. Sakiho-san? What is it? The plane was flying at an altitude of about 10,000 meters. Seated in a first-class spare seat that was quite extravagant for a pair of high schoolers, she glared at me. Despite the rare opportunity for a one-on-one date, she had been like this the whole time. To be precise, not just since the start of our one-on-one date, but ever since we returned from the group date in Nazu. Initially, I thought it was just because she was tired or slightly annoyed. Or maybe she just wanted to show an attitude towards the other potential brides, mainly Ozaki. However, it seemed like she was genuinely angry. This prolonged silent treatment was the second time it had happened in our long relationship, the first being when I started dating Ozaki. I've asked multiple times, but are you angry about something? I've told you many times that I'm not angry at you. Upon returning to Roppongi, I had thought that she might be intentionally keeping the reason for her anger a mystery, perhaps as a strategy to secure a one-on-one date. To be honest, I can kind of guess why she's angry. However, I couldn't kindly accept the thought of the method she might have used to find out about it, because Sakiho was probably able to know this information because she was my stalker. Could it be that you're angry about me being kissed? Her eyes widened at that word, and she shot me another glare. She sat cross-legged on her seat, pulling the blanket over her head. It seemed like I hit the nail on the head. I let out a small sigh. Ozaki wouldn't have intentionally shared the details of that night with anyone, especially not with Sakiho. So, it'd mean that Sakiho somehow overheard our conversation in the bathroom that night, from ventilation. Maybe? Sakiho pouts her lips in silence. While it was possible to block physical intrusion by closing windows, curtains, and doors completely, trapping air was impossible. Moreover, it would be dangerous for us if we did so. Especially in lodging facilities, the bathroom vents often connected the rooms, and it was common to hear humming from the adjacent room's bathroom in business hotels and such. It seemed Sakiho utilized that to engage in her usual stalker-like eavesdropping activities and inadvertently overheard our conversation in the bathroom. I thought we had spoken in voices lower than the shower's sound. At least, I hope it wasn't recorded by Ozaki's eavesdropping device. Well, there was no helping it if she heard. However, if we continued in this awkward moment, inviting Sakiho on a one-on-one date would be meaningless. We'd end without knowing what we wanted to know. Hey, Sakiho, about that? No, I don't want to hear it. She pulled the blanket tighter, hugging her knees and making herself even smaller. Sakiho, I said I don't want to hear it. Sakiho covered her ears and screamed. The outburst might have slightly annoyed other passengers, But this was indeed first class. The door was closed, creating a private space, and it seemed that the source of the sound couldn't be identified. They quickly returned to silence, likely treating it as a glimpse of their imagination. However, if Sakiho screamed one or two more times, the flight attendants would probably come here to check. After all, this is first-class flight. Feeling weak, I scratched my head, and through the gap in the blanket, wet eyes peered at me. I cherished it all along, you know. Shinichi's first kiss. Why does Sakiho cherish my first kiss? I was about to blurt it out, but realizing that she would undoubtedly get upset again if I said that. Besides, the time when I was dating Ozaki overlapped with that incident, and for her to confidently conclude that it was my first kiss, well, it essentially meant that she, as a stalker, was monitoring me almost 24/7 even during that period. Or she might be doing so. Even if she were, it wouldn't be surprising, but even if she weren't, and yet apparently, she was sobbing as she imagined my first kiss. I wonder why you were taking a bath together, huh? Didn't you ask me the reason for that? You heard it, didn't you? Yeah, but Shinichi and Ozaki were talking in such a hushed voice that I couldn't understand. I couldn't even hear Ozaki Sumaya's voice. Was my voice loud? Ozaki's voice was probably higher and more audible. No, it wasn't. I have the ability to pick out Shinichi's voice even in the midst of noise. Oh, I see. She said something frightening in a somewhat submissive tone. Out of those, I only caught 3 things. They were, you don't have to say it, Ozaki, maybe your ears. Are they sensitive? Is standing tough for you? Hey, 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 hey. Ignoring my attempt to stop her, Sakiho went on. Is it the first time I've been kissed? And duck, please stop. I'm going to die. Having only my side revealed doubled the embarrassment. Even though it was Ozaki Sumaya, at least it was her. But still, but I couldn't protect my first kiss with you, Shin, next to me, who was so embarrassed that my face felt like it was on fire. Sakiho seemed to be regretful, like the protagonist of a battle manga who had just suffered their first defeat. Thanks to her, I was able to regain a bit of composure. Hey, Sakiho. What is it? Sakiho raises her eyebrow and glares at me with teary eyes. I confessed the truth to her, who misunderstood me based on my voice alone. Does a kiss on the cheek count as a first kiss, huh? Sakiho let out a genuinely surprised voice. Huh? What? What's with the cheek? What do you mean? What do you mean? What's with the cheek? It's exactly as it sounds. I didn't kiss on the lips. Really? Really? It wasn't a lie to appease Sakiho. That time, what Ozaki did was a kiss on my cheek. What? Yes, what? Sakiho laughed, as if her displeasure from earlier was a lie. Once again, she glared at me. No, why is she angry again? The kiss on the cheek. It wasn't your first time, right? I mean, back in elementary school, kissed you on the cheek. Didn't I? Oh, yeah, you did. I did. As proof of my first love, I did it back then. After saying that, Sakiho quietly shut her mouth. It's fine after all. I want you to remember it yourself, so I won't tell you yet. The misunderstanding was cleared up, maybe? And the plane arrived at its destination, the Manhattan district of New York City. Manhattan's cityscape is like a combination of Tokyo's Ginza, Omotesando, Roppongi, Shinjuku, and Shinjuku-jun. In short, it's the metropolis. It gives off a feeling of the original metropolis. Yellow taxis, skyscrapers, a world that seems to have been plucked straight from an overseas movie. And one of its distinctive features is the grid-like layout of the streets that intersect. By the way, when we arrived, Joe-san jokingly said with a serious expression, "The rest is up to you 2 young folks," and drove us and our luggage to the hotel in a limousine. Now, what should we do? When I finally made it to the starting line, I reminded myself of my purpose this time. 1. Is Sakiho the master of the mysterious document? 2. If her first love were to be fulfilled, what would happen to Sakiho's attitude? In order to confirm these 2 points, I chose Manhattan. Hey, Shinichi? Sakiho casually intertwined her arm with mine, looking up at me. Why did you choose Manhattan? Haven't you noticed? Fufu. Well, I guess I do. When I asked again, Sakiho grinned happily. On various occasions, Sakiho had mentioned, as if the two of us had decided it together, our honeymoon will be in Manhattan. While I had no recollection of agreeing to go on a honeymoon to Manhattan or even approving of it as a travel destination, it was evident that, for Sakiho, this place held some significance. So, when we came to Manhattan together, that is, when we fulfilled the big event we wanted to do after getting married, I was curious about the changes she would show. It was likely to be revealed more in her attitude after this date than during the date itself, and whether Sakiho was the mastermind behind the mysterious letters would probably be known by tonight. Well, let's ask just in case. Hey, what was Sakiho doing when that mysterious letter was discovered? As I asked, she, who had been grinning just moments ago, startled. I was in my room. Whose room? Well, mine. Of course. It's suspicious. I see. So, on that night, Sakiho has no alibi after all? Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, Shin. It's a hot dog. Let's eat. As if forcibly changing the subject, she pointed to a hot dog stand and headed in that direction. On the first day, due to the late arrival, we had an American-sized dinner at a cafe-like place and headed to the hotel. Walking around Manhattan at night as high schoolers is dangerous after all. When we reached the hotel, Sakiho and I each checked in. The room key was an unusual one for overseas hotels. It was the type where you insert the key into the keyhole. Well then, good night, Shinichi. Yeah, good night. 2 a.m. Click, click, clack. Clack, clickety-clack. I heard the door open quietly and then slowly close. While sighing inwardly, I sharpened my hearing to anticipate what will intruder do. Something would be stolen, or, I was worried for a moment, but the soft, sneaky steps approached me, and then rustle, 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 rustle. The intruder, Shinagawa Sakiho, slip in into my bed. And from behind, she began touching around my waist as if searching something. Didn't I say we wouldn't do these things until we were dating? Oh, did I wake you up? The intruder, Shinagawa Sakiho, responded nonchalantly, without a hint of remorse. I wasn't asleep to begin with. It's not easy to sleep comfortable. So Sakiho, when did you learn that? I decided to ask about the fact I didn't want to acknowledge. Did you acquire lock-picking skills? Knowing about that is common sense, right? I think it's unconventional for Sakiho not to know that. Lock-picking and stalking are crimes. In other words, Sakiho, you have an alibi, right? About the night of the mysterious letters? Yeah, on that day, when I returned to the room with the mysterious letters, my toothbrush had been replaced with a new one. So, someone stole and replaced it while I was out going to the sauna and returned with the mysterious letters. The only person with a key to the room is me. Therefore, Sakiho must possess lock-picking skills. Shinichi knows everything, huh? I won't say it's only about Sakiho. So, I researched hotels with lock and key locks instead of card keys and had Jujo-san make a reservation. The information about the lock type isn't readily available on websites, so it was quite challenging to find. Wow, Shinichi, were you thinking about me all that time you were researching? She said that with genuine happiness. She's a dangerous girl. Anyway, what do you usually do with a stolen toothbrush? What do you think I'd do? Ah, never mind. I stopped talking, fearing the answer. Why are you doing it? Was opposed with what do you think I do? So, are you coming to steal my toothbrush today too? Or have you been doing this all the time without me realizing? No. This is the first time you've ever said that to me. While saying that, Sakiho hugged me from behind. The soft sensation, rapidly developing since middle school, emphasized its size. Even with a childhood friend, something in me might have reacted strangely. She's starting to bend forward a little. Hey, why? It's a night visit. Sakiho hesitated for a moment, then whispered in my ear. When I heard Sumirozaki kissed your cheek, I trust you, Shinichi. Your habits when lying didn't show. But her voice starting to feel cold. If Sumirozaki had tried to kiss you on the lips, would you have refused? I wonder. In reality, it wasn't a matter of refusing or not. I wasn't told, I'm going to kiss you now, and it was a spur-of-the-moment thing. With my sluggish reflexes, it wouldn't have gone well, right? So, rather than risking being stolen away, I'd rather take it all from you than have it taken from me. Wah! Even though I cherish Shinichi's first time the most, it's no good if Shinichi gives it to someone else without my permission, right? Then, she slipped her right hand into my t-shirt. Exclamation mark. She gently traced her index finger over my chest. And also, when this study abroad is over, Shinichi, you'll get engaged to me, right? I'll win. So, I realized there's no need for you to become lovers with anyone. It's lonely and a waste. I wanted to be lovers, but thinking about it the other way, I realized now is like being lovers. Like lover, temporary, essentially lovers, right? A somewhat popular and troublesome boyfriend who openly dates multiple people. As she unfolded her strange imagination, she entwined her thighs around mine. So, since I'm practically your lover, would Shinichi give me your first time? So, she gently guided my stiff hand to her thigh. Hey, what's happening, Sakiho? Could it be, is she serious? I've wanted to touch you for so long. Wanted you to touch me for so long. Wanted to know you for so long. Wanted you to know me for so long. Wanted to receive from you for so long. Wanted you to give for so long, forever and ever. Unable to bear it any longer, I grabbed Sakiho's shoulders and pushed her onto the bed. If you keep doing this, I was about to say about flower ceremony, but I stopped myself. Blackmail was the most detestable means to me, and making such promises would be meaningless since there is a chance that Sakiho will lost herself even changes her behavior. As I bit my lower lip. Shinichi, I truly feel sorry for you. Sakiho placed her hand on my cheek. I know the real reason why Shinichi became a social minimalist. Actually, huh? With moistened eyes, Sakiho began to speak. Shinichi is truly kinder than anyone else, and he can't bear to see people getting hurt, right? He doesn't want to hurt anyone, right? That's why, to avoid that, he keeps everyone at a distance, right? Exclamation mark. Yet, Shinichi's mom involves him in a program where he has to hurt someone. It's really cruel. I felt my eyes widen at her compassionate expression. So, I'll take care of all that for you? What do you mean? I'll confine Shinichi in New York. Saying that, she put my passport, which I had apparently forgotten about, inside her own pants. Damn, the night crawl was a lie, and that's what she was aiming for. Shinichi's passport is now in my possession. Without me, Shinichi won't be able to return to Japan. So, as long as Shinichi puts on the face of a victim, everything should be fine, right? In that case, shall we continue with our honeymoon in New York as planned for the past 5 years? No, Sakiho. Why not? This way, Shinichi can complete his studies abroad without hurting anyone. Somewhere in my heart, I briefly found myself considering her proposal as attractive, but it's not right. It's not about that. I am participating in this study abroad with my own consent. I cannot accept Sakiho's proposal. As I reach out with trembling hands to retrieve my passport, stupid Shinichi. Sakiho wipes away the tears that were in her eyes and slips out of bed, passing through the bathroom and leaving the room. Even in this situation, she takes the toothbrush. I mumble to myself, then cover my forehead with my palm. No, what about the passport? The next morning, as I brush my teeth with a new toothbrush in my room, there's a knock on the door. When I open it, Joe-san is standing there. Shinagawa-sama has checked out with a suitcase. Checked out? So, Sakiho is no longer here? Yes, and this was found in Shinagawa-sama's room. She hands me a note. To Shinichi, I'll be waiting for you at the place of our first love. Sakiho. The hint is so vague. Where could the place of our first love be? It wouldn't be in Kyoto, considering we're there for the first time together. Maybe there's a clue from our school trip 5 years ago. I recall the events after leaving Starbucks on that day. Section A. What, you took the money out of your underwear? Sakiho's eyes widened when I took out the money in front of the vending machine for a cup of tea. No, not from my underwear. I have a thin waist pouch between my pants and underwear. It's convenient, hands-free, and less susceptible to pickpocketing. Oh, I didn't know such a thing existed. When I was in elementary school, I was taken to New York, and they told me to keep my passport in here for safety. Even when sleeping. You wouldn't want to worry about pickpockets during a trip, right? Eventually, we walked along the Kamo River, spent free time together, and returned to the meeting place. On the way, Sakiho tugged at my clothes. Shinichi, have you been to Kyoto before? You walk without looking at the map. Kyoto's streets look like a checkerboard from above, right? So, even without a map, I can roughly tell where I am. You were probably taught that in class. Is that so? No. What's the point of taking classes then? Well, probably no one remembers except Shinichi, right? Are you kidding? What are others doing during class? Aren't they slacking off? Are there other cities like that? For example, overseas? Why overseas? Well, let's see. Oh, Manhattan in New York is like that. As I mentioned earlier, Manhattan? Where is that? In New York, America. The streets there are like a checkerboard, and there's a river called the East River next to it. It's like the Kamo River in Kyoto, I guess. I haven't been to the East River, so I don't know. As I explain in detail, Sakiho listens and then smiles. Then, let's go there for our honeymoon. Oh, honeymoon, huh? Wait, who? Perplexed, I feel her lips gently pressing against my cheek. It's obvious that it's us. So, when the time comes, treat me the same way you did then. Section. Ah, I see, that moment. Back then. I accidentally blurted it out loud. If that's the case, find me. The rest of her words from back then become clear. There are too many Starbucks, aren't there? An hour later, I was going around Starbucks along the East River. Unlike Japan, there's a Starbucks every block in Manhattan. It's as frequent as convenience stores in Japan. Even though I limited it to along the East River, there were still so many. It's incomparable to the Kamo River. After about 15 Starbucks, I finally find her sitting on the terrace of one. I hastily approach her. Huff, huff. Sakiho, what are you doing alone? I was definitely thinking about Shinichi. So, why did you do something like this? Were you so upset about yesterday? She sips her cafe latte. As I sit next to her. No, I knew Shinichi wouldn't go along with that invitation. Is that so? Yeah, even I understood that Shinichi wouldn't agree to such a plan. So, I decided to come up with a little strategy. I named it the Operation Doki Doki Makes Shinichi Chase You. Is stealing and escaping part of it? Oh, don't say it like that. It's not good, okay? She gives me a scolding look, but it's clear that it's not good from her side. But when you chase me like this, you realize that I'm important to you, right? Sakiho, or rather, the passport you stole from me is what's important. Shinichi. Well, if she takes it home, I won't be able to go back. I've never lost it, but I imagine it's quite troublesome, going to the embassy and all. But, I was happy that you found me. Sakiho was dazzling with a gentle smile. Do you remember that time? There weren't many hints, though, right? If I hadn't remembered, Sakiho would have just stayed here waiting for me, right? That can't be true. I know how much hint it takes for Shinichi to remember. I know that much. In a cheerful mood, Sakiho drinks the still warm coffee in front of her. Sigh. Considering the refusal of yesterday's invitation and the time it took for me to find Sakiho, it's quite a splendid. You seem to know everything, Sakiho. Oh, no. I don't know everything. Just about Shinichi. Back at the Roppongi Sky Tower, on a certain evening. 2 days later. Everyone gathers in the living room, waiting for the announcement of the second one-on-one date partner. I'm so nervous, says Sakiho Shinagawa. You can relax, Sakiho, because it won't be you. You can go back to your room and sleep, says Yu Shibuya. Yu-chan probably won't be chosen either. Neither will Raya-chan. Right, says Ria Maguro. You can be aware of that much. There are only 2 candidates, says Sumaira Wazuki. In reality, it's probably just one, if Hirakawa listens to my request, but, says Riona Kanda. I hope that's the case, says Mei and Hiruka, staring at me intently. In the midst of this, Joe-san announces the name. Sumaira Ozaki, please go on a one-on-one date. Amy. Ozaki eyes widened and surprised. Anna-chan. Mei-an surprised, biting her bottom lip and looking at me. Chapter 7, Lovey-dovey or Die. Oh my. Ozaki, you look even more charming today. Well, thank you very much. Hiruka. Shinichi-kun, on the other hand, with that lack of motivation, those relaxed eyes are quite charming. By the way, are you nervous? Calling me by my last name feels a bit strange. Didn't we promise to use first names when it's just the two of us? Bali, Indonesia. Ha ha ha, that's right, Suma. Yufufu. Geez. Shinichi-kun. In a cafe located in the bustling downtown area at the heart of Bali, there was a former couple, both slightly blushing, sitting with their cheeks pressed together. It was Tenju-san who arranged the second one-on-one date in Bali for them. I want to go to a place where Ozaki Sumaya can wear a swimsuit and we can have a private space, preferably overseas. In response, Tenju-san arranged accommodation with a private pool in Bali, apparently called a villa. Although Tenju-san raised an eyebrow, saying, wanting a private space for a swimsuit, quite something. Joe-san compliments me on how well I plan things out. Leaving their belongings at the accommodation, the two went out for lunch, and that's when the incident occurred, maintaining a slightly distant walk as the appropriate distance for the former couple. Suddenly, Ozaki intertwined her left arm with my right arm. Ozaki, what's wrong? Shinichi-kun, it's fine if you put your arm around my waist as usual, you know? Shinichi-kun. Waist? Come on, don't be shy, we're all alone, after all. Ozaki took my right arm and brought it around her waist. The sensation of her slender waist transmitted through my hand's nerves. This is. By the way, before coming, I made a reservation of a delicious-looking restaurant. She said this, showing me the screen of her smartphone as we walked. Ah, it does look delicious. The note app was open. The words displayed there were, I am currently being monitored by someone from the Ozaki Holdings. They are blending in with the locals. I see, so that's how it is. It was a bit disappointing that they had to come all the way overseas. Well, it might be because I specified preferably overseas in the request, thinking that the signal from Ozaki's bug might not be transmitted abroad. Although compatible with mobile data communication within Japan, it's not guaranteed for roaming communication overseas. Moreover, the fact that a bug can be compatible with mobile data communication is a feat that only Ozaki Holdings, the communication provider, can achieve. Thinking about it, it would be unnatural to assume a connection with overseas communication providers. If that's the case, the recordings from Ozaki's home would be sent, at the very least, after returning to Japan. Therefore, the plan was to leave the bug and spend some time abroad before any intervention occurred. However, it seems the other party understands this well. Instead of relying on machines, they dispatched plainclothes agents for visual and auditory stalking. One stalker is enough, though. I thought this restaurant was good, but what do you think? Saying this, she input another note. So, let's play the lovey-dovey couple. Wow! I unintentionally exclaimed at the text and quickly covered my mouth. What's wrong? Didn't you like it? No. It just looked so delicious that I couldn't help but shout. Oh, that's good. There are other nice places too. Swipe and flick. As for the regular reports injected into the bug, since back from Nazu, Hirokawa-kun has been madly in love with me. Season 1 seems to be confirmed for a first place pass. Why is that? Oops, I accidentally blurted out my honest reaction. I mean, head over heels in love? I mean, what's with that madly in love? How can they able to provide such high-quality ingredients? To avoid any strange noises, I quickly diverted the topic. You'll understand when you see this. If I am judged to be second or below, I may have to dispose of the person in first place. Dispose? Yes, it seems they dispose of everything except the best. I wonder if the person monitoring us can hear my admiration for the distribution route of this restaurant or something. What happens if this doesn't go well? In other words, what would happen if we couldn't play the lovey-dovey couple? I supplemented with a glance. It would likely end. It would go like this. I will be killed as a punishment for telling a lie. What? To that extent? Yes. Isn't this image terrible? The shop closed down, and the place was destroyed to the point of being crushed. If it doesn't go well, it could end up like this. Wait, killed? Not me, but Ozaki? If we can't act lovey-dovey, the Ozaki family is thinking of some serious stuff. Is it really that serious? Well, what should we do? If you're so hesitant, swipe, flick. Shall we go with a second option? Then she displayed another note on the screen. So, let's play the lovey-dovey couple. Well, I myself am not suitable as the second girlfriend, you know. And so, the former couple, under the mysterious premise of being a lovey-dovey couple, found themselves acting accordingly. In a cafe, local staff brought sandwiches and coffee. Ozaki had a sandwich with salmon and cream cheese, while I had one with chicken, avocado, and mayonnaise. You still love mayonnaise as much as ever? Well, yeah. By the way, how do you still remember that? Atsu. Oh, did I say as much as ever? I just said, you like mayonnaise. Did you hallucinate? I didn't point out the as much as ever part, did I? While inserting a retort, thinking that the cat was out of the bag, I noticed a vein popping on her temple. Implicitly, it seemed to say, can you refrain from making inappropriate remarks for a lovey-dovey couple? I'm sorry, I forgot. Osaka. Sumaya, you still like cream cheese, huh? Oh, you remembered that? Then, Ozaki widened her eyes in surprise. Well, that reaction. It's an act. Oh, how can I forget what my beloved Sumaya like? Oh, thank you. I'm happy. Hey. Don't blushing and looking down all shyly. This kind of thing works because it's just mutual act, you know. Should we eat? Why yeah. We started to eat, pretending to hide various emotions and things by touching the plates in front of us. Although they were called sandwiches, they were truly oversized, almost too big to hold with one hand. We considered cutting them with a knife and fork, but since the sandwich bag, in this case, a burger bag, was included, we wrapped them and took a bite with both hands. It's delicious. Yes, it is. Thanks to it being really delicious, we didn't have to act here. Well, the taste of lovey-dovey and the taste of the food aren't really related. Hey, Shinichi-kun. There's something on here, you know? Ozaki pointed to the corner of her lips, indicating the mayonnaise on the corner of my lips. Oh. As I tried to wipe it with my finger, my wrist was grabbed. Wait, this is a chance. Chance? I've been holding back in front of the other bride candidates. She wiped the mayonnaise on my lips with her index finger and licked it off. Ozaki, it tastes good. Ozaki blushed again, perhaps embarrassed by what she had done. No, I'm the one who's embarrassed. Looking at me with slightly moist eyes due to embarrassment for a moment, and Ozaki, who was starting to get a little nervous, looked at me and the sandwich she was holding. Wow, mine is delicious too. I really want Shinichi-kun to try it too. Here. This is like an indirect kiss. Is it really necessary to go this far? Kiss. Now, don't get all excited about such things at this point. Here, Shinichi-kun. It's not like it's your first time. That's why you never move on from your first love. Oh, that why Shoshin and Yubu written with the same kanji. Wait, why Ozaki-san seems a bit too flustered. I don't know what she's talking about. Anyway, please eat it. An indirect kiss is not the enemy of us, who always secretly give each other French kisses. Right? A French kiss. Ozaki-san, aren't you the president's daughter? Is that choice of words appropriate? Please, Hiro-kun, don't embarrass me any further, she says in a small voice while glaring at me with teary eyes. I didn't know what she would say next, so I took a bite of the sandwich from her hand. How is it? Is it delicious? Yeah, honestly, I don't really know the taste. Well, that's good then. As we leave the shop, a slender, glistening white hand slips into my right hand. Oh, Sumaya. It's a lover's hold. Even when we were dating, we never held hands like this. Don't react too much. They will know that you're not used to it. Oh, okay, she whispers softly, but even your ears are bright red. We walk hand in hand for a while and arrive at the duty-free shop. Superscript 1. Shinichi-kun, did you bring your passport properly, huh? When I touch my waist wear the passport, I won't steal it, you know? Don't you trust me that much? And she lowers her brows, looking sad. This is her genuine expression. Feeling a bit sorry for her, I explain briefly, well, recently my wallet was stolen, but I managed to recover it. It seems that Ozaki understood with just that. And she smiles wryly, saying, "It's troublesome, even with that stalker. I don't want her getting close to my Shinichi-kun. By the way, the photo in your study abroad audition profile, it was your passport photo, right?" "Oh, really? Well, I don't really take photos. Come to think of it, that's right. At that time." "At that time?" "Ah, well." After hesitating, probably realizing there's no point in evading, Ozaki confesses, "You know, there was a time when we tried to take a pure at the game center." "Ah, I remember. I recalling it while scratch my cheek. Our first date after we started dating was at the game center, at the insistence of the sheltered Ozaki." She's probably referring to the time when I declined. "It hurt quite a bit, you know. Even though I gathered the courage to suggest taking it together, you said, it's impossible, isn't it? At that time, you still used honorifics." "Yeah, that's true. The first time I met Ozaki, we were the chairpersons of the executive committee of a joint school festival. Since we met as seniors and juniors from different schools, we naturally used honorifics. However, after we started dating, around a little later, she said, Hirakawa-kun, in a relationship, we shouldn't use honorifics, shouldn't we?" After reading some column of advice, she prompted me to switch to casual language. I couldn't ask that much at that time because it was too sad. "But, if it's okay, can I ask why you didn't want to take the photo?" Ozaki, unusually considerate, looks at me. And since there's nothing to hide, I decided to answer honestly. "I just don't like the way I look." "Oh, I see." Ozaki lowers her eyes, looking a bit lonely at my simple answer. "So that's your self-evaluation." "Well, everyone has their own perspective. It's the opposite of my opinion, but that doesn't mean I'm denying your sensibilities." "The opposite?" "Ah, I thought she would say that, but without doing so." Ozaki continues, "I think there are people who find your appearance attractive even if you don't think so. Besides, your appearance is just a small part of what makes you who you are. In fact, I find everything about you, including your appearance, it is very charming." Thank you, Suma. I also," as I try to go along with Ozaki's act, she interrupts, saying, "No, that's not what I mean." And then, she specifically tells me in a hushed voice, "I'm not saying this because it's an act, it's the truth, Hirakawa-kun." "So, Shinichi-kun, is there something you want? Souvenirs for the bride candidates or something?" Well, I was speechless at the moment, but in an attempt to cover it up, I hastily respond, "Certainly. It might be a good idea to buy something for everyone." Ouch. With her nails scratching the back of my hand that she's holding, my voice unintentionally comes out. Well, I don't have money to spend on other girls. I mean, I wanted to buy a present only for Suma. "Well, I'm happy." Suma intentionally expresses joy. "But, I'm okay with any presents. If you buy me a chocolate tablet for around 3,000 yen, I'll be happy with it alone." "Chocolate tablet? Is that a chocolate bar?" "Around 3,000 yen. You're probably trying to be considerate, but that's quite expensive, you know." "Huh? Hey, seriously?" "Drop the act." Well, you're really good at joking, Hirakawa-kun. "Yeah, around 1,500 yen, right?" "Ahaha. No, that's not it." Seeing my blatantly forced smile, Ozaki, who apparently judged that she couldn't keep up the act any longer, lets out a sigh, dropping her shoulders. "I thought our sense of money was not that different, but well, it seems it was." "Your family has the motto 'those who don't work shall not eat,' right?" "You remember that well." "Huh?" "That's our family rule or tradition." The phrase she mentioned, "those who don't work shall not eat," is more of a tradition at our house. From around the time I was in kindergarten, I earned pocket money by doing chores. Bath cleaning for 5 yen. Dishwashing for 10 yen, taking out the trash for 3 yen. It was like that, and from as far back as I can remember, money for me was compensation for labor. Therefore, I have a pride in being more strict about money than most of my classmates. If I discipline a child like that, he will grow up to be a like Hirakawa-kun. You know? Do you want to raise a child like me? Yeah. Or rather, she keeps calling me Hirakawa-kun, but I'm tired. After the farce, we returned to our mansion with a private pool. I wrote a message on a notepad I found there and showed it to her. Is this place not under surveillance? Ozaki looked at the note. You studied Indonesian, but the spelling is wrong. Ozaki then writing below it. Unfortunately, surveillance is still in place. I see. But, it was close. This one is the correct answer. If we're in the pool, our voices probably won't be heard. I see. Superscript 1. A duty-free shop is a shop, for example at an airport, where you can buy goods at a cheaper price than usual, because no tax is paid on them. Well then, Shinichi-kun, I'll go change. She went into her room, which looked like a small hut, by the side of the pool. The rustling of the trees could be heard as the sound of shifting clothes. After changing in the bathroom in an instant, I sat on a deck chair, trying to read a book I brought from the Roppongi Sky Tower Library. However, nothing registered in my mind. Nevertheless, if I lifted my face and saw the private pool in front of me, I would likely imagine something inappropriate. I also can't ever looking at the glass-enclosed bedroom hut standing on the left, where she was currently changing. Because she was changing behind those curtains. Trying to calm my right eye's optic nerve, which seemed to be on edge, I made an effort to read the words written in the book, and at that moment, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Shinichi-kun." A clear and pure voice reached my ears, and I raised my face. And I was left speechless. It's a goddess. Ozaki is wearing a black bikini with lace ribbon on the chest. Ozaki fidgeting with embarrassed manners. You told me to wear this? I didn't mean it like that. Trying to get my voice out somehow, I gradually regained my composure. It's not like the purpose was to make you wear a swimsuit. Then what was the purpose? To undress you? What do you mean, you pervert? Well, that's true, but that's not the point. I just wanted to have a genuine conversation with Ozaki without the eavesdropping devices. For that, it was necessary for her to wear either a swimsuit or be naked, and if given the choice, she would probably choose a swimsuit. It's better than choosing to be naked. So, how do I look? Ozaki, once again, inquired while tying the strings. Well, I think it looks great on you. Is that so? Blushing despite her character, she turned her face away. So, shall we go into the pool, Hirakawa-kun? In the pool that was arranged for us, we just leaned against each other in silence. The private pool is about a quarter the size of a school pool, although it's too wide for just the two of us to spend time in, but neither Ozaki nor I know how to do the kind of kaya yufu, splash water on each other, that we do when we're in love, so if we have to act lovey-dovey, this is the only way we can come up with. No, I shouldn't be making excuses like this. I haven't forgotten the reason why I changed into a swimsuit. But somehow, bringing up that topic seemed scary or embarrassing. Because the content is more awkward than a breakup story. It's a topic about checking the answers to the breakup with my ex. Hirakawa-kun. Even so, that time will come. Can I explain about that day? Yeah. Ozaki begins to talk. To begin with, the reason I approached you first was because my father told me to. It was sort of a political maneuver love affair. I figured as much. I had guessed from the night talk in Nazu. Even so, a sigh escapes me. Then, what about joining the festival committee? Yes, the fact that our schools decided to have a joint school festival was also a scheme by my father. As expected of Mr. Ozaki Holdings, he has incredible influence. Not as much as your father. Ozaki smiled with a troubled expression. When she makes this expression, I feel like she's telling the truth. So, the confession on that day was also a lie? When I started dating Ozaki, she was the one who confessed to me. You would think so. After all, your first impression was the worst. It's not my fault, is it? Do you remember what you said first? I don't remember. I try to feign ignorance. But since I remember, I unintentionally use the same words as back then. Although I try to play dumb, she gracefully accepts my excuses and says, "You said, I'm determined to only do things that I think about and agree with." She uttered every word without a mistake. I apologize for being presumptuous. Well, it's not like my principle has changed even now. It's half and half, I suppose. Half and half? The answer from earlier. It's true that I confessed for the sake of a political love affair. But, Ozaki once again showed a troubled smile. The fact that I liked you is also true. So, why did you suddenly disappear? I tried to remain as calm as possible, but a hint of sharpness crept into my voice. Your father didn't intend to let you inherit the Hirakawa name. He told my father. My father? Yes, it seems he told my father. While it was news to me, it's probably true. When I told my father, I'm leaving home when I enter high school, the timing aligns. I am just a pawn of the Ozaki family. If you don't become the president, when another engagement proposal comes up, our relationship would become an obstacle. I see. Of course, I resisted. But if I did, my father hinted that he would harm you. I was most afraid that you would be hurt because of me. So, that's why you suddenly became unreachable one day. Yes, I took the high school entrance exam and attended a different high school than before. I cut off all ties with you. Or rather, was cut off. About 2 years passed. One day, I received a call from an unknown number on my smartphone. It was Juju-san, and the content was an invitation to a love study abroad. So, Juju-san directly invited Ozaki. I immediately told my father about it. I said, there shouldn't be any problem if he becomes the president of the Hirakawa group. Even then, my father, who doubted my feelings, approved with conditions. The condition was to record and send all of my statements. So, that's what happened. If I had known that at the time, I wonder if things would have been somewhat different. Well, even if I had known, what could I have done? Surely, if I had heard it at that time, I would have just been dazzled, thinking, so that's how it is. Ozaki herself. What does she want to become? What do you mean by want to become? I thought the question was a bit abrupt. Up until now, you thought it was right to act in the best interest of the Ozaki family as the daughter, right? Well, now, what do you want to become? Do you still want to be something for the sake of the family? I don't care anymore about the family or anything. You don't care? I narrowed my eyes and tilted my head. Yes. If I can be with you, I can give up anything. If you say you're going somewhere, I want to let go of everything and go with you. My dream is you, Hirakawa-kun. Ozaki stared at me with a serious face. To live together with you. Ozaki. I was captivated by that feeling. But, what is it really? Well, why? Hirakawa-kun is my reason for living. The words that had reached my throat were covered up, and I quietly swallowed them. I gently accepted that. Hey, can I ask Hirakawa-kun one thing? On that day, why did you accept my confession? Well, why bring that up now? Please, I want to know. Even though I tried to resist, her eyes staring at me were unusually direct, and despite turning away, I ended up answering. Because I liked you, that's why. Why? What about me? In response to my blunt words, she further questioning me. There was no malicious smile on her face. It was an expression like a desperate child begging for answers. No, you might be disappointed if you hear it. The reasons why a typical middle school boy likes someone. Well, it's embarrassing to say. A middle school boy, huh? Could it be because you can do naughty things or something like that? No, it's not like that. I scratched my cheek. Do I really have to say it? Yes, please. If you don't say it, I'll live the rest of my life thinking that you were only interested in my body. I don't want that. It was the memory of my first innocent love. It would be better if it were more delicate. I resigned myself and confessed in a small voice. I liked everything about Ozaki. Everything? Ozaki widened her eyes. That's why I didn't want to say it. Everything, like, that everything? Is it the everything I know? What other everything is there? That, well, personality, face, voice, everything. The everything. According to my mother, even though it might be love, it might not be true love. In reality, our interests didn't align. Still, at that time, there was no way for me to resist being confessed to by such a person. Exclamation mark. Could you stop being silent for a moment? Your use of honorifics at this timing is really good. Sigh. I didn't intend to tickle such a strange fetish. Well, then, I'll say it too. I also like Hirakawa-kun's appearance, voice, personality, and then, Caught off guard by Ozaki's confession in the present, she continues her words. Even if all of that were to change, I would still love Hirakawa-kun. Ozaki: even now, that's how I feel. Do you understand that much? Her wet black hair is illuminated by the moonlight, strangely beautiful. But still. Earlier, you were about to say everything as Genbu, right? Huh? Perhaps because her embarrassment reached its limit, Ozaki, who had just changed her expression, starts to tease me. The habit of biting at crucial moments hasn't changed. Huh? Not just during that toast the other day, but also during the opening ceremony speech at the school festival. Oh? If you're going to bring that up, should I mention the things I've been quietly enduring? Like the time during the festival. It seems that the parting wasn't entirely Ozaki Sumaya's fault. However, it was certain that I was hurt to some extent. If that's the case, would it be acceptable to return the favor like this? Since coming to Bali, you said I'm being monitored. Is that a lie? Exclamation mark. In response, her cheeks turn red enough to be visible even in the darkness of the night. With that reaction, I change my expectation to certainty. Talking about eavesdropping in Japan is probably true, but the claim that agents have been monitoring since coming to Bali is a lie created by Ozaki herself. Did you notice all along? From the beginning? From the beginning? Ozaki opens her eyes wide. It's amusing to see her, always calm demeanor changed, making such varied expressions. What's your basis for that? Because even if I liked Ozaki, there was no need to change the way I addressed you and play the lovey-dovey couple. Furthermore, there was even less need for Ozaki to act affectionate towards me. Well, why didn't you point that out at that time? I couldn't be sure. I thought it was better to go along with the act than to point it out and take the risk. I've always hated that about you. Ozaki glares at me with moist eyes. Only thinking about your own risks. Can't you consider my risks too? Sorry, I value risk management. Ozaki, pouting like a child, hits my chest with a moo. Anyway, she must be thinking, why did you tell such a lie? Well, without asking me to say it, which would have been a long sentence like you don't need to say it since I can somehow guess. I just wanted to do things that lovers couldn't do back then with you, Hirakawa-kun. Ozaki continues, holding hands, hugging, getting excited over indirect kisses, shopping together. I wanted to experience all of that. I wanted to do things like riding on a motorcycle together in Nazu too. I've wanted to do those things for a long time. Ozaki. I quietly swallowed the sweet and sour past. Like even I wanted to be like that. Because I still don't know if I can choose her. It's fine like this for now, Shinichi-kun. Seeming to understand my feelings, she gently hugs me and whispers with a smile. Someday, when our last names are the same, surely, you'll call me Sumaya. Chapter 8, Revelation on the Beach. Shin, you get it, right? Her eyes sparkling brighter than the sun overhead. Popular YouTuber Shibuya Yu aimed her smartphone camera at me and laughed. The blue sky, white clouds, blue sea. Even though they haven't arrived yet, the beautiful girls in swimsuits. No matter what you shoot, it's the ultimate location for a picturesque scene. Yeah. I didn't choose this place, though. I mumbled my response while trying not to stare at the healthy skin and assertive cleavage of the girl in a swimsuit bending over in front of me. You and I were sitting on the edge of a canopy-covered bed, apparently called a cabana, on the sandy beach. All stars. Today was the last group date of Season 1. The location was a private beach in Guam. The fact that this stretch of beach, extending for hundreds of meters, was reserved exclusively for us was surprising enough. Yet, there were cabanas, hammocks, a bar counter, tables, and even a ping-pong table. I got an additional date on the first date, so since then, I've been taking shots of Roppongi landscapes, and the screen hasn't changed much. I captured the daily lives of girls who haven't been on dates, though. Yeah, hey, why are you looking down all the time? Look this way, it's been a while since you appeared on my channel. She suddenly lifted my chin and directed my gaze to her. Holding her smartphone camera, you nodded in satisfaction. Yeah, Shin's swimsuit looks good too. Her compliment, lacking any sarcasm, made me feel a bit happy. Come on, everyone, hurry up and come. It's taking too long to change. You should just wear a swimsuit under your clothes like me since morning. Isn't that like something a grade schooler would do? Indeed, it might be more efficient that way, but it could be considered overly meticulous. Well, everyone is free to do as they please. Oh, look, Yu-chan and Shinichi are alone. Unfair. As we were having such a conversation, the former idol Meguro Ria, who provocatively puffed up her cheeks, arrived. Ria, you change so fast. Of course. Although I can't beat Yu-chan, who came all the way from Japan. I have confidence in changing costumes quickly because I'm an idol, you know. While saying such things, she firmly stuck to my right side, sat down, and embraced my right arm. Squish. The soft sensation that never became familiar, stimulating the nerves of my right arm, made it impossible for me to look in that direction again. Look here, Shinichi. Well, I mean, come on, that's enough, huh? Awkward, isn't it? Maybe you reacted because it's light clothing? If you understand, don't add salt on the wound. She was so much like the ideal girlfriend when she came out of the sauna, but why does she become like this in mischievous mode? When I looked to my left for help, Shibuya, holding the camera, was looking at me with a somewhat cold gaze. What's with that? Hey, Shinichi, if you don't look here, I'll kiss your cheek, okay? Stop that. Even though it's the cheek, a kiss is still a kiss. Unexpected ones are one thing, but I can't give permission when I know it's coming. Then look here, okay? 10, 9, 8. Ria started the countdown. It seemed like if I didn't turn in her direction before it reached 0, she would kiss my cheek. 5, 4, 3. Staring at Ria is much better than being kissed. Well, I have no choice but to turn in that direction obediently. I understand. I opened my eyes wide. At an extremely close distance where the focus didn't match, there was fine skin and silky hair. Could this possibly be? Just as my brain finally tried to understand the situation, from a slightly distant direction, the ridiculously loud voices of two girls could be heard. The worst, 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 the worst. On the right, childhood friend Shinagawa Sakoha muttered. The worst, 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 the worst. On the left, ex-girlfriend Ozaki Sumaya grumbled resentfully in stereo. Just a while ago, I accidentally kissed Meguro Ria on the cheek. It would be more accurate to say that Ria's cheek was where I looked, but that wouldn't be apparent from a distance. Sakiho and Ozaki, who had just finished changing and were heading towards us, witnessed the scene. By the way, Ria said to Sakiho and Ozaki, it's not like Shinichi's lips belong to Sumaya-chan or Sakiho-chan, right? If you say that, then what about Riona-chan? Probably attempting to expose some misdeeds in the sauna. Be quiet, Meguro. Kanda, who had just arrived, covered her mouth and take her away. Furthermore, Mon, who came later, saying, it's strange. What happened in this atmosphere? Also was taken away by you, who seemed somehow displeased. Man-chan, I'll show you the whole story later. And so, the three of us were left. The situation with my ex-girlfriend and childhood friend was too chaotic. Hey, Shinichi, the kiss you gave to someone, that was your first, right? I told you to cherish your first kiss, Shinichi. I thought Irakawa-kun was dirty, isn't he? I thought he had a modest sense of pride not to kiss before marriage, even when we were dating. No, I didn't initiate it. Did Shinichi initiate it? Did Hirakawa-kun initiate it? Both of them made similar retorts. The two of them are surprisingly in sync today. It's a misunderstanding. You was probably recording the whole thing. So if we check later, that's like torture. Once again, tears could be heard in stereo. At that moment, a voice of relief could be heard. We apologize for the wait. Everyone, please gather. Juju-san clapped her hands to attract attention. I will announce the challenge task for the final date. Challenge task? In a pavilion-like structure within the private beach. We didn't say there would be no challenge for the final group date, right? Not at all. This surprise is fantastic. Our bodies were getting stiff when Kando asked Juju-san, Yu started doing something like warm-up exercises beside her. Suddenly, Shinichi-sama wanted another chance for an additional date. Is that so, Shinichi? Well, yeah. Apart from the date, there was still something unresolved. Now, what's the task? Tell us, Juju-san. Yu aimed her camera at Juju-san. The final challenge task is the Shinichi-sama quiz. Shinichi-sama quiz? Kanda and Ozaki frowned. Yeah, I naturally had thoughts about that naming. However, Juju-san's insistence, simple is best, Shinichi-sama, was strong. From now on, guess Shinichi-sama's favorite color, favorite number, favorite alphabet, and favorite animal, and write them on this paper. By the way, we have already received the correct answers from Shinichi-sama in advance through an internal phone call. That's 2EA. Kantamagu? Shinagawa-san, is something wrong? Huh? Sakiho probably started to say, that's too easy, and covered her own mouth. Isn't Sakiho-chan too advantageous? But, despite any resistance, Ria threw the question. Well, one would think so. If you say that, then I want Shinichi's kiss from earlier returned, right? Can I wipe your cheek? Sakiho-chan's eyes are serious. Shinichi-kun. Even if you tell me. But, is there any meaning in doing this in Guam? Kanda still had a puzzled expression, as if implying that having an additional date would be troublesome. It's an impromptu game, so please bear with us. Also, for the additional date, it will be on a chartered submarine, unique to Guam. A submarine. I've always wanted to ride one. Fantastic. Now, everyone, please submit your answers. Juju-san handed out 5 sheets of paper. Among the questions, she alone stared at us without saying a word, with a serious expression. 5 minutes later, Juju-san looked at the answer sheets for everyone, marking them with circles. Now that all the answers are in, there is someone who got all the questions correct. Huh? Who could it be? See, I told you it's unfair. With a confident expression, Sakiho puffed up her chest, and Ria frowned. That person is. However, the name Juju-san announced was not Sakiho's. It is Hirakawa-sama. Is this a joke? Sakiho widened her eyes. Wait a minute. I'm absolutely sure I got all the questions right. Didn't I? My favorite color is black. My favorite number is 1. My favorite alphabet is A, and my favorite animal is a lion, right? No. The correct answers this time are, favorite color is white, favorite number is 3, favorite alphabet is S, and favorite animal is a giraffe. Huh. Shinichi. What's going on? When did it change? Well, it hasn't changed. What does that mean? While Ozaki frowned, Moon bit her lower lip. It's clear now. The person behind the mysterious notes placed on the living room table at Sky Tower is. I thought it was too obvious for a trap. I looked directly at the culprit and slowly revealed, the mastermind behind the mysterious notes is Moon, right? Yes, and the person mentioned in the mysterious notes as someone cheating is probably everyone here. Shinichi. What do you mean? As Ozaki frowned, Moon, biting her lower lip, remained silent. With this, it's clear, Moon is involved in the construction of the internal network. In other words, it was easy for her to see exchanges on the internal network, even the internal phone call exchanges. So, Moon knew the destinations and contents of the first 2 group dates. She conveyed that to everyone, saying, it's a secret from others. The condition of the deal was probably, cooperate with Moon once. So everyone knew? Looking at Ria, who returned a shocked expression after the revelation, Moon nodded. Surprise. Shinichi-kun. How did you figure it out? Well, it's simple. In the Disney triple date, all 3 of you are too well prepared. Ahaha, that's true. The 3 celebrities raised their voices. Firstly, you brought chopstick lottery sticks, right? 3 sticks, carefully made, and that you tampered with them to ensure you would be the first, right? Making sticks with 2, 2, 3 or 2, 3, 3, having the other 2 draw first, and saying, their remaining number is 1, so I'm the first. I absolutely wanted to win. It was a thorough strategy. You proudly declared. I wondered if this was her idea of a cool way of life. However, it seemed unnecessary to worry about that. If she was satisfied, that was fine. And Kanda prepared a tracksuit, and Ria prepared a place that only Ria knows. Got caught, huh? Ha ha. Yeah, thought I did well. Both of them admitted it. And then, during the date in Nazu, Mon also told the same details to two people, namely Sakiho and Ozaki. Wow. Ozaki Sumaya knew about it too. And Shinagawa-san knew too. Over here, the preparation is too good. Herb tea, miso, and all that. Both of them slumped down. And as part of the deal, Sakiho and Ozaki were provoked with psychological tactics during the rock-paper-scissors at the supermarket. Something like "Man, I absolutely want to win here. Man will choose paper," was used. Also, with Kando and Ria, I arranged for them to meet me when I go to the sauna. Maybe everyone thought, is that really okay? That's right. Man nodded, biting her lower lip. Ozaki raised her hand beside her and said, "Can I ask something?" Even though we had a deal, what was Moon-san's purpose in doing all this? For the one-on-one date, or to be more specific, for the very last one-on-one date, Moon herself answered that question. Manzai Grand Prix, figure skating. For competitions that involve scoring with a certain level of subjectivity, it is considered advantageous to perform later in the lineup. Furthermore, I believe that one-on-one dates are not only longer in duration than additional group dates but also more intense in experience. Actually, it was quite intense, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. Sakiho and Ozaki nodded somewhat embarrassedly. It seemed like there was something intense that happened. Normally, those who get to go on one-on-one dates are supposed to be people who didn't talk much during the group date. So, for everyone except Mon, I wanted you to talk a lot with Anai-chan during the group date. To achieve that, did you pass information to Ria and the others? Yes. Additionally, in the world of showbiz, I informed Ria-san alone that happy hormones are secreted through skinship. Therefore, by having her confine you, I wanted Ria-san to have a lot of conversations. If someone other than Ria-san won and went on an additional date, the candidates for one-on-one dates would decrease. Oh, I fell for it completely. Ria chuckled and casually tapped her own forehead. In the Nazu date, I used the terms of the deal to get the timing for Anai-chan and me to be alone just once. That's when Mon laid the groundwork for inviting Anai-chan to a one-on-one date. Groundwork? That's a secret. It's probably referring to the line, "There's something I want to talk about when we're alone." In fact, because of that line, I struggled with whether to choose Ozaki or Man for the final one-on-one. And I also created a decisive mysterious letter. For those who went on additional dates, Yu-san and Sumaya-san, I left them alone. But for Iona-san and Ria-san, I had them meet Anai-chan in the sauna to create an alibi. Anai-chan entering the sauna exactly 2 hours after dinner was clearly recorded in the men's bath entrance and exit records. What about me? Sakiho-san, you automatically create an alibi even if Mon does nothing. That's true. I was sneaking into Shinichi's room at that time. You should be a little more remorseful. Sakiho agreed, and Ozaki looked astonished. With Anai-chan's reasoning ability, it would be obvious that Mon was behind the mysterious letter, but the person who cheated couldn't be determined because the one who cheated the most was Mon, and at that point, Mon hadn't received the benefits of cheating. Therefore, Anai-chan thought that by inviting Mon, he could find out who was cheating. That's where the miscalculation occurred for the first time. So, it means that the person who went on an additional date invited me for the final one-on-one date. Mon looked at me intently. Why did Anai-chan choose Sakiho-san and Sumaya-san instead of Mon? I stared back and conveyed clearly. When Sakiho's alibi was confirmed, I understood that it was Mon's strategy. That was enough for me. Enough? Yeah. I learned that Mon was serious about this exchange study, not some sister who needed protection, but an independent person. Mon, who was so bad at talking to strangers, negotiated with others. That was enough for me. I smiled at the growth of my sister, who had been mostly a shut-in. So, at that time, I decided to have a one-on-one date with Ozaki as soon as possible. Is that so? Besides, I don't think any part of this strategy is cheating. I assert this is an important point. No one is at fault. This is just a deal. So, I want to make it clear that there is no negative impact on the Season 1 flower ceremony. The tension that had been flowing among the 6 people relaxed slightly. "Thank you, Ana-chan." "Even so?" I spoke to Mon, who bowed her head again. "In that case, shall we go, Mon?" Mon raised her voice in a somewhat disordered manner. "Huh?" "Incomprehensible." "Where are we going? It's obvious, isn't it? It's already decided for an additional date." I am a man of my word, but wasn't that a strategy to expose Mon's cheating? With widened eyes, Mon tilted her head. "Including this, didn't Mon win in terms of strategy?" "Ana-chan is too kind." Finally, Mon smiled. "Wow, it's really beautiful, Ana-chan." Mon, looking at the fish outside the submarine window, let out a small cheer. "Yes, it is." "Hey, Mon, are you sure about that? Is that thing any good?" "Incomprehensible. What do you mean?" I lowered my voice a little and spoke to her secretly. "The thing about wanting to talk when we're alone, was that really true?" The logic about the Manzai Grand Prix was probably just a makeshift lie. It's hard to believe that Mon would reject an additional date for such a dubious advantage. In other words, Mon really wanted to talk when we were alone, and for that, she needed to bring it to a one-on-one date. "Ana-chan." Mon seemed a little flustered and brought her lips close to my ear. "It's something that really, really has to be done when we're truly alone." She looked at me earnestly with her sapphire eyes as she moved away from me. Chapter 96. Main Heroines, 5 Bouquets. "Then, everyone, are you mentally prepared?" I and the 6 bride candidates gathered at the rooftop resort pool of the Roppongi Sky Tower. It was the same venue where the drink party was held on the first day, but the tension now was completely different, in a whole different things from that day. The reason was obvious and cruel. One person among these 6 would return from studying abroad. "We have 5 bouquets here. From now on, Shinichi-sama will present one to each of you." I stood next to the table with the 5 bouquets, facing 6 bride candidates on the opposite side, and those who cannot receive a bouquet until the end will have to withdraw from studying abroad. Though it was intentionally done, Joe-san's cold and emotionless rule explanation made everyone hold their breath. "Now then, Shinichi-sama, if you please." And from here on, it would be handed over to me. Naturally, it was my role to utter the most cruel words. I cleared my throat quietly. "First of all, thank you for participating in the study abroad until today." I looked at them again. Dressed up, serious expressions with furrowed brows, lips tied with a bit of anxiety, gentle smiles that seemed to accept everything. In each expression on their faces, I realize what each of them has put into it until today. That's why I have to face it with all my might. At this point in time, words such as "everyone is attractive," both those who are selected and those who are not selected, are useless. I chose the 5 I wanted to talk to more, to spend time with. However, what I chose were not the ones to be eliminated, but the 5 to move forward with. That was the emphasis. Now, please let me call out their names. I closed my eyes once. Then, I opened them. Man Hirokawa. Yes. Wide-eyed, Man walked towards me. "Can you accept this bouquet?" "Of course, Ana-chan." Man looked surprised, but within her expressionless face, there was a faint sense of relief, and she spoke to me in a voice only I could hear. "The cheating thing really doesn't matter, does it?" "Yeah." "Is that so? I'm glad." "Thank you." Man deeply bowed and returned to her original position. The reason I chose Man wasn't because she cheated, but she was the first one I called to emphasize that I had chosen 5 to move forward, not 1 to be eliminated. I wanted everyone to recognize that I chose the 5 without considering the mysterious letter. In the end, it could be considered as Man's strategic victory. I took a deep breath once again. The ones being called would be even more nervous, so if I, as the one calling, had irregular breathing, it wouldn't look good. Hesitation would be nothing but hypocrisy. "All right." I, with care and clarity, began calling out their names. "Yushibuya." "Thank you, Shin. You received it with fewer words than usual." She indeed had considerate sensitivity. "Ryomaguro." "Thank you, Shinichi-kun. It's more nerve-wracking to be chosen by one person than by 100 million." Even the composed Ryo showed a troubled smile with a tired expression. "Ryona Kanda." "Thank you, Hirokawa." "Is the strategy a success?" When I asked in a low voice, she shrugged and replied, Did you figure it out? You're quite an actor. Her real reason for not wanting to be invited to the one-on-one date wasn't a cute one like to reduce Hirakawa's regret, but probably something like Hirakawa won't reject someone he meets for the first time, who he hasn't gone on a date with. Although I chose to present the bouquet to her because I wanted to know a bit more about her inexhaustible personality, it ended up fitting into her strategy of abandoning the date. This strategy won't work from now on. Yeah. Kanda bowed elegantly and returned to her original position. Now, from here, it would be the most difficult part for them, or rather, for her. It was finally the last bouquet. The person not called here would return from studying abroad. I called out the name of the person I hoped would go on to season 2 with a heavy heart. Saki Hoshinagawa. Yes! Exclamation mark. Simultaneously with Sakiho's answer, there was a sound of gasping sharply, and I soothed my painful chest with a breath. Damn, that's why you shouldn't form relationships more than necessary. Can you accept this bouquet? Yes. Despite the opponent she should have hated being eliminated, Sakiho hesitated and finally spoke with a choked voice. Even though she had been eliminated, there was no bouquet in her hands. Joe-san, probably more indifferent in tone than me, delivered the final words. Sumairo Ozaki-sama will now withdraw from studying abroad. Would you like to have a final conversation with Shinichi-sama? Yes. Ozaki and I moved to the side of the pool. Why, couldn't it work? Ozaki, surely suppressing her emotions, said. I'm sure I could be more of help to you than anyone else. I'm ready to dedicate my entire life to living for you, supporting you, being with you. Even with a beautiful smile. Wasn't that not conveyed? But with a slightly moist voice, she asked me such a thing. It's because I got the message across, Ozaki. I got it. So? Her face contorted at my answer. I don't want anyone to find their purpose in life through me. Why? The fact that there are people living for my sake becomes a shackle no matter what. I am not strong enough to cut off those who live for me. I gritted my teeth. It's not that you're not strong, Shinichi-kun. You're kind. It's not kindness. It's just self-indulgence. The fear of being disliked by someone important creates cowardice and hesitation, while specific feelings towards someone generate jealousy and a sense of unfairness. Both situations dull a person's ability to make sound judgments in relationships. So, I can't be with Ozaki anymore. I see. Ozaki laughed as if breaking free. So, it's going to be an engagement and the marriage with an unseen fiancé. I wonder what kind of person they are. Maybe a greasy middle-aged man? That's a terrible taste. If you're going to say that, then you should know I'm not strong either. So, at least, I decided to take some measures. Ozaki, can I borrow that thing you're wearing on your chest? Well, there's no point in keeping it a secret anymore. Ozaki removed the listening device from her chest and handed it to me. Hey, can you hear me? Ozaki's father. Speaking into the microphone of the received listening device, I addressed him. I am Shinichi Hirakawa. I am the person who will become the CEO of Japan's #1 company. Oh well, I've boasted a lot. I'm diving deeper into a place I can't turn back from. Not that I have any intention of turning back. Epilogue. The next morning. Ozaki. Sumaya-san. For me. I stopped there, stumbling over my words. I was searching for words to describe the relationship between Sumairo Ozaki and me. It was too fateful to call her an acquaintance, not easy enough to be called friends, and not sweet and sour enough to be called an ex-girlfriend. It wasn't any of those. Sumaya-san is my first love. Shinichi-kun. To avoid hurting Sumaya-san, when I become the president, I would like to establish a business partnership. Please, consider it. It wasn't a threat. It was a positive proposal. Well, maybe I'm being too cocky. Oh well, it doesn't matter. At this point, I have to follow through on everything I've said. I confidently threw the listening device into the pool. It would be lame if it was waterproof. Hey, Shinichi-kun. Sumairo Ozaki in front of me smiled with tears in her eyes. Did you just put on a heavier shackle than marrying me? Maybe. But, with a face as if chewing on bitter medicine, I honestly expressed my thoughts. If Sumairo Ozaki ends up in an unwanted marriage because of me, it'll be an even worse wake-up call. Oh, How sincere of you. But you don't need to worry, Shinichi-kun. Sumairo Ozaki, my first love and my first and last lover, imitated someone and smiled brightly. Section. There is no endless night. Morning will always come, even if it's a regrettable night or an undesired morning. On the top floor of Roppongi Sky Tower, in the hallway of the residential floor, I found an open door and stopped in front of it. It was Ozaki Sumaya's room. It had just been emptied overnight. How are you, Shinichi-sama? Ah, well. I noticed that Joe-san was standing next to me. It's like my decision really affected her life. Sama, it's just as your mother said when she was alive, Joe-san spoke, probably imitating my mother's tone, saying, Shinichi always cares too much about others. My mother said such a thing. But, Shinichi-sama, did choosing someone else really make Ozaki Sumaya-sama happier? Huh? I tilted my head in surprise at the sudden question. What do you think? For Ozaki-sama, which would bring more happiness, a life with Shinichi-sama or a life without Shinichi-sama? That's a mean question. However, the answer came surprisingly easily, and I even laughed at it myself. A life without me, I guess. Well, I don't really know. Ozaki-sama might get angry if she hears this, but that's the flow of your answer. Huh? Now, is this going towards that's right? So, Shinichi-sama's decision wasn't wrong? What I want to say is, there's no point in imagining parallel worlds where you made different decisions in the past. Humans can't go back to the past, no matter how hard they try. Joe-san, unusually talkative, continued speaking. What's important is to ensure that your decisions don't turn into regrets and to move the present and future in a positive direction. As long as you end up smiling in the end, everything before that becomes something good. That applies to you, Shinichi-sama, and of course, to Ozaki-sama. From now on, Ozaki-sama's life is something she will carve out for herself. Or does Shinichi-sama think Ozaki-sama is incapable of carving out a future without Shinichi-sama? Another tricky question? You shouldn't answer a question with another question. It's basic etiquette for adults. Sigh. I chewed on that conversation once again and confidently responded this time. If it's Sumaya, she'll find happiness on her own. To my answer, Joe-san smiled back this time. Well, Sumaya-sama might still get angry at that answer, but nevertheless, it's necessary for Shinichi-sama to say so. It was a somewhat confusing yet strangely convincing conversation, and I felt relieved. Thank you, Joe-san. And then, a grin appeared on my lips. Joe-san, you seem quite compassionate, don't you? As if teasing her, I threw out a little provocation. Well, all of it is just Ksama's influence, or rather, what's written here, huh? Joe-san had another surprising trump card. She handed me a worn-out A4 sheet. Is this for real? It is. On the received paper, there was something like anticipated Q&A after Shinichi eliminated the first bride candidate, and underneath, only Sumaya's name. Part of the conversation I just had was blank, marked as name of the eliminated girl. In my lines, not every word, but almost everything I said now matched. This is so dangerously accurate. Mother. Even from the perspective of a son, wouldn't you think so? Yes, from the bottom of my heart. Too dangerous. Is she a prophet? Now, the bride candidates are waiting. Let's go. Yes. I temporarily put my deep respect for my mother in my pocket, straightened my collar, and walked in front of Joe-san. When we went up to the rooftop in the elevator, the five were there to welcome us. It's incomprehensible. Why are Rana-chan and Juju-san coming up together? Man Hirakawa frowned at her. Mon-chan is right, Shinichi. I wonder what you and Juju-san were talking about? Shinagawa Sakiho puffs out her cheeks. Your expression has softened quite a bit compared to last night, Hirakawa. Feeling a bit better? After Iona Kanda looked into my face, she smiled wisely. Meguro Ria, after peeking into my face, smiled with a serene expression and said, of course, it would be troublesome if Shin didn't choose us with all his might. Shin needs to choose us with a different approach that others can't do. I'll comfort you in a way that others can't. Shibuya hit my back forcefully. Shinichi-kun, are you feeling a bit better? You can show me your weak side that you can't show in front of everyone, okay? I'll comfort you in a way others can't. Shinichi-kun, you seem a bit vacant. Can I comfort you in a way others can't? Said Meguro Ria, holding my hands, looking up at me with a suggestive gaze. I'm already fine. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. In any case, there's no time to stop. And in the refreshing atmosphere completely devoid of sentimentality on the rooftop. Thank you all for gathering here, Joe-san, with a slight lift at the corners of her serious mouth, said. Now, let's begin the rules explanation for Season 2. End of Volume 1.